Grand Asia Open Main Tournament.
Now that I know for sure it's not the answer, but no reason to stand being on my feet. Got everything in my hand, so come forward to tell me. Here I go, I'm ready to jump into another day. If I just can close my eyes, I can see it clear. Dreams I had, it lays in front of me. So you and I dive into the new world. I know that we can rewrite all of the rules that keep us standing in the way. You and I be working the world. And when I'm falling apart, I know you'll always be there to take my hand. Together we will on the journey, searching for the light. Full life.
Okay, so I've been told that initially the PAX was 128 players, but there's increase in turnout. So we have about 180 give or take, right? So once again, you guys are the real ones here, all right? Thank you all for coming out today, for playing today. Today, your skills will be tested to the absolute maximum. You are fighting for a slot to represent Malaysia in Grand Asia Open, Japan. So do your best. No stress. I believe each and every one of you know your decks very well. Trust in yourself, trust in your place, and I wish you all the best. Okay? So I would like to pass the floor now to our head judge, Neil, to give you guys a player briefing. Please welcome him.
Okay, test. Okay. Hello everyone, good morning. Okay, so first things first, this will be a Swiss double elimination format. It will be a best of 3. Your time limit is 50 minutes per round. There will be a maximum of 8 rounds. There will be no top card. Okay? So when you're done with your game, please raise your hand, get a judge over to verify that you have keyed in your score properly. And if you have any issues, any rules, anything you're not sure, please just raise your hand. A judge or runner will be there to assist you. Okay, so for timeout, we will be using active 3. So what this means is after time is out, you have 3 turns extra to finish your round. If no one wins by then, we'll then check your life, deck, hand size, and then your field. If even by then there is no clear winner, it will be a double loss. Okay. Okay, secondly, your sleeves. Please make sure that your sleeves are all either Bandai related or monocolor. And nothing too raunchy, please. Just in case. Okay, so that should be all. Anyone has any questions? Okay, without further ado, I'll pass it back to Kenshin.
Mic test. All right. Thanks so much, Neil, for the briefing. So once again, he's our head judge. Any questions you all have, we have a very competent judging team. Just raise your hands, they'll come to you as soon as they can, all right? Round 1. Welcome to Grand Asia Open 2024. Today we are looking at the Digimon card game. It's going to be the qualifier for Japan's Grand Asia Open. So the winner today will take home that ticket as well as the champion prize of a Digimon BT12 alternate art. So I'm Ken.
Hi, good morning, and I'm Eugene. We will be your commentators for today, and
So it's great to have you guys here with us. We understand that it's a Sunday morning. You might be wanting to spend time with your family, but it's the love of the game. You guys are here with us, so thank you very much. So agenda for today will be we are running concurrently both the Digimon card game championship for Grand Asia Open. At the same time, we are also doing One Piece card game championship. That will be later on today. But I'm very sure you guys are here for Digimon. So first and foremost, welcome all the chosen children. We are really, really, really excited to have you here. So as you can see, the first round is really going to kick off very soon. We have a lot of players here today, about 180 players, and every one of them bringing their A game today, looking for that top slot.
it's 50% more than the original allocated.
Yeah,
slot.
actually, it's very it's a good sign
Yeah.
because I think that Malaysia's Digimon card game community is actually booming once again.
Yeah.
Because we did see a slight decline, I think, but then it is rising back up very rapidly as evidenced by the amount of players here today. Of course, we do have our friends from Singapore, Thailand, Philippines, Indonesia all flying in as well for a shot at that alternate art Digimon. But I believe that majority of the players here are Malaysian and they are looking for their chance not only for that Digimon but also for that coveted ticket. Because you being a representative to Japan, that says a lot about your skill. It's a testament of your skill and capability.
So I think with both Digimon and One Piece will be concluded today, we are looking at the top players from each of the games.
Yeah,
to be
definitely. And I do think that in general, we have a very, very, very high skill ceiling, and the players here are really very, very talented. I've personally played against some of them. I can assure you, they are really, really good. So
Right.
we are going to proceed into our first game live shortly. In the meantime, of course, hang on, stay tuned. Actually, Eugene, let's have a quick discussion, right? What
Right.
decks do you think we are expecting to see? Personally, I think Ancient Garurumon, ever since its introduction in BT17. Actually, we are actually about to start the first game soon. But let me continue my train of thought. Ancient Garurumon in BT17 actually has seen a lot of play since its release, and with BT18 only supporting hybrid decks, it's just getting stronger and stronger.
I think for me, I'll look forward more to like something like Imperial Dramon, because it kind of connects more to the childhood, the anime when we used to watch. Kind of says a lot about my age, though.
Yeah, that's true, that's true. I think both of us are from the same generation. I grew up with 02, so did Eugene. So honestly, low-key, I am rooting for Imperial Dramon to win. But, there may be surprise winners. There's a lot of good decks out there right now that, even though they're not tier 1, they have a chance to win. We talk about tier 1 decks like Numemon with Ukomon as a base. We are looking at Ancient Garurumon.
Yep.
Some of them play Gabumon Bond of Friendship. We are looking at stuff that are would be defined as probably tier 1.5. Ancient Greymon, Purple Hybrid, Mother D Reaper Control, and Imperial Dramon, Magnamon. A lot of decks from the previous format are still very, very viable in the current format. It's just a lot of the new decks are playing around hybrid.
Yeah. So I think essentially it feels like it's just like what you say, even in the Ancient Garuru build, so there's like two variants to it. You can go for Gabumon or go for the hybrid, right? So it's really not just stick to one build. There's a lot of variation, and your variation really, it's sort of, you personalize it yourself.
Yeah, that's
It's your
very
own
true.
deck.
That's very, very true. To a certain extent, it's definitely a lot of what do you want to do with the deck, right? And then you see there are players looking at the new sets, EX7, introduction of Digimon Liberator. I believe that series, so far, what we have seen from Bandai, that's fantastic. I genuinely love that series a lot. I think that is a breath of fresh air for Digimon and the Digimon card game as a whole. I personally do like Zephagamon's design. What about you?
Well, me on the other hand, probably I like Shumon.
Shumon.
Yeah. So with the puppet build, I think I kind of like it. In terms of design and gameplay, seems kind of fun to me.
Yeah, yeah.
I think, like I said, with the introduction of the whole Liberator, right, we can see an increase back in the interest in Digimon again. As evident, I think I have to mention it once more, the additional 50% turn up.
Yeah. That's. I think once again, I'm repeating myself, but it's really, really great because it just shows how happy I am, how excited I am to know that there's so many players out there. There's so many players today, really fighting for that top spot. And I really, really, really am looking forward to finding out who is the champion of today.
Yeah.
So just for viewers' information, for Digimon we do not have a top cut, but the format we are running is a double elimination Swiss format. It will be played 7 rounds. So what this means is that the moment a player loses 2 rounds, they are eliminated from the competition. So every player has to play their best, and every round is best of 3, which means the first player to win 2 games will win that set. And we also have a time limit of 50 minutes per game.
Aye.
So they have to finish 3 games in 50 minutes. And what happens if they don't finish the 3 games in 50 minutes? It will basically be turn 0, 1, 2, 3. So the last player's turn will be turn 0. Then it will be passing to the opposing player as turn 1, back to the first player as turn 2, and then to the opposing player as turn 3. At that point of time, if a winner is still not decided, they will check the security count, followed by, if I'm not mistaken, the field size. So using that, usually you'll be able to determine...
The last they check will be the deck, isn't it?
The
last
winner.
thing. Yeah, for the win right after the 0, 1, 2.
Yeah. But we do have cases where both players are playing very control heavy decks, so they tend to end up with similar life. As you know, Digimon, when you talk about control in Digimon, there's a lot of healing. So if I'm not wrong, we are already on stream. We are looking at the first game right now. It's about to start soon. So we have Apocalypse versus Numemon. So interesting thing. Alright, so the game is starting. So interesting thing, right, Eugene? Talking about Apocalypse. I believe this deck has not seen much play ever since its ban in BT16's release, because it was actually very polarizing and very, very, very difficult to deal with. But let's take a look at the gameplay. This Apocalypse may have some surprises for us. Right? So
I think they start off with the Ukomon. I think we see that a lot of plays in most decks nowadays.
Yep.
Sort of to say, it becomes a staple now.
Yeah, definitely. I think that Ukomon as a card is really, really very strong. A lot of decks can make use of it because of the search power that it offers every single deck. And on the opposite side, we do see a very familiar deck list. We are looking at Numemon, the yellow-black variant, right?
That's the
Numemon
Digipolice one, right? The Digipolice one.
Yes, Digipolice one. The one that was played is the Digipolice one, introduced with Digimon Seekers. But Numemon in itself, ever since the introduction of Ukomon in BT16, has shown a very meteoric rise, partially because Numemon itself has the ability to maintain a very strong board presence due to the use of Numemon X. Sorry, Ukomon just swung, so Fred instead. With Numemon X inherited skill, it allows you to actually retain the field very well, and also at the same time, it allows you to build a field large enough for you to actually exploit Monzaimon X, which allows you to minus the opponent's DP for every Digimon on the field. So it has a very strong control element and also a very strong board presence. Not to mention with the introduction of Blast Evolution since the new start decks and also BT14, we are looking at a lot of very strong counter movement. The game has become a lot more interactive, where you always have to constantly think about what am I going to do against an opponent that is a Blast Evolve heavy deck. For example, Numemon, right? Numemon runs a lot of variations of Blast Evolution, some like Valkyrieon, some like Cherubimon, some like Vikemon. I personally have gone against this deck. It's not fun to play against, but it is undeniably very, very strong.
So I think comparatively speaking, normally when we go for Digivolve, we would need to pay some of memories. But I think oppositely, if you go to Blast Digivolve, there's no need to pay such memory, right? You go straight into it.
Yeah, that's true, that's right.
So I guess in a way, the Blast Digivolve speeds up.
Yeah, exactly.
Counterplays, right?
So you can see even the Numemon player at that point of time losing his Numemon in the Numemon X in the security check, he's able to pull it back out immediately and transition over to a Monzaimon. So you can see the kind of board power, the kind of board presence Numemon has. And even Ukomon itself, right, the Apocalypse, you are looking at his hand actually, that's very interesting. It's not just pure Apocalypse, he is mixing in Purple Hybrid.
So Purple Hybrid introduction was first introduced in BT7. We are seeing a resurgence of it in BT18 with new components. We have the new, of course, we know from Digimon Frontier, people who have watched the show, we have Lowemon and Jaeger Lowemon as the two light evolutions, so to speak, and the two dark evolutions of Dustmon and Velgamon. So this deck actually, I believe, takes full advantage of all of that to fill up the trash as quickly as possible with Dark Masters so that he can pull his one-off Apocalypse. You can look at him filtering the hand. He's going very, very fast. The trash looks to be very built up right now.
So I see in two components, there's two kind of plays over here. You have the Ukomon that comes up from the breeding area. He looks at top 3, search for a Digimon or Tamer, right? Adds it to hand. Additionally, I think the Digitama, if it gets deleted, you get to draw 2 and drop trash 1 card off hand. It really helps with the draw power of the deck. You can see his hand is really thick already.
Yes, definitely. So again, probably this is something that I didn't touch just now. Demi Meramon, like what Eugene has mentioned. By trashing a level 5 on division, he gets to draw 2. So he definitely builds up his hands and resources. And also, not to mention, the Apocalypse player actually has Digimon Kaiser set up. So again, talking about our childhood, Digimon Kaiser was such an iconic villain back then, and he is being an absolute villain right now to the Apocalypse player.
I remember when I was younger, I saw Digimon Emperor. First was with the Chimeramon. Oh, that was scary when as a child.
Yeah, he was honestly he was honestly a really well written villain.
Yeah.
But talking about Digimon Kaiser in the game, what does he do? So whenever your opponent pushes out a level 3 out of security, he loses 2 memory.
Oh, okay.
So he controls the state of the field. He doesn't let Ukomon play as freely as they would. You can see that is why the Numemon player is actually retaining his Ukomon in raising. He's not really pushing it out. And the Numemon Ukomon player, he's actually struggling to find his resources right now. You can see the flow of the game, I believe, to a certain extent, it is in the Apocalypse player's favor. He's setting up his trash, he's preparing himself, he's not being restricted by any opposing Digimon Kaiser. And right now, all that he's looking for is that one piece of Apocalypse to deal the finishing blow and start trashing out the Numemon's deck. So actually, I realized I didn't touch on Apocalypse effect. Eugene, you want to talk about that? Okay, so probably I think Eugene has been a little bit too traumatized by the card.
Correct.
It is
I don't want to remember
for a lot of players for a very long time. I believe this, including myself. So what Apocalypse does? Apocalypse basically has a 15 play cost that can be reduced by 3 for every Dark Masters he inserts into his evolution source when he is played. So basically you can play him
for free at 5 with 5 Dark Masters?
For 3. Minimum 3. Because 15 minus 3 minus 3 minus 3 minus 3. So at maximum you can minus 12. Because the Dark Masters has to be a different name.
I see. So there were only 4 Dark Masters in total.
Exactly. So it's very thematic. Well done to Bandai on designing that. I really love the thematic design. But of course, this reduction of cost is not going to be able to be done because of the opposing Chikurimon. That does not allow players to reduce play cost. So for the Apocalypse player, he has to find a way to get rid of those Chikurimon. And right now, I believe he is looking through his hand, thinking about if he should. Oh, here we go.
Oh,
Spirit Evolution. Let's go. What is he going into? It's a Lowemon, I believe.
Is it Lowy?
I am sorry. It's not a Lowemon, but based on the color of the card, it looks to be a Dustmon. So what Dustmon does is on play or on evolve, you actually can change the color of one of your opponent's Digimon.
Oh, Uno wildcard. It's like an Uno wildcard.
Yeah, it's basically Uno. We are playing Uno right now. Suddenly we are playing a game of Uno. So the implications of this is actually really scary because basically what this allows you to do to the opponent is basically what I'm going to tell you. I'm going to change your Digimon's color and then you cannot Digivolve on that Digimon during your turn because the color change lasts. Oh, that is a very big check for the Numemon player. He's opening or opposing Digimon Kaiser. So the question now is whether or not that is coming too little too late for the Numemon player.
Because after all, for the Apocalypse player, I think he already pushed out easily at least two or three Ukomon already.
Yeah, exactly. So he has generated a very strong advantage, very strong field, very strong board presence. You can see that right now. I think the Numemon player personally is in a bit of dire straits. Despite having that much of a board presence on field, he is trying to find his win condition right now.
Right.
And I think that it's honestly not going to be easy on him.
Probably going to keep
because
swinging,
being locked out of evolving his Garemon is going to hurt his game plan.
Oh,
Yeah.
is he
But
swinging
it looks like actually well, try and true strategy of rush, I guess.
Yeah. I think that's what we used to call it rookie rush.
Yes, rookie rush. It brings you back, right?
Yeah.
So it is a rookie rush. To a certain extent, I guess it is a rookie rush back, right? You just push out the level 3s and just swing until you go for game.
Very surprising, no? We saw earlier during the early part of the game with the introduction of Digimon Emperor early into the field, the Numemon player was actually struggling to push up his Ukomon, but I guess somewhere along the way he found out, right? I think I'm just gonna go for a rookie rush and then swing for game. Yeah. The gameplay changes halfway.
Yeah. I think honestly, a little bit anticlimactic, but you win however you can win. So they are setting up for game 2. Looking back at the first game, a bit of highlights. I think that the Numemon player really realized that against this particular deck, Purple Hybrid Apokari, you cannot really actually play your own game because they are going to be able to refill their stuff, because when they are deleted, they are going to be able to play back Tamers, they're going to be able to add back Digimon from hand. So he does not want to play into the Monzaimon X combo that I mentioned earlier. Instead, I think he made the right decision to go for plan B, which is to set up his field with Ukomons, with Chikurimons, slow down the Apokarimon's players' pace as much as possible. And by doing that, he found his own win condition by having 4 or 5 bodies on field, taking all of the security away at once. So I guess the downside of the Apokarimon deck, you do know that a very straight line deck, a very mainstream deck, they don't play any Blast Evolutions. Because the deck, generically, I would say that Purple, the good Blast Evolutions are locked to level 6, and you know that deck is running level 4s, and all of his field are level 4s. So I guess he can very safely say that, I'm very confident he does not have a Blast Evolution in hand. This deck rarely runs Blast Evolutions, if not no Blast Evolutions. I'm just going to go for game. And I believe that he actually found his winning formula.
Yeah. So it's just more than just one way to win in Digimon. It's not that if I can't pull out the combo for the entire deck, there's still other ways to win.
Yeah, exactly. So the game is very, very dynamic, and I really love that about the game. Again, like what you mentioned earlier, you can customize the deck to your favorite play style. Depends on how you want. It's not just so much about the cards, but also the way you play it. It's not about, if let's say the card says do this, I can do this. What about if card A interacts with card B? How does that interaction take place? How would that give me an advantage? Or let's say instead of B, I'm going to play card C instead. So because of the variety of Digimon, even in lore-wise, Digimon is very consistent with this, that any Digimon can digivolve into another Digimon as long as it's reasonable enough variable. In this case, we are following colors. Your potential is limitless. I believe that this is something clearly shown either by the shows, by the anime, right, by all sorts of media. When we talk about Digimon, I think one thing we think about is potential, and that potential is truly limitless.
So I think now we have seen over at least 18 sets, and we have 7 EX in total, 25 sets, excluding the trial decks, starter decks that is already in the game.
And then we're also
I think
at,
plenty of cards, plenty of interactions. Let's see if we see anything out of interesting today.
Yep, and we can see game 2 going off. You can see that it's a very strong start for the Numemon Ukomon players. See, I keep thinking that deck is called Ukonume, because that's the term that players use. So I hope viewers at home don't mind if I have Freudian slips and end up calling it Ukonume, because this is what is quite commonly mentioned. So he's adding. So here's the interesting thing.
The Black Monzai.
The Ukonume deck. They have a lot of level 5s to play into. So we just saw the Waru Monzaimon being added to the Ukonume player's hand. So some variants, obviously you have the Monzaimon X variant, which does play in with Waru Monzaimon. But I also did see an Itemon in the Ukonume player's previous game, which basically what it does is that on play on Digivolve, choose one of your opponent's Digimon to minus 3000, and at the start of his turn, he has to attack. So by forcing him to attack,
he pushes up the Gabumon.
Yes, let me actually go through the train of thought before I address what's happening right now. So basically, by forcing him to attack, he can immediately go into Blast Digivolution. So that gives you actually a very strong advantage to be able to clear the field immediately. And here, this is a very interesting interaction. Even though there is a Digimon Emperor on the opposing side of the field, by pushing the Gabumon up and having Ukomons on the field already, as being played last turn, what this allows the Apocalypse player to do is actually add memory from Ukomon's effect, therefore bypassing the Digimon Emperor's -2 memory effect.
And also with 2 Ukomon, he does the search from his top deck twice.
Exactly.
So he can
So the Ukomon on the left searches deck, but the one on the right is the promo Ukomon. So if you didn't recognize that art, it's because it's a very special art from a premium Bandai set, and that set is, I would say, is pretty much for Digimon 02 fans who are fans of the beginning. So
from the movie,
it was a very, very
I think
special
the movie
set.
was last year.
Yeah, that was end of last year. That was a really good movie as well. So let's come back to the game. I think we've gotten sidetracked enough. So you can see that the Numemon player right now again, with him having both Digimon Kaiser and also having being free to do whatever he wants, he has pretty much free reign of the game right now. But again, at any moment that can change. As you can see, the Apocalypse player has decided, okay, you want to rush me down the first game, now it's my turn to rush you down. So we are looking at a 5-2 security advantage in the Apocalypse player's favor right now. He has decided, I'm not going to do anything, I'm going to pass my turn. Let us see what you do. So
The Rui on the fields also does proc the Rui on the Numemon. The Numemon's field also. He does proc when you push a level 3, right?
Yes. So Ukomon, this is why Ukomon is so strong. His effect is not only locked to pushing itself out of the breeding area, it also triggers when something else comes out of the breeding area. Much like how Ukomon wanted to give every chosen child a partner Digimon in the movie. In this case, it's rewarding you for pushing out any Digimon out in the player, telling you that, oh, you've added another Digimon, you've gotten another partner. Let me give you an extra resource to make use of that partner. So again, very, very thematic, and I think very well done on Bandai's end by designing this card in terms of thematic wise. So you can see right now, the Numenon player is actually contemplating his play. He is thinking about what he can do right now, adjusting, because he has been given a lot of memory. You cannot deny this. By pushing out that one, by passing the turn, by the Apocalypse players deciding to pass the turn, because Apocalypse is a very long name. Please forgive my butchering of the name every now and then. By pushing it out, he has been able to make use of Rui Owada. So Rui Owada's effect, whenever he's being played, this is the promo Rui Owada from the beginning promo pack. So by playing him down, whenever he's being played, you can actually raise the Digimon in your raising area out. So much like how Rui nurtured Ukomon. And when a Digimon is being pushed out of the breeding area into the play area, Rui can actually suspend himself to add 1 memory. So you can see that has given him an advantage. Right now, he's building his hand, he's building his build. The Numemon player is going to begin to swing. There he is swinging, clears the Ukomon to bring back out his Numemon. Because this is how Numemon basically tells you, I'm going to generate advantage. And Digimon Kaiser generates him more advantage. So we talked about the negative memory effect of Digimon Kaiser, but we didn't touch on the other effect. Digimon Kaiser actually rewards you when a level 5 or below Digimon on the field, on your field leaves play through whatever it is battle, through deletion actually. So by suspending Digimon Kaiser, you can actually draw a card. So using this quote-unquote Kamikaze tactics, Numemon will be able to generate a lot of hand cards while maintaining the field, and he drops another Digimon Kaiser.
Right? The moment Apocalypse pushes up the Ukomon, he loses 4 memories.
Exactly.
This is painful.
Very, very difficult for the Apocalypse player to come back now. I can see he's contemplating.
He's going.
So what he's doing right now, there's a hard play, Valkyriemon. So that is a 7-cost Digimon. That is an Ace Digimon. So he does, surprisingly, he does play Blast Evolve in his deck.
Yeah, I think it's more of to control the field if any times he needs
exactly.
to. 7 cost though.
Yeah, it is a 7-cost board wipe, so to speak, because Valkyriemon's effect, when played or when Digivolve, he gets to minus 5,000 DP to the whole field until the end of the opponent's until the end of the turn that it was being played, right? So on the opponent's turn, when it Blast Evolves, it minuses 5,000 to all the Digimon until opponent's end. And when he's being played on his turn, he minuses on his turn.
Oh.
Right?
So that's how
So,
he wiped out,
but-
stopping the Numemons from rushing.
Exactly. But the key selling point of Valkyriemon as well, there is another key selling point. I have to admit this, because I'm very familiar with this card. I actually like this card a lot. I think it's a very strong card. The key point here is that basically what it can do is when it takes a security, when a security is being taken, regardless on his side or the opponent's side,
Right?
he gets to delete a Digimon of 8,000 or below. If he doesn't do so, he gains 1 security check.
Oh wow. So one security check on hit, it's 2 damages. Then.
Exactly, that's
Wow.
right. So it's a kind of a situation where, you know, I'm messed up if I leave a field for him to burn. I'm messed up if I don't leave a field for him to burn. Because if I have nothing for him to burn, there's 2 checks coming my way. But you can see the Monzaimon being played. If I'm not mistaken, the Monzaimon has locked down the Valkyriemon by giving him minus
minus
one
one
check
sec-
by
security,
playing
yeah.
a Numemon. So you can see the memory refund. Basically what Monzaimon does when he plays, you can put a Numemon under him, then you can actually gain back to memory.
But this Numemon will come from the trash, right?
Yeah, it comes from the trash. That's why you see him inserting the Numemon X from trash underneath him. And
So there's
by,
options there.
Yeah, exactly. So and also by putting the Numemon X under the trash, what he can do if this Monzaimon ever were to leave the field,
Yep.
because the Numemon's X inherited ability will trigger then. So you can actually flip back the field again.
I think
So
that's what we saw earlier when the first Numemon X, when he swing onto the Ukomon, he dies, and after that he brought it back out. I think when the Valkyrie dropped earlier, when they got Bob White, they didn't have the ESS to protect them.
He doesn't have the capability. No, actually it's more on because the minus 5,000 affected the whole field.
Yeah.
So when that happened, right, even if you were to bring out the Numemon again, the Numemon will get hit.
So it's insufficient power.
Yes,
right?
exactly. So I guess that is probably what we would say, quote unquote, a disadvantage to Numemon, in the sense that Numemon does not have enough power to stay for long. But I guess it doesn't matter when you can just swing at your opponent's security.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so he did go for the Monzaimon X play here. As mentioned, Monzaimon X allows you to play a Digimon for every Digimon on your field, minus 2,000 power to one of your opponents. So powering down the Valkyriemon, maybe
Valkyriemon-
looking for ways to
Yeah.
push the game state forward.
I think
leaving a
inclusive
level
of the Monzaimon earlier, I'm looking at what Valkyrie is probably what 10 or 7k.
around there. But I think that at this point of time, leaving the Monzaimon there is more for, I would say to a certain extent, insurance. He did create. Yeah, so the reason why he gained back 4 memory after deleting the Valkyriemon,
Right.
all Ace Digimon actually have this ability called Overflow, right? It's actually a detriment, so to speak, because you get to Blast Evolve Digimon for free. So to counter that, the card is designed in such a way that all Ace Digimon, when leaving the field, they have to pay a certain cost. Whether it is 3 for level 5, 4 for level 6, there are specific costs. As of now, we have seen this pattern. So what happened there? When he actually successfully DP minus the Valkyriemon down to 0, Valkyriemon was forced to leave the field, therefore giving him back the 4 additional memory. Therefore
so when
allowing...
we say leave the field, right? Just to understand, when you leave the field, it doesn't have to be by deletion. Okay, as long any method, it leaves the field.
As long as basically you can return it to hand, that triggers the overflow. This negative memory effect is called overflow.
Wow.
Triggering, sending it back to deck, sending it to your security. Any of this. Here we go. The Itemon that I was talking about. So this Itemon, again, choosing one of the Digimon, that Digimon has to attack. So he has chose the Monzaimon. I believe that with the showing of Blast Evolve from hand from Ahza, the Apocalypse player, we are looking at, a potential second Valkyriemon or maybe something else. We are not privy to players' deck list, so what we can do right now at this point is to speculate. I suspect it will be a second Valkyriemon because that is actually a very firm answer to the field's current state right now. Being able to clear off both Ukomons and also with the DP DP negative from Etemon, the Monzaimon will be at a very bad position. So are we blasting him? Oh no, he doesn't have. Doesn't have
the Blast Evolve.
Blast Evolve in hand, yeah.
Oh,
So-
but yes, you have a level 5 on the field. It kind of signals to your opponent, right, I'm going to have a level 5 here. If you want to swing, up to you. I could have a Blast Evolve. So a little mind games
but
there.
in this case, Itemon forces him to swing.
Yeah.
Forces him to take a damage. But at this point of time, doing that, but I do see the rationale here somewhat. Maybe the goal here was to actually get him to swing with the Monzaimon so that he has one less level 5 to worry about. So that is a possibility, and also maybe he's looking to set up into a level 6 from the Itemon.
Oh, he drops Chicory.
But you can see that it is right now the Chikurimon player's turn, and using Monzaimon X effect again. Actually, Monzaimon X, here's the interesting thing: his DP minus effect, it's not triggered on evolve. It's triggered when a Digimon is played.
Oh,
So
and
he does
any
trigger.
side.
Yeah, exactly. So as long as the Monzaimon X was on field, it's going to be really, really difficult for him to deal with it. I believe at that point of time, why he did not bait the Monzaimon X into play, into attacking, is because he was worried that maybe the security check will not be enough to deal with the Monzaimon X. Or, due to the evolution source of the Monzaimon X, being able to refresh his field with more Numemons.
Wow. Then I just noticed that the Numemon player actually slide the Satsuki Tamer underneath. I think that was an effect called Mind Link.
Yes, correct. So basically, Mind Link, what it does, as long as it meets the condition, for Satsuki's case, is Numemon Monzaimon or Digimon with D Brigade image traits, it can be placed from the field to under the Digimon, and that Digimon will actually gain additional effect. In Satsuki's case, it gives the Monzaimon jamming, so the Monzaimon X can swing freely without worry. So we are going into Platinum Numemon. So the two checks actually does come from the Monzaimon.
Correct.
So,
So
slight dispute, I
Mind
guess.
Links towards the end of your turn, the Tamer comes back
Yeah,
out.
actually that's a choice. So you can choose not to, because some tamers does give the blocker inheritable to the Digimon. So some people will actually choose to leave the tamer underneath the Digimon so that they can actually block the next turn.
But similarly, I think if you were to leave the Tamer down there, you risk if the Digimon gets deleted or removed from the play, the Tamer follows along.
Exactly. So it is a risk and reward kind of thing. I can pull the tamer back out, I make sure the tamer is safe, but I do not get the blocker. On the other hand, I can push the tamer and leave it in. I get my blocker, but if something really big comes swinging at me and I have to block, I'm losing my tamer as well. So there's no way for the tamer to eject out, even though a very big thing is coming, a very big swing is coming, a very big power swing is coming. It's much like the Seeker's novel, whereby when they are Mind Link, if they take severe damage, they get what we call digital missing in action. So the tamer's conscious gets lost along with the Digimon. So again, very, very thematic.
Right.
So we are looking at Velgamon, I believe. Yes, it is a Velgamon, correct. So the Velgamon's effect on play on Digivolve. I will check how many colors there are on my opponent's field, and I will trash the number of cards from both players' deck accordingly. So what this Velgamon is doing basically for the Apakonemon player, they are actually giving the Numemon player somewhat resources because you are sending Numemon into trash.
Yep.
So that does give them resources. But at the same time, it is actually fueling up his own trash. Potentially, he is looking to mill out the opponent to a point where he can show the opponent, hey, I've got an Apocalypse, I'm going to mill out your whole deck right now. Well played. But I think again, it is difficult because the Chikurimon is still on the opponent's field. The Chikurimon will be a thorn in the Apocalypse side as long as it's not removed. And right now, looks like the Ukomon player is, you see, again, the Freudian slip. I'm so used to calling it Nume Uko. So I call it Ukomon player instead of a Numemon player, right? And I think that shows just how influential Ukomon has been in the Numemon deck's rise to popularity. So nobody expected Numemon to be a good deck. With the introduction of Ukomon, Ukomon said, hey buddy, let's go, let's go be a top deck. And you can see it's definitely showing here. The state of the game has advanced to this point. It is actually very, very dangerous for the Apocalypse player with 2 security left. If he does not have a Blast Evolve here, he is in trouble.
So you got the Numemon player has 5 attacks. So he has 2 securities left from the Apocalypse player. He can end the game, but if by any chance he swings and they drop a Blast Evolve, he could possibly clear his whole entire field again.
Yeah, it does.
Right?
So I believe using Ukomon's skill,
He does the search.
using the Ukomon
Now
skill, you
he's
can see
figuring.
that Ukomon, if being set up properly, it gives the player who has the Ukomons a very, very big advantage. There's a crazy lot of memory. He has 8 memory, and he has
the
the
next Monzai.
the luxury to actually hard play the Monzaimon and gain 2 memory and still have it be on his turn. So his effect minus his power. So
Minus
I
power,
believe he
minus
wants to get rid
security.
of the Velgamon to secure his victory. Let us see if he can do that. X
X
antibody
antibody,
into
he's got
Monzaimon X, reducing the evolution cost for free. Monzaimon's X effect by playing a Digimon. There goes the Velgamon.
Yeah. Oh, he drops another Chikorine. That's 2 now. Yep. And
Yeah.
there goes the Delphi.
So I believe now he's going to swing for
Probably.
free. Yeah, because he has jamming. Security.
Oh,
so there's
that
the
was hit.
Yeah, so Tamer
And
that's
there
game.
we have it, end of round 1. What an exciting match.
Yes, I believe that for the Numemon player, it really showcases the strength of the deck right now. With the Ukomon not being restricted by an opposing Digimon Kaiser, he's able to push out the Ukomons freely, flood his field with a number of level 3, 4, 5, while making full use of Monzaimon X effect. Whenever another Digimon is being played, the DP minus that actually hurts the upper Kalimon player a lot. So because he does set up the field, it is not easy for him to deal with that kind of setup already. And by constantly removing bodies on the upper Kalimon player's board, he prevents the blast evolve effect. So even if, let's say, at that point of time he places down a level 5, there's just too many Digimon on the Numemon player's field for the Apocalypmon player to deal with successfully, unless he hard plays another Valkyriemon. And even then, the answer here could be that, oh, I can do this, but there is a very high chance I risk getting overflowed again because the Monzaimon X is still there. So all I need to do, all the Ukomon player needs to do, Nume Ukomon player needs to do, I'm just going to set up field again. I'm going to play down a Digimon. I'm going to trigger the effect of Monzaimon X. I'm going to minus your power, and there goes for free memory.
Similarly, if he were to drop the Valkyriemon just to control the field again, he's going to lose 7 memories like that.
Exactly.
Right? Passing over to the Numemon field, giving him ample memory and time to do all the combo that he needs.
But I think even at that point of time, I think that was probably the only play he had with whatever he had in his hand. So again, a very exciting first round. We are looking to start round 2 shortly. But in the meantime, do stay tuned. Let us just actually go through that match again shortly. So again, like what I said, Numemon Ukomon, a very top tier deck. We have saw its dominance here, even against a deck that previously dominated the meta Apocalypmon. You can argue, yeah, it's being restricted to 1, but there was a reason it's so strong, because it was able to clear out opponent's deck very quickly. The effect allows you to trash, if I'm not mistaken, 3 cards, 2 or 3 cards, for every level 6 under the Apocalypmon.
Okay.
Yeah. So basically what the Apocalypmon player will do is that you would quote unquote reduce cost, cheat it out.
Alright.
There comes out your Apocalypmon with all 4 Dark Masters underneath ideally. Usually, oh no, you can only slot a maximum of 3, I'm sorry. So the reduction is 4, you were right. So that, you see, my memory is a bit iffy as well. Being too traumatized, okay, too traumatized. Please forgive us, we are thoroughly traumatized by Apocalypmon. So minus 4 cost for every Dark Master. You can put 3 Dark Masters under Apocalypmon when he's being played.
So that's 12.
And then at the end of the turn, you put a level 6 under. That's your 4th Dark Master. This is why I'm remembering the number 4.
Wow.
Yes. So and then if I'm not wrong, yes, it is for every level 6, you do minus 2, you do trash 2 cards from your opponent's deck. So on play itself, provided you end the turn right there and then, you immediately trash 8 cards from the opponent's deck. So this is very critical because you reduce the resources that your opponent has access to. By doing so, it is very difficult for the opponent to adjust his game plan. Say, let's say for example, we are talking about Imperial Dramon, back to Imperial Dramon. Level 5, Imperial Dramon is a very key piece of the deck. But if the Apocalypmon trashes out all his level 5, then the Imperial Dramon player is in trouble because he has no way to go into his level 6s anymore.
Oh, right. So yeah, losing 8 cards just like that. Again, all the key cards or key components, you could lose it. It will be very, very difficult for you to come back from that.
Yes, yeah, exactly. So you can see right now really, really hot battles going on in the in our Grand Asia Open right now. If you're in Malaysia, you're tuning into this stream. If you have time later this afternoon, please do swing by. We are at Tropicana Gardens Mall. Come and check us out live face to face. All right, come and say hi. But going back to the game just now, again, Numemon Ukomon's dominance very greatly showcased. I realize that I am repeating myself a lot here, but it's really just a testament to how good the deck is, how flexible the deck is, where you have a lot of options, right? You have a lot of lines of play, you have a lot of ways to build it. So it is really a very flexible deck that, you know, a lot of people actually can think about how I want to play, and a lot of people actually have to look at it and really think about how how is the player playing, right? You can see in that particular deck, that particular Nume Uko player, he has gone for a mix. There is the Waru, you see the Waru Monzaimon,
Yeah.
you see the Monzaimon X,
And the
you
Monzai.
see the Itemon as well.
Yeah.
So he has the, you know, I would say the best of both worlds, both the Itemon variant and the Monzaimon variant. But of course, when you are doing something like that, you are sacrificing consistency. So the format right now, I think very interesting. We are looking at games winding down. Hopefully we'll be able to show you more exciting battles coming soon. We'll be heading into round 2 very shortly. Alright, so do stay tuned for that. So Eugene, any thoughts about the game?
All I can say is that throughout the entire match, the Numemon player played extremely well. You can see from the first match, the opponent had the Digimon Emperor first. He still managed to pull his way through, won it towards the end there. I was really fascinated by that. He didn't let the Digimon Emperor slow down his pace. Second round, he was rushed a bit earlier. Fine, he said, I'll take it early game. And then after that, I'll stop dropping my Digimon Emperor. I'll control my fields with my Ukomons, draw whatever cards I need, build up my trash, and there I go again.
Exactly. So it is really a testament to both players' skill. I think that bringing in Apocarimon, even though it is, yes, you can say purple hybrid, right? You can see most of his key cards are purple hybrid. We didn't really see much of the Dark Masters. The Apocarimon is probably an additional component to it. Of course, we will probably have to talk to the player himself to get a better insight on what his thought process was in deck building. But I can see the synergy there. You have the Velgamon to actually trash your opponent's deck. You have the Apocarimon to further fuel that deck trashing, so that you actually deck him out to 0 and actually win the game through that method instead. But I think just against a Ukomon player, Numemon, you see? Ukomon, right? Nume Uko player that just really has a very good handle on his deck and what his deck can do. Basically, he played to his outs. He decided, okay, you know what? I'm gonna take the minus memory. It's fine. I'm gonna set up a field of Ukomon appropriately. I'm gonna set up that field. Use the on raising effect to constantly, push the memory still back in my favor, not lose too much memory, and then I'm gonna keep swinging and I'm gonna go for a game like that. So not have you can set up your field, you can do whatever you want. I'm gonna play my game. I'm gonna win. That's basically the message he told his opponent. And in game 2, he's gonna tell him, hey, I'm not gonna let you play your game. I'm gonna set the Emperor first. I'm gonna set my Kaisers first. You are not allowed to play.
Yeah. I think the 2 Emperor early game was really pain. But then again, the Digimon Emperor was at any moment of time if a level 3 gets pushed up. So the way to counter that effect probably would be to Digivolve your Digimon to a level 4 before you push it out of the breeding area.
That is right, Eugene, but the biggest problem here is that Ukomon is white.
Oh,
so you're not going to be able to Digivolve any of your main Digimon from the Ukomon. So that is what makes Digimon Emperor such a strong card in the current meta. Because a lot of decks that are currently dominating meta, a lot of them do run at least maybe 2 or 3 Ukomon. So when you evolve your Ukomon in the raising, you're pretty much stuck if your opponent shows you a Digimon Emperor. Do you push your Ukomon out, lose the memory? You don't get to run your effects. Or do I retain the Ukomon and see if I have a way to bypass the Emperor, maybe flooding my fields with a bunch of promo Ukomons which gain me memory whenever a Digimon is raised. Or playing Lui Owadas which also gain me a memory when Digimon is raised. So there are of course ways to play around it. It's not to say there are not, but your opponent will have to think twice. They will have to re-strategize.
Right. So there's really some very interesting plays I think we have seen earlier from both players. They've really showed their A games, right? Then I think overall the Numemon player just played just that bit better.
Yeah, just a bit better. I think the Apocarimon had a very solid game plan, right? I'm going to restrict my opponent. I'm going to use Digimon Kaiser to just try and restrict him as much as I can. I'm going to field my board. I'm going to try and get the Apocarimon as soon as possible. But unfortunately, I think in game 1, if I'm not wrong, paying attention to his trash, we did see he did have the requirement to come out the Apocarimon. He could cast it. Yeah, he just couldn't get it.
Just missing that one piece.
Exactly. I think to a certain extent that has balanced the deck much more. Instead of having access to 4, you only have access to 1 now. So you have to really count on a degree of building your deck around that, making sure you can draw into it, but at the end of the day, it is still the luck of the draw.
True. So I think with the Ukomon, the top 3 search, and then with his Demimera, that's 2, you're searching 5 cards like that. It's just so unfortunate that towards the end their Pokemon didn't come up.
The Apocarimon decided he just didn't want to wake up today, huh?
Yeah, probably if the Apocalypse actually came out in game 1, we'll probably be in game 3 by now.
Yeah.
The game would have gone
Exactly.
very, very differently.
Yeah. So again, you can see that there is a certain balance to the game right now. There are steps that Bandai takes to address. The dominance of Ukomon. I can say that the player base is somewhat concerned. I personally think that there is positives and negatives to it, right? On one hand, yes. On one hand, there are a lot of players using it, but on the other hand, it raises a lot of decks that previously could not be played, right? So we will be back for game 2.
Yeah, I guess we'll be done. We'll see again in round 2.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so I guess we'll be back for round 2 shortly, right? So stay tuned, don't go anywhere. Alright, we'll have more exciting games coming your way.
Grand Asia Open today in Malaysia. It is a Sunday, beautiful morning. We're having two events today. We're having the Digimon, right? Digimon one, and of course our top cut for One Piece today.
Right.
So we anticipate to see two players today that will be representing Malaysia in Japan.
So just for those who are joining the stream, just joined the stream recently, I'm Ken. My partner is Eugene.
Hi.
So we are glad to have you guys here. We have just concluded the round one of Digimon, the round one for Digimon Grand Asia Open main tournament not too long ago. We will be going into round two very shortly. So I am actually very excited to see if, that it is going to be one of the top decks representing us today, or we are going to see something way out of meta, right? Because again, I mentioned this to Eugene just now. Digimon, I associate Digimon with the word potential, and that potential is limitless. So anybody can take the win today. It is just a matter of seeing who does it.
There are many ways also. I think earlier, going back to round one, we saw a very interesting and very tough fight between Apocalypse and Lumemon. I think overall, both players did very well. Then yeah, we'll see what brings to our table at round two. Look forward to seeing more exciting and heated battle.
Definitely, you can see that players are actually very excited to be here. You can see looks of frustration, looks of joy, them drawing into the right card, drawing into the wrong card, right? And again, it's a card game, a bit of luck of the draw, but it is. They do think about how do I play around what I have in my hand right now, and I think that's what's important in a card game, right? Is to play to your outs, play to your wins, as we saw in the first game. The Numemon player actually thought about how do I play around my opponent's Digimon Emperor. Do I push out my level 3s, my rookies, and just rush him down? Or do I stick with my game plan? And he made the right choice, and that netted him in his victory. So you can see players are queuing up for the side events. We do have side events here. So if you're a player, you're free, do come and join us later in the afternoon. We have gunslingers that will allow you to actually get points for every game played. And with that, you can actually exchange them for prizes. We also have tutorials running as well, so you can actually come and learn the game with us, both One Piece and Digimon. So
I think new players can come in to learn games.
Exactly.
Old experienced player can come in, join the side events, win some promos and whatever. And if you are looking to complete your decks or whatsoever, or just get that new sleeve for your deck, yeah, we do have a shop pop up over here as well.
Exactly. So there's a little bit of everything for everyone. So do come and join us. You can see the environment is very fun. Everybody's having a good time. So really, if you are free, do swing by as long as you're in Malaysia. For those of you who are not, no worries. We are here to provide you the best coverage possible for all the games. So I believe we are starting to settle down into round two. We are preparing our round two games. I can see players are actually starting to settle down, starting to set up. We are looking forward to another heated battle to be shown on screen shortly. But personally, Eugene, I like to say that I am actually looking forward to seeing maybe potentially Ancient Garurumon in this second match. Because I do think that, okay, so personally I have a very strong fondness for the Garurumon line, whether it be Gabumon,
Gabumon or the hybrid variant.
Hybrid being its counterpart, right? In every Digimon series, you have the main protagonist, the one that is represented by dragons, fire, right? And then you have the, how would I say,
the second one,
the foil to him. What would secondary protagonist?
Secondary or rival?
The rival in a way, yeah. So the rival will always be using a beast type Digimon, right? So we have Digimon like Gabumon, Lobomon or Wolfmon, depending on the dub.
Kendo Garurumon.
Yeah, exactly. Gaomon. And then to a certain extent, I consider Terriermon as well. It's one of my favorites, along with Vmon. Yeah. So with this four in mind, I'm actually really excited to look at maybe an Ancient Garurumon player taking stage. Considering the fact that some of them actually do run Gabumon. That's the short term that we call Gabumon Bond of Friendship in the community.
So this is where I'm going to be a bit different from you. Your main characters are always rain and fire, right? I'm going to go back a bit to 02, where we got Imperial, that's blue color, and that's the beast there.
That is true, right? So I think that was probably what defined part of my love for Vmon. I'm someone who likes things unique. So I do love Vmon and Terriermon. Terriermon because of the way the character is portrayed. It's full of sass, full of attitude. What was that? Small size, big attitude.
Small size, big attitude.
Yeah. So I really like that about him.
Then just like how you have Gabumon, the bond of friendship, in O2 we have that Imperial where everything was Jogress, the power of friendship.
Exactly, right? It's all about the bonds that you created with the player beside you, player beside you. You see, I'm looking at players right now, and I've realized the player beside you, right? So you're looking at the bonds of the partner with you, Daisuke and Ken, Yako and Hikari, Iori and Takeru. So those bonds built up that it was a very strong emphasis on the bonds between people, and despite them having their disagreements, they could come together to reach a higher level. And I think that is part of Digimon's potential, and showcase again potential is truly limitless when it comes to Digimon. In terms of deck building, in terms of even the series, how they write it, there's a lot of ways that they are talking about the franchise. So it's truly an amazing franchise, in my opinion.
So in case if any of our viewers are not aware, we are actually located at Tropicana Garden Mall today, where we are seeing over 180 players which have joined in the Digimon, trying to qualify, right? And then the format that we're running is Swiss double elimination, meaning that if at any moment of time you were to lose two rounds, right?
Yeah, two
rounds, then you unfortunately will be out of the running to be the representative of Malaysia. Then I think each round there will consist of up to 3 games. So if it could be you win the first 2, that's it. If it's a 1-1, then we'll move on to third game. So either way, no matter whoever it is, we'll play at least 4 games today.
That is right, exactly.
Yeah. So that's one thing, but unfortunately now we are in round 2 already. So after this, once we proceed towards the ending of round 2 and we move to round 3, we will be seeing some players being dropped out already.
Exactly, because there can only, at the end of the day, despite everything, even though we want to have fun together with everybody, at the end of the day, it is a competition. So there will be a winner, there will be losers, and it's just a matter of who's going to be the winner. So we are looking at players setting up. They are getting ready to start round 2 shortly, and we will know the matchups really, really soon. So the Imperial Dramon sleeve, I really like that.
I hope it's Imperial Dramon. I really hope.
I really wonder, because that deck is, I guess for both of us, it is really nostalgic. Do forgive us if we fanboy a little bit, because truly, I think one thing shared between both of us, really, when the scene that Imperial Dramon came out in the anime, I think everybody who loved Vmon, who loved Wormmon was really, really hyped about it. I think everybody probably screamed. It was really something so amazing to watch, and then also, especially watching the beginning movie, I teared up.
Oh yes, that was
teared
fantastic.
up. I honestly teared up. Thinking about it now, I'm tearing up right now, because that nostalgia, that feeling of I'm being brought back to my childhood. It's just so amazing.
I remember when I first watched Digimon, the War Games. That was many years back. When you first see the first Jogress fusion,
Yes.
It was Omnimon between War Greymon and then Metal Garurumon back then. I thought I was going to see that as a one-off thing, it's a movie thing. We went to O2, we saw so many beautiful Jogress.
Exactly. And speaking of Omnimon or Omegamon, right, depending on whether you follow the sub or the dub, I prefer to refer it as Omegamon. So I hope, also viewers at home, I hope you don't mind. So speaking of Omegamon, right, there is also an Omegamon deck right now in BT17.
Right.
Not many players are playing it because it is very combo heavy. This is what I've noticed. But it does not mean that it's a bad deck. Actually, it has the potential to perform very, very well. If provided, again, of course, if you see your pieces. But that's with every deck, right? So the Omegamon deck, it does play into that Jogress mechanic. Basically, it involves you setting up both your War Greymon and Metal Garurumon and Jogressing into the Omegamon. And it's also very on theme. You choose, if I'm not mistaken,
I think it was War Greymon, you get to choose out, prop out the Garuru and vice versa.
Yeah, exactly.
They help each other, right?
Exactly. They basically combo into each other to go into the Omegamon, right? And the Omegamon is an ace Digimon. So I should mention this as well. You do not only have generic Blast evolutions, which means you go into 4 to 5, 5 to 6, like how you generically evolve. You do have Blast Jogress. So on your opponent's turn, let's say now you have a War Greymon on your field, and I attack into you. If you have a Metal Garurumon in your hand and an Omegamon Ace in your hand, you can review both cards and declare, I'm going to do a Blast Jogress. So instead of needing both components on field, you only need one Digimon on field, and the other half can come from your hand.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right. So Blast Jogress was a concept that was, I think, introduced in BT14. So today we're at
Blast Evolution was
Blast
14.
Evolution,
Yes.
sorry.
Yeah.
Blast Evolution was actually introduced in BT14. Today we're at BT18. So relatively still new. I think it just came into the scene about about what, year and a half back?
Year and a half, yeah. It's
So-
been actually, when you think about it, it's only been 4 sets and maybe like 2 to 3 EX. But it's the time frame has been very, very long, and that has given the meta a lot of time to develop. People are starting to favor Blast. People are looking for ways to anti-strat Blast. So it has definitely warped how the game is being played, and I would say it's in a very good direction because you have to actually consider how it does affect your gameplay. Previously, players would say, okay, I'm not going to think so much, I'm going to attack into you. Whatever you can do on your turn, that is what you can do on your turn. But I don't care, I have this thing, I'm going to attack into you. But now people actually have to pause and consider, do I want to attack? Do I want to take his security and risk that Blast evolution, right?
You go in, Blast, could possibly clear your field,
Exactly,
and you're left with
and
nothing.
then you lose that kind of tempo that maybe you have gained throughout the game. Like, for example, the previous game, if let's say, for example, the Apocalypse player, he managed to get his Blast evolution, could you imagine how devastating that would be for the
Wow,
normal player?
terrible. Again, I think with that Blast evolution, we'll probably move to game 3 already.
Exactly.
Right.
So,
So-
it's just, it's just how game changing the mechanic can be.
Then I think similarly also Blast has changed the game in the sense that each unit would have their play cost. So let's say if I draw a level 6 and I don't have a 5 on the field, I can play a play cost. It's a much reduced play cost when the game first started. I think level 6 were generally like 10, 11, 12.
Yeah,
now it's
definitely.
7 or 8.
Yes.
But then again, with every good thing, there's always something to balance it out.
That's right.
The
You're talking
overflow.
about- yes, exactly. The overflow mechanic. That is honestly, whenever you talk about Blast Evolve, every player hopes to never see that, right? You hope for your Ace Digimon to just stay there. The moment I'm putting out on field, please stay there until the end of the game, so that I do not give my opponent that free memory.
Yeah, so essentially because with Blast Evo, you get that free, reduced cost, but if your ace were to leave the field, you lose memory. That's
so
really, really
I like
painful.
to liken it as a tax, paying tax. Oh, so
Right.
the second match is going out. We are seeing an Imperial Drama player. So the sleeves, let's go.
Yes.
Right.
Oh, he starts with the dice game. That's the memory setter 4 cost. And then additionally, he looks at top 3. He can earn a blue and a green, right?
Yes, a blue and a green Digimon,
Wow,
correct.
2 cards.
Yes, exactly. So he is going second. The first player is playing Ukonume again. So we are going to look at similar strategies from game 1.
Yep.
So let us see how this matchup is being played. Obviously, when you are playing into a different deck, you need to play differently, right? So the same thing, you're looking, he is playing Venusmon. So that is interesting. Venusmon actually has the potential to stop Imperial Dramon Code due to his effect. On Digivolving, I give all of my opponent's Digimon security attack -1. And if the opponent has any security attack modifiers, for example, security attack +1 or -1 regardless,
They can't attack.
they cannot trigger their on evolve or on attacking effects. So by doing this, because Imperial Drama as a deck, it relies a lot of its on digivolving and on attacking effects. Using this, he can actually lock down the Imperial Drama player. You can see him considering very heavily on taking the Venusmon. Maybe he's thinking that, should I take the Venusmon or should I take the Chikurumon? Yeah, he's
Chikurumon.
looking at taking the Chikurumon.
So I think similarly also with the Venusmon, because the stun, I would call it the stun effect, the
Yes.
disable effect, right?
Yes.
Disable effect is more for security modifier. So even if there's any chance you were to add your unit's number of security, you still can activate the effect.
Exactly, you cannot activate on Digivolving or attacking
works both
effect.
ways.
Exactly. So it's it's a very strong card in stopping. Yeah, you can
He
say
drops the DG Emperor right here.
that. Oh goodness, alright. But also a very good thing about, we can put it this way, right? Good thing about Vmon is that he does not care too much for whether or not you have the Emperor on the field or not. Because much like 0-2, right? Vmon
Vimon was the hero that defeats
exactly.
DG Emperor.
Exactly, right? So in this case, because the Vmon is blue, he can just digivolve into a level
Yeah,
4
he
and then
goes
he can
into
just push it up.
Yeah, so with level 4, because DG Emperor specifically targets level 3, you goes to level 4, you don't
You're
have
safe,
that restriction
yes.
already.
Exactly.
Alright, Chikurimon is out. Alright, he's going to proc the Ukomon here and goes for the search again. So, yeah, I think I do see another Chikuri and a Ukomon. Not too sure, I can't make out the third one in the middle.
I do see the Ukoma, I see what you're saying. I can't, same thing, I cannot make out the cut in the... Yeah, the glare is a bit, but it's fine. Either way, we are looking
it's Garemon.
It's Garemon and Numemon X. So he's looking to take the Numemon X, probably to just take full advantage of the Numemon on his field right now to start dealing damage to the Imperial Drama players.
Yep,
Starting to
and
put
he
pressure.
goes like
Here
that.
we go. Here we go.
Are we going to see the first hit of the game?
Oh, he gets a cut. So you saw him draw the extra card, right? That was
Yeah.
from the Sunomon.
Evolution.
So Sunomon is, in fact, is when another Digimon on the field is evolved, he gets to draw one.
Ah.
So in a deck like Numemon, where a lot of cards are on the field, you can Digivolve one. Once you Digivolve one, you get like 3 or 4 draws. If you have 3 or 4 Sunomons on the field.
right?
Right?
It gets you your key pieces up to you faster.
Exactly, right?
Wow.
So it's a very big boost. But right now, I would say that it's still too early to tell who has the game. The Imperial Dramon player has the potential right now to actually go full on Jawgrass because he is setting up his pieces. If the Numemon player isn't able to, oh, I see the Monzaimon, he is contemplating that play. If the Numemon player is not able to get rid of that Vmon, we could very well see a Pale Dramon or Imperial Dramon the next turn and slow down the pace of the Numemon player a lot. So let us see if that happens. You can
So
see-
in this sense, there's no need to go for memory choke because he has the Davies over there.
Yes.
So memory choke being that you just play just right enough that the memory doesn't go too much on the opponent end.
Exactly. Right. So I can see he might be thinking, maybe there are many lines of it. He might be thinking, okay, I'm going to let him go into the playground. Oh, he's looking
No,
to
first swing of the
Here
game.
we go.
There we go. What is
Oh,
it?
it's a fighter mode. Okay, so that is a good and bad thing, I guess. I guess it's more bad than good because it reveals that there is one less potential ace card that he has to deal with. And you can see that he has taken 1 yellow, 1 black, and that is deleted. Yes.
Right.
That is the Numemon's on deletion effect.
It's a searcher.
Yeah, it is a searcher on deletion searcher.
I
So a
see.
lot of Numemon. Oh, there we
second
go,
hit.
another Paladin mode. So you
Oh.
can see that is actually very good for the Numemon player because what Paladin mode basically does is that when it is played or blast or blast evolved into, right, at any condition.
It's
you
an
may-
ace.
Pardon?
It is an ace then.
Yeah, it is an ace. It is an ace.
Ah.
The Paladin mode is an ace. Basically, when that happens, you can return either your or your opponent's trash back to the deck. So you can basically prevent him from having his
Up.
pieces. Yeah, there we go. Here,
he's
there's the
gonna clear.
Monzaimon play. So I believe at that point of time, he was hoping to swing with the Numemon X. Whether it gets deleted or not, it doesn't matter. And then after that, what he was going to do is that regardless of whatever it is, his Numemon X is going to come back out and he's going to go straight into the Monzaimon. Shown there.
Right. So now, how are we doing? So the XVmon, this XVmon has jamming, correct?
Yes, correct.
Yeah. So jamming being that when he swings onto the security, regardless of the power, he will not die.
Okay, here we go. There's the Jawgrass going into Pale Dramon, sorry. I'm so excited for Imperial Dramon to come out that I just want to see him jump to level 6 right now. So Pale Dramon, this Pale Dramon's effect, this is from BT12. The Pale Dramon basically trashes sources, correct. It trashes 2 sources from 2 opponents' Digimon and then 2 opponents' Digimon without source cannot suspend. So he is locking, instead of using the
gonna
lock
clear the
effect,
field?
he chooses to clear the field, which is very, I think it's a pretty decent choice there. Because even though he has jamming, there is no guarantee he may or may not run into an option or a second Digimon Kaiser, which will be very difficult for him to deal with.
I did notice something earlier. The Stingmon was a 4-cost play cost, but he came out for 3 costs.
Yes, so here's the thing about that Stingmon, right? In team with you being partners with each other and therefore achieving the progress, that Stingmon is allowed to be played for 3 if you have a blue Digimon on your field. So taking full advantage of that and taking full advantage of the fact that he has 3 memory, he immediately played out the Stingmon and immediately went for the Jawgrass play there.
And then Jawgrass is free.
Exactly. So Jawgrass basically, in return for needing to have 2 Digimon on the field, the cost is free. So there is a give and take, but obviously being able to Jawgrass for free has a very big benefit. But the downside is that you always need to maintain 2 Digimon on field to be able to actually Jawgrass into the level 5. So here we can see he plays the Daisuke and Ken.
Yep.
So this is actually, well, personally I have Imperial Dramon deck as well, right? So I would say that this is actually a really, really, really great addition for the Imperial Dramon decks. Even for the decks like Sylphimon, right? They get Hikari Miyako. In Shakomon decks, you get Iori Takeru. Eugene, I'm very familiar that you are a Shakomon player.
I am
so
a Shakomon player.
You know the effect, right?
Yes.
So their effect is that it allows you to play a level 3 Digimon with the free trade, so that there are trades. So there's some Digimon like Vmon, Vermon, Hawkmon, Armadimon are traded free. So it allows you to play one of those cards from your hand for free. At the end of your opponent's turn, it returns to your hand. So because of this, you're constantly being able to get out a second Digimon for free and Digivolve it into a level 4 to actually go into your Jogress. But you can see that I believe that is a Monzaimon
X.
Yes.
So he has cleared the Imperial.
Exactly. So he prevents the Blast Evolve.
I'm so sorry, Pale Dra, not
Yeah,
Imperial.
exactly.
Again, I'm so excited.
Yeah, I get you, right? But that happening, he prevents the Pale Dramon from blasting into Imperial Dramon Fighter mode.
Ooh.
So there goes one check. I think the Numemon player might be going for game right now.
Probably.
Potentially.
We're going to have a very fast. If it goes for kill now, we have a very fast first game. I think we're about 9 minutes in only so far.
Yes, but that is how the game goes, right? For Imperial Dramon, if you do see your Tamers very early, you can basically set up the board really quickly. But I believe that some of the Digimon are not able to swing. They are not able to take the security. So right now, it is up to the Imperial Dramon player. Yep. So here we go.
The dual tamer, we call it, right? The dual tamer skill. So starting of your main phase, you can call for this variant, it's either a Wormmon or a Vmon. He did call the Wormmon with effect of on search, right?
Yes, correct. On the on play, check the top 3 cards, add 1 free trade or Imperial Dramon to your hand, and a tamer. So the tamer can be a Daisuke or a cat. I believe for Wormmon is Ken, for Davies for Vmon is Daisuke. So you're searching for the respective partners. So I believe right now he is trying to look for the Jogress. Yep, here we go. Right, so you can see that he has passed his turn, but there is the added effect of both. First and foremost, the Wormmon's effect allows you to Jogress at the end of your turn. So you can see his memory taking back over. There is the effect of the BT12, Stingmon, and EXVmon. Whenever a Jogress happens,
you get 1 memory each.
Gain 1 memory each, correct. And then after that, he triggers the effect of Daisuke and Ken. Yep, you can see that he is running all the effects. So let me just finish the Daisuke and Ken effect first. I believe I'm getting very, very excited right now, so do forgive me. He is actually triggering Daisuke and Ken's effect. Whenever an evolution happens, he can suspend Daisuke and Ken to actually gain 1 memory. If it's a Jogress evolution, you can trash 3 evolution slots from your opponent's Digimon.
I can trash anywhere. It could be a 1/1/1 or just 3 from one thing.
Correct. So by doing that and also using the Pilgrim's effect, he essentially slows down the pace of the opponent's game, and it is still his turn, but he still has to make sure that he's able to deal with that Ukomon. That is the problem right now, because if he pushes out the Chikurimon,
that's 2 hits there.
Yes, correct. That's also assuming that he does not have a Blast Evolve in his hand. So I think he has slowed down the game to a point where it is much more safe for him. But it is not necessarily. I believe there is a dispute. I believe that yes, I was right. That's why I was actually a little bit curious. Why are they actually suspending the Digimon from Pale Dramon's effect? Because I believe this Pale Dramon's effect it does not allow you to unsuspend. This does not allow you to suspend. It's not about unsuspending. Yes. So he takes 1 check. Here we go. We are going into the Dragon mode. So what this Dragon mode does is on Digivolve, you choose 1 Digimon, it cannot unsuspend. So basically, if it's suspended, it cannot and then you suspend it.
And then he unsuspends himself.
Yes, correct. On Digivolve, he unsuspends himself.
So I think looking over here, I think they're quite looking into a blast into Imperial Fighter mode.
Yes.
Mode change, or possibly the Paladin, right?
Yes, that is
7.
right. That is right. But here is the thing about this Dragon mode. This Dragon mode is really tricky to deal with because this Dragon mode has additional effect. If my opponent were to play a Digimon or Digivolve by effects, you activate a trap, which allows the Imperial Dramon Dragon mode to actually Digivolve into a Digimon with Imperial Dramon in its name for free. So basically what would happen here, for example, let's say the Numemon were to go into Monzaimon X, it uses its on play effect. If the Imperial Dramon survives the DP minus, it can go into a fighter mode immediately. and put a
Paladin
stop.
also, right?
Yeah, you can go into a Paladin as
Wow.
well, but in this case, I believe you would want to look for the fighter mode because you really want to stop your opponent from being able to end you at this point because you have 2 swings. So going into your fighter mode here would probably be ideal. Paladin basically what it allows you to do, it allows you to recycle trash, but it does not stop the opponent from continuing his turn. So the effect of Paladin mode allows you to recycle either yours or your opponent's trash, and then it checks for white level 7 Digimon in the trash that you send back to deck. If there is a white level 7 Digimon, you gain 3 memory. So it is very, again, very thematic. If you remember when Imperial Dramon was fighting Armageddon, Omegamon gave him the power. Exactly.
Right.
So in this case, you are checking for your Omegamon, which is your level 7 white Digimon in your trash. If it does, you gain the 3 memory. Yes. So again, very thematic. But it is going back to the Ukomon's player turn. And you can see he's deciding to take the risk and he's going to swing. There is another dice scan can.
And he's going for game.
Do we have Blast Evolve?
And
No.
yeah, that concludes the first match of round 2.
Yes.
So while we wait for the players to set up for the next match of round 2.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, I think overall, I think both players played again fantastic.
Very well, yes. I think it's a bit unfortunate on the Imperial Dramon side because it is a very combo heavy deck. You cannot deny this. I think it is more piece reliant than Numemon, right? We have seen that in game 1 where Numemon has a very high flexibility. There's a lot of game plans and it's shown here as well. As compared to a deck like Imperial Dramon where it has its limitations in terms of whether or not I can get my Imperial Dramons out. If I cannot jogger my Imperial Dramons out, I'm in very, very, very big trouble.
I think that's why the Imperial deck actually does contain how many? I think 3-4 different kind of searches.
Yeah, it does. Because right now we have the BT12 Digimon, we have the BT12 Wormmon. My preferred build, I like to play the ST9 Vmon as well. So BT12 Vmon and Wormmon, we have gone over the effects just now. But just for everybody's, for new viewers who just joined us, we'll just repeat it again. Basically, you reveal the top 3 cards of your deck. You add 1 free traded Digimon or an Imperial Dramon to your hand. And for Vmon, you look for Daisuke. For Wormmon, you look for Ken. So you are looking for their respective chosen children. And ST9 Vmon is basically a nerfed, I would say it's a nerf version of the effect. Instead of looking for the tamer, it only looks for a free card trade.
Then after that, of course, we have that the Motomiya.
Yes, BT3 Daisuke, correct.
Yes.
So on play, check top 3, 1 blue, 1 green. It combos very well into this deck. What other searches do we have? Yeah, so you play these searches and then
You have enough, I think that's about 4 different searches already.
Yeah,
you
exactly.
mentioned.
And
each looks at 3 cards. You play 4, you get like 12 cards you're searching.
And then some builds opt to play the promo Vmon that came with the beginning promotional pack, and you can see the player has it in his hand actually. So what that does is that when you digivolve a free shot onto it, it reduces 1 cost. And its inherited is when you attack, you get to draw a card if you're a free shooter or Imperial Dramon.
So there's draw, there's search.
Exactly.
And then after that, there's memory gaining.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And you can see, I would say that this guy's Imperial Dramon deck is a bit unique. He does play the new BT16 Vmon and Wormmon. So what Vmon does, when another Digimon on the field digivolves, he gains 1 memory.
There we have it. That is the promo V1.
Yep, the promo Vmon that we were talking about and the Wormmon Searcher, right? So convenient. Oh, here we go. Okay, this looks like to be a much better start for the Imperial Dramon player.
The dual tamer does consider as both, right? Earlier we mentioned that the Wormmon searches for Ken, the Vmon searches for Davis, but the dual tamer actually fits both.
Yes, it does. Because it has a ruling where it's treated as Motomiya Daisuke and Ichijoji Ken.
Oh, that makes it very good.
Exactly. I think Bandai, when they were designing this, they were thinking about how do we gel the whole deck together, and I think that they did a fantastic job on that.
I remember for that series, the Shaco deck that was wonderful. I love the Digivolve that came with it.
Yeah, I know your tendencies. I know you enjoy the Digivolution blocker. So I will refrain to comment. Our viewers may have traumatic experiences with these effects, especially when you consider that he is actually being very aggressive. Yeah. So let's get back to the game. We will discuss this later, right?
Sure,
Let's go back to the game. You can see that he's being very aggressive. I think he wants to put as much pressure as possible on the opponent. Instead of conserving his Wormmon for the potential progress, he's going to say, nah, forget it, I'm just going to swing.
Ukomon goes in top 3. He's going to search for something. What is he going to add? I do see a Ruin mode over there and a Geiremon. The last one would be?
Honestly, it's a bit hard to tell because of the glare. But the Ruin mode, right, let's touch on that a little bit. The Ruin mode is actually a card that, I think it's a Ganimon, is it Ganimon? There's a new card from BT80 that's basically a card that says that, so we call these memory blockers, right? We term it as memory blockers. So when there is that card on the field, players cannot gain memory from effects other than by Tamer.
So earlier the things we were mentioning, like in the round match 1, right, we saw the Xymon and the Stingmon getting the memory when they progress, so that's not doable.
Yeah, that's not doable if that thing is on the field, yeah. So there is an instant counter to, how would I put it? Instant counter is...
It's painful. It makes it painful.
Yes, it's very, very difficult for you to get your combo off. So this deck against Nume Uko with all these what we call floodgates, being unable to gain memory by effects, being able to play by effects, because the BT16 Pyramon has an effect called Partition. So if the Digimon were to be deleted in any way other than battle, the Digimon is able to be played. Two level 4 Digimon from resources are able to be played. So basically, if that Pyramon gets deleted by effects, any option cards or any Digimon effects, I can play the X-Beamon and Stingmon out from underneath its evolution sources and I can progress again.
But what happens if I only have one piece? Let's say I don't have two pieces.
So they actually updated the ruling on that. Previously, it was required for you to have both pieces, but right now it's basically a do as much as you can situation. If you only have one, you play one.
So it's better now.
Yeah, it's much better now. That is actually a buff for Progress decks, I would say.
Right, so he drops a Geiremon, and then after that,
yeah, so he
draws
lost
2.
Yeah, he trashes a Nume to draw 2. But previously he swung with the Numemon, allowing him to search. Again, I believe the concept is the same here. Building the field, he is getting into his tempo pretty well. His turn has not ended yet. This is actually how much you can actually extend the turn with as a Numemon player, right?
So I think comparatively speaking, Vmon has the massive, multiple search power.
Yes.
You get your key card, whereas on Nume, with the Ukomon and with the Geiremon earlier, you're drawing heavy.
Exactly.
So 50-50 depending on how you look at it.
Exactly. The matchup I think is still 50-50. I think it slightly favors Numemon because right now they have access to the shiny card that you can see at the end of that is a Shadow Seraphimon Ace. So the Ace effect, when I blast evolve or Digivolve, I'm gonna Digivolve 3. I know you like that effect. You don't
I
have
am
to
a big
look like
fan
that.
of the effect. I am a big
I'm
fan of it.
side-eyeing you, I'm judging you, alright?
I am a big fan of the effect.
I know you are. This is why I never told you about the card. I don't want to face it when I play. But it does have another effect, which is whenever I attack, it changes target. So when we talk about change target, we are talking about effects like blocker, where the target is being changed from security or a Digimon to the blocker Digimon.
Okay.
If that happens, Shadow Seraphimon can actually minus 5,000 power from a Digimon on the opponent's field. So the combo is like this. If the Shadow Seraphimon does have blocker, it's able to actually redirect
The attack to him.
And then he can minus 5,000 DP.
Then he goes for, when on play, he gets that Digivolve 3.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
if you're at 6, you go to 6, 5, 4. You'll be back at 3. Yep. I think there's only a handful of level 3 that has even 5k power. I think all of them would die.
Even then, yeah, all of them get deleted.
Yeah.
Right. So again, this Shadow Seraphimon is the one that featured in Frontier. So if you remember, this was Mercuremon after he became Sakakomon, if I'm not wrong. Then he adapted Seraphimon's data. Oh, here we go. There's the Pyramon.
So, but I do notice, although we do have a big glare over there, I do notice there is a Venusmon on the Numemon field. So any security attack modifiers at this moment of time would render all their on play and when
exactly. Correct. He cannot Digivolve. You see, I think he realized that he's made a mistake. He cannot Jawgrass. He cannot activate the effect of the Jawgrass. So he's thinking what to do. Do I take a damage? Do I attack? Do I not attack? If I attack, do I risk the risk of getting punish, he is looking. So basically, he's being. I guess they are trying to clarify what can be used, what cannot be used.
Yep, he will go for the
He
Jogress.
will go for the Jogress. Yes.
Right, I think.
Yes, he goes for the Pilgrimon. Correct. He still can gain the memory because that's not a when evolving effect. That is just a text stating that when Jogress happens, you do gain the memory. Yeah.
So I think this is the Pilgrimon that we were mentioning earlier, the one with partition, right?
Yes, correct. So has been a very strong card for a lot of people. Yes, he almost forgot to gain the memory. That would have been devastating.
Yeah.
I think he is very nervous right now because not being able to trigger his on evolve and on attacking effects. Because basically,
This is an interesting card.
okay,
Alright, so
I think that is probably the play he had to make there. But yeah. Okay.
So that one, that
I think you go ahead.
I think that bounces clears the Venusmon off the field. I think it was 5 cost if I'm not
Yes,
mistaken.
correct. 5
Right.
cost Mega Death.
Yeah, Mega Death. The only requirement was that you need to have a blue-green color presence on the field
Right.
before you're able to do it.
Right.
Dual color, but Imperial Dramon very easily doable.
Exactly. Because options with 2 colors, you need to have both colors on the field to use it.
So I think that was easily done by the Tamer. Tamer has 2 colors there, no
Exactly.
problem.
But I think in that situation, he did make the right play because he did not want to give the Ukonume player too much memory. So by using the Jogress effect, he is able to build up the memory pool and then return the Venusmon back to hand. So he prolongs his defeat. Well, maybe he can snatch the victory from the jaws of defeat after this. It is to be seen.
I like it, you just always said defeat.
Yeah.
You gotta give it.
Yeah, because I honestly do think it's looking pretty grim. Like, as much as I want to see Imperial Dramon win here, it's looking very, very grim for him. Yeah, I cannot deny that. Yes, I do have my bias, but I can be objective as well. Okay.
But we do believe miracles do happen.
Yes.
They will be able to pull through.
I mean, Vmon does Digivolve into the Digimon of miracles. So
Yeah.
who knows, a miracle will happen here as well. I do think that the play he made there was pretty much the optimal play. But now he really has to think about how do I overcome this massive hand from the Numemon player.
I mean, with a massive hand like that, you have plenty of. There's just so many options you can do, so many different plays.
Right, so we do see the Monzaimon X, I believe.
Yep, Monzaimon X is being dropped over here.
Yes, so it
putting-
Digivolves for 1. Yes,
Yes.
just a reminder to draw from the Sunamot effect. So I think he just wants to. I believe the Monzaimon X cannot trigger his effect because there is no X antibody. There is no Monzaimon under the source. So he Digivolve right on top of I think a Numemon or Numemon X. I can't really see
Can't really see because of the glare, but yeah.
that it is what it is sometimes. But
Having that level 5 on the field, that Monzai X essentially tells the Imperial player, look, you can attack, I may have a blast in my hand.
exactly. So he is looking for the second Pilgrimon. I think this is a great play because this basically tells the player that if you want to blast, you can blast. If you get rid of my Imperial Dramon, all I'm going to do
Partition, and I'm going to come back.
exactly.
That is a wonderful thing.
Alright.
So what
the
happens here?
swing, So on swing, Imperial Dramon's Imperial Dramon. See, I'm so excited.
Pilgrimon.
Yes,
Dash
Pilgrimon's
Wrestler,
effect.
6 cost, is it?
Basically, what it does is that
Less
that-
ESS than him, sorry.
Yes, correct. So basically, when he attacks, the less ESS from him is the Jogress effect. When he attacks, basically what will happen is that let's run this because it is honestly a bunch of interactions right now.
Yeah.
So what happened there was when he attacked, he could rest a Digimon. If nothing is able to be suspended by that effect, he can unsuspend himself. So by doing this,
So either I rescue or I stand up.
yes, correct. So he has to rest. He has to suspend there. He cannot choose to unsuspend if there is no Digimon to unsuspend.
Nope. There he
So
goes.
he's going for the second Jogress play.
Yep,
But
the
going back
Pilgrim.
to that interaction, so on that swing, Shadow Seraphimon comes in, Digivolves 3 and clears that whole stack. But right now what he does by doing this Jogress play, he's fully able to slow down the Numemon Ukomon player. Basically, when he Jogresses, as long as the Digimon has equal or less sources than him, they are not allowed to unsuspend.
Correct me if I'm wrong, no. He did forget. Did he just miss the timing to take out the evolution source?
Evolution source?
He Jogress?
No, he didn't. Because what he did, in order to sustain the for him to make this play, he had to use the effect of Daisuke Aiken to gain the memory on evolving. So he evolved into the XBmon, he gained the memory from that, and then he made the Jogras play.
I see. Right. So timing is very important in this game.
It is very, very important. You have to decide whether or not, at this point of time, he couldn't afford any other play. He had to give up the trash 3 sources in exchange for being able to make this play for a guarantee. Yes. So
the Numemon plays at 4th memory now. He's definitely, his hand easily 10 cards over there, multiple plays that can be done. He is definitely evaluating his option. He wants this win badly.
Exactly. I think the stress is off the Numemon player because he already has one win. So there is a lot of pressure on the Imperial Drama player, especially if he knows that we are rooting for him, I believe.
And there's always a rush to win versus a survivor battle.
Exactly. And I think with time ticking out, the Numemon player does have the advantage here. He can take his time to think about his plays and because everything is at his advantage. It is a viable strategy. May not be looked upon, may not be favoured by players, but it is a very fair, viable strategy. This is what I believe.
I mean, this game is definitely longer than the previous one. I think previous one we played for about 14 each minute. We are reaching to that point now.
Exactly. But I do also think that in part, that Numemon player was exceptionally aggressive. This player Ziv, I believe pronounced as Ziv, he is taking his time to think, make sure that he can secure the victory. But I believe also against a deck like Imperial Dramon, where there is that potential Blast Evolve track, you have to start thinking a little bit more compared to, let's say, Purple Hybrid Apokali, which you know that, or maybe his Blast Evolves are only at 6, so you don't have to worry too much when they are only level 4s on the field, especially when none of them have blocker.
Nope, he drops the Monzai for 7th here.
Yeah, we see the memory gain.
Yeah, he will be adding, by his effect, he will be adding the Nume from his trash. He'll gain, 2 memories?
2 memory, correct. He's
Right.
contemplating which Numemon to add. I believe at this point, it's either Numemon or Numemon X. Both also, whenever the Monzaimon were to be here we go, Numemon X gains the 2 memory. So basically, when that Monzaimon leaves the field, the Numemon is going to come back. So that is a lot of trouble.
Similarly, the Monzai does choose 1 unit, minus 3k and 1
One check.
security, 1 check.
Correct.
Yeah. So basically now the Pildra has nothing.
The Belgian cannot swing.
Yeah.
So
I mean, he can swing, but he can't do any damage.
Correct. But you know what? I could attack, and then I could I could attack one of your Digimon, and then I could rest. I could suspend another Digimon. There is always that play. But I think that the Pildra player says, nah, I'm probably not going to do that. I'm going to start looking for more pieces. I'm going to try and get. Yeah, so I have to apologize. The BT16 is when another Digimon is played, not when it's evolved. It does gain 1 memory. So that is a very unique choice because you don't see that Vmon played much.
Evaluating his options now.
Exactly.
Looking at at what point, how much memory do I need to commit over here? Right, and he goes. He is thinking very hard. That would be a fantastic play, yeah. But let's see. So that option, right? Run us through that option.
Right.
Call of the ancestor.
There is a lot of translations for it. There is a call directly translated is Call of the Ancestors. The other direct translation was Return of the Ancient. I think the official translation is Return to the Progenitor, I guess.
So run us through what it does. What does it do?
So name aside, right? Its main effect. Oh, here we go. Another Blast Evolve. That is painful. I believe it is 3.
Okay, but nonetheless, he does clear the board.
Yeah, right.
So run us through that.
That option. Basically, what happens is that if first and foremost, its main effect by paying 2 costs, you are able to evolve into a level 5 and above free trade Digimon for minus 4 costs. So basically, it turns all your Imperial Dramon's evolutions free. It turns your fighter mode into Paladin mode for 3. Was it 3 or 1? I honestly cannot remember that.
So there's a reduction cost of 4.
Yeah, exactly.
So either way, you're going to get it cheaper.
Exactly. So when that happens, it's set on the field. It has a delay effect. When a Digimon, a level 5 or higher Digimon, were to leave the field,
Right.
regardless of whatever effect,
Okay.
what it does is that it prevents you can trigger the delay effect to Digivolve into an Imperial Dramon and prevent the Digimon from leaving the field.
So I'm going to get stronger and I'm not going to leave the field
Exactly.
when you try to KO me.
Exactly.
Wow, what is 3 cost to cast and reduction
It's
4
2
cost?
costs.
2 costs.
Yes.
And then it reduces 4 costs.
It's very, very strong.
You earn
option
2.
card. Yes, exactly. And right now what he has done is that he has the play that we missed just now. What basically happened was that he jogressed. Basically because he's you can see all the sources are getting put out. So he jogressed to clear his opponent's clear all of his opponent's sources.
Yep.
And then you can see right now the opponent chooses he's choosing 2 Digimon and they cannot unsuspect. Right?
Alright. He chose both the
Yes,
Ukomon.
both the Ukomons, that's right. So I think what he's gambling on right now is that he wants the opponent to swing with Shadow Seraphimon so that he can trigger the overflow of the Shadow Seraphimon using whatever Blast Evolves he has in his hand.
I'm pretty sure he would have something now.
Yeah.
Look at that massive hand over there.
Well, you never know. You honestly never know. But going back to that play, what he did, so he played the Wormmon, right? And you saw that he Digivolved from trash, right?
Yep.
So what the Wormmon does is on play, or at the start of your main phase, you may Digivolve one of your Digimon on the field, a level 3 Digimon on the field, into a level 4 Digimon from your trash with free trade.
Oh,
Yeah, so it is additional support for the Imperial Dramon deck. Again, my deck does not play it. Alright, but that goes to show how much variety that that goes to show how much variance there is in every player's deck, right?
Yeah.
One man's poison is another man's.
So it helps. I think with the purple variant, there's some interaction with the trash, and then after that, when something gets deleted early game, I can get the Wormmon and just get back whatever I need.
That's right. So I do need to contemplate putting this Wormmon back because I've had games where I've completely missed, getting what I need. So, it is a viable option. It's a very viable option. Imagine you missing all your XV mons. Everything is insecurity. Using this Wormmon, it solves that problem. So, and you can see that it does help, I believe, Taco?
Taco.
Yeah? Oh, sorry.
I'm so sorry if
I need to
say
change,
it wrongly.
I need to change my glasses, okay?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, guys. So it helps Taco to actually trigger this evolution, this progress. But you can see
He drops the Monzai X.
just drop the Monzai X to trigger. Yes, he is going to trigger the effect. And that is a total of, I believe, 12,000 BP reduction. And I believe that will go into the
It
program.
minus
2,000 for every Digimon on the field.
yeah. Wow. That
So
is very, very painful.
That is the end of that program one.
So for those who just joined the stream, right, we are actually 20 minutes into the game 2 of round 2. It's going a very exciting match, back and forth. But I think we are reaching the conclusion already.
Yes, so you see that's a Raidramon. That's very beautiful artwork. That is
Where
the
do I get that if I want it?
Evolution Cup, right? But it's no longer in rotation anymore. So Evolution Cup is basically a 32 player.
So I missed my chance.
Yeah, you missed your
okay,
chance.
right.
So basically, it's a 32 player cup that is held periodically across stores in Malaysia. I guess it's held worldwide, but for Malaysia, I can only speak about my experiences in Malaysia. It's a 32-man tournament. The Raidramon was a participation prize in the previous loop. Right now, it is, I believe, Shoto Kazama or Peteromon. So I would need to actually double check on that.
So that's the new one from Liberator, isn't it?
Yes, that is the new Liberator main character, correct. But going back to his effect, what he did just now, he actually Digivolved I believe he is really trying to go for a very secure game here, hoping not to run into any Imperial Dramons in the security or any Mega Devs in the security that could possibly trigger an overflow. So what he did there was to evolve into the Ruin mode. What the Ruin mode does is on evolve, or when attacking, all of the opponent Digimons on the field will gain a permanent negative 5,000 DP.
Oh,
Yes. So anything that appears on the field, if it's less than 5,000 DP, it will immediately get deleted. Its effects cannot activate, you cannot use its effects to search because it leaves the field instantly.
Well, so, wow. It clears all level 3 then.
Exactly. It basically stops.
Oh,
Yep.
he goes for the ace. That is the fighter ace from where?
That is BT16 Fighter
16,
Ace.
right?
Yes. So basically what he's doing here, he's going to try and I believe he's going to try and overthrow the opponent as much as possible. He might be looking. I believe he is looking to Paladin mode here. Potentially he has. Oh, we did see the Paladin mode.
Yeah, he did.
Well, was that game 1?
That was, I think he did checked it earlier.
Yeah, so if he does go into a Paladin mode here, if the Nume Uko player does not have enough memory, he's just going to return his own trash instead of the opposing player's trash and gain that 3 memory and push it back to his turn. And if that happens, it's going to be very devastating for the Ukomon player because Paladin mode has a very strong effect, which is when it attacks, it can return one opposing Digimon without any sources to the bottom of the deck. And that effect is not once per turn. It is
That
not
is
once
very
per turn.
painful.
Yes. So if you manage to blast and you survive, your Imperial Dramon Paladin mode does not get removed, well,
You are in big trouble. Big
the
trouble.
opponent is very, very big
So-
trouble. Especially with a field like that, that is 6 attacks.
So we have about 22, 23 minutes into this
Second game.
Yeah,
we are
second game.
winding down.
Yeah.
So if this goes to a game 3, both players are going to have to play extremely
Really
fast.
fast. Yes.
At this point of time, I think the Imperial Dramon player is looking for a way to win. He may have it, but it really, really, really depends on the Digimon player right now. He's carefully contemplating his options. He is thinking, how do I stop the Blast Evolve from happening so that I can win this game?
Because I'm also very sure the Numemon player knows he's a bit short on time already. He cannot bring this game to round 3.
Exactly.
Otherwise, they're both going to have the one we mentioned earlier, the 0, 1, 2, 3 rule.
And then you look at the amount of security, so it's a matter of who gets more aggressive first. And I don't think he wants to take that risk. Here's an interesting thing though, because the Imperial Dramon fighter mode is 13,000 DP, even if the Numemon player drops, he plays another Digimon, he's not able to actually fully reduce the power of the fighter mode.
But then again, the ruin is still there, right? I think the glare is showing
Yes,
the ruin.
the ruin is
So
still there.
It's 8,000 now.
No, it's back to 13,000 because it only lasts until the end of the opponent's turn. So on the turn I evolve Ruin mode, everything gets minus 5,000. It passes to the opponent's turn, the 5,000 still applies, and then back to his turn, the 5,000 is gone. Unless...
So even if he drops the Monzai X now,
Yes.
right? He got 6 units, it's 12,000, he's 1,000 short.
Yes, unless. This is why I had the unless, right? The Ruin mode swings. But there is a give and take, right? So do remember,
he is
he
swinging.
does.
Alright.
He does make that swing.
Oh,
That is a fighter mode, right? So he actually played it correctly. So here is where the
overflow kicks in.
overflow kicks in. So this I need to mention that why this happens. Hang on.
Oh, wait. Why
Yeah. I believe that
does ruin kills anything upon deletion?
it does not actually.
This looks.
Or maybe what happened was that he did play a card and maybe we missed that, right? So there was already a GP minus effect on the Imperial Dramon. So I suspect that is likely what happened.
So he's one attack away, right?
Yes, he is one attack away from game.
Yeah.
But I think that because if I have followed the game correctly, I do believe that. Okay, I believe there's a judge dispute there. But
Yes.
anyway, let's talk about the attacking effect.
Right.
First. So when Ruin mode attacks, 2 effects trigger. First
Okay.
and foremost, it repeats the evolving effect.
The minus 5,000.
Yes, the minus 5,000.
Okay.
That's why the Imperial Dramon became at a negative power. Or I believe player who I believe the Imperial Dramon player conceded. Yeah, I believe he did concede.
But I did believe that
There was probably some miscommunication there, but either way, the Monzaimon X swing would have ended the game at that point of time. So basically, what happened there was that when when the Ruin mode attacked, minus 5,000 at the end of the attack, it has to delete itself. That's why it went to the trap.
Alright.
So when it deletes itself, it heals 1.
Yep.
And then recovery +1.
Yep.
And then it hatches a Digitama. So it's very reminiscent of what happened in Savers. Do you remember? I guess I'm not sure if you watched the series, but basically what happened was that Masaru's Agumon turned into Shine Greymon Ruin mode. So when Ruin mode was attacking, it was berserk.
Yep.
It attacked everything on the field. Hence the indiscriminate 5,000 power minus.
Every team must just have this period of berserk, right?
Yeah.
Was there anyone who doesn't have a berserk?
Daisuke. best boy. But anyway, going back to the effect, so it is very thematic because after that, when Ruin Mode finished its rage, it turned back into a Digitama.
Yeah.
So it gave a new life. So very thematic effect, and by doing that, it actually stopped the Imperial Dramon by giving that DP minus. It stopped the Imperial Dramon from actually continuing its plans to blast evolve, therefore halting everything in its tracks and letting him have a safe stream for game. So I believe at that point of time, we did probably miss a play by the Numemon Ukomon player, whereby he probably played Digimon to minus power on the Imperial Dramon first, and then go into the Ruin Mode, swing with the Ruin Mode to totally clear out the Imperial Dramon, and that is game. Because
I guess the game is over, but they're just discussing on
Yeah,
how
they're
the game could have gone
yes,
better.
exactly. So again, this is, I guess, in spirit of sportsmanship. We could run through the game with our opponent. We just give everybody a little bit of feedback. Okay, I think maybe, maybe could you have done this, right? If you could have done this, maybe that would have been better for you, right? And I think that's really a really great show of sportsmanship from players in general. I like that feeling of camaraderie, right? Whereby I run through how I can get better with you if I lose to you.
And vice versa.
Yeah, exactly.
That's how the exchange of ideas, then we get better together.
Yeah, exactly. I think that is a very good thing about the community, is that we are not afraid to share ideas with each other. We're not afraid to grow together, and I believe that actually makes every player better. You see, they're still discussing about it, right? And I can see the Numemon player is really passionate. I think he really wants his opponent to get better as well, and he does understand that maybe it is a stroke of luck on his end that the opponent does not really see the pieces he needed to actually go for game. But again, the sportsmanship really very beautiful to see.
So unfortunately, again, this is a tournament. We will be seeing some people drop out from round 2, but no worries, we do have side events for them to join.
Exactly. So we have the Gunslinger, which is basically for every game you play, you get a point. We are doing a King of the Hill format, so the winner gets to stay seated in the Gunslinger area, while the loser has to re-kill. And then we also do have an Evolution Cup EX. So as mentioned previously, Evolution Cup, it is a 32-man tournament. They are going to run the tournament, if I'm not wrong, best of 1. It's probably going to be 5 rounds based on the player count. And the prize this time is actually an older prize. It's something that you cannot get anymore.
Are we talking about the Rageramon just now?
No, we're not talking about the Rageramon.
dear.
It's the set before that. I know you're a Vimon fan. I'm so sorry that you could not get that in time. But
Right, so what we're having?
If you remember another villain from O2,
Another villain from O2. Was he very powerful?
yeah, he was very, very powerful. He was
I-
almost unbeatable.
Did it take 100 Dark Towers to create him?
Yes, it did.
Oh my god. BT12?
BTA?
Oh my god. Black Wall Greymon.
Yes, a bit like War Greymon. So I think, again, fans will remember this particular Dark Evolution Digimon. Modeled off War Greymon when they created him, when Arukenimon created him, modeled off War Greymon, which was one of the strongest Digimon that they encountered back then. They made him a very powerful fighter, but he only wanted to fight the strongest opponents. So it did not go in line with what they wanted. At the end of the day, he sacrificed himself to actually protect the digital world. So tying back to what I was saying just now, the prize for this Evolution Cup EX is going to be the Black Wall Greymon from BT8. So this Black Wall Greymon, the art is fantastic. If you're looking for it, you're looking for a chance, do hurry over here. We are at Tropicana Gardens Mall. Do hurry over to stand a chance to win it by playing in our Evolution Cup EX.
But I do remember, also following the team that Black Wall Greymon 08, correct me if I'm wrong, killed Tamers?
Yes, it does
Yeah.
actually destroy Tamers. So it's basically
There's
telling...
two colors, right? Red and black.
Yes,
then
red and black.
Depending on the evolution source, you get different effects, right?
Yes, that is right. So yeah, we are hearing the time is up announcement. So round 2 will be concluding shortly.
So I think those who have not completed will be, if they're in their round 3 or whatever round it is, they'll enter that 0-1-2 thing we were mentioning
Yes,
earlier.
exactly. So basically, they will play 4 turns, starting with the turn the pre-existing player is on, and then it will go back and forth for 3 rounds. And then if the winner is not decided by then, they will check the amount of security, the amount of field, the amount of cards in hand in deck to determine the winner.
Yeah. So example, if I were playing with you and it's my turn and time's up, So I'm 0, you're 1, 2, 3.
Yes, and if let's say we have not resolved the winner, then we check each other's security. Or if I have more security, I win. If you have more, you win. If it's equal, then we start checking stuff like field, deck, hand cards, so on and so forth.
So the viable strategy at 0, 1, 2, 3 probably was, I'm just going to swing with everything I have.
I wouldn't say
Maybe.
that, because if you do that, you are leaving yourself open unless you know you are the last turn. In which case you try to make a Hail Mary play to reduce your opponent's security to as little as possible. If let's say you are at 0, your opponent's at 2, you have 2 Digimon that can swing, hey, you know what, I'm going to force you into a tiebreaker with me to check field, to check, instead of security, because we know we are both at 0, I'm going to force you to, check field with me, check hand with me, and I know I can win by field presence, I know I can win by hand, then why not I do that?
So there are many ways, right? So again, I think with after 2 rounds, we have seen many plays, right? We have seen players who struggled in the beginning, but then managed to pull themselves for the win. We have seen some who has the major advantage in the beginning, but after they towards the ending, they just couldn't get the right key pieces, right? Then after that, we've also seen games that we entered 0, 1, 2, 3. Again, many ways to play, many different potential, and then I think that's the entire fun part of the game.
Yes.
Especially what makes it better is the community itself.
Yeah, exactly. So like community-wise, I think we have a really great community. People are pulling together to teach each other things. We learn together and we grow together as a community, and I believe that creates a lot of top quality players. For memory, the past 2 representatives for Southeast Asia. So I'm gonna put Malaysia's horn a bit, okay? So
Alright.
for our international fans, do bear with me a little bit. Our past 2 C representatives were from Malaysia. I know both of them. I would say on a somewhat personal level, both of them are really good players. I've seen how they play, and I've actually sat down with them for a bit to talk about their thought process as what they do when they play, how they control the flow of memory, how they optimize their plays, and I can see that the thinking is a little bit different, right? It really defines what is a good player and what's a great player. You can see the difference in terms of optimization. So players like me and you, I think I would safely say we are pretty alright players, I would say good players, okay? But against a truly great player, you can see the way they do it is very different. They think about stuff like, how do I optimize my memory? How do I extend my options, right? Do I draw first and then do I see what to evolve into, or do I evolve first and then draw after that, use effects to draw after that and check for whatever options that I have after that.
Right.
So because of
then
that,
I think, like you said, what makes a good and a great player is always the cards are there, right? The types of combination probably there already, right? You can personalize it, but end of the day, it's just that 1, 2.
yes, exactly.
different step of
The
thinking.
mentality helps a lot, and I believe that today we will really see who is the truly great player for both Digimon and One Piece. So
I
ladies
think-
and gentlemen, look forward to that.
Yep. So we will be seeing you later today, and then again, if you're around the area, Tropicana Garden Mall, just stop by. We have shops, we have events, we have promos for you to win. Everybody can be a winner today.
Yes. So thank you all so much for joining us. We will see you guys again soon.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Grand Asia Open 2024 in Malaysia. We're back here. I'm Norvin, joined to me with today Joshua. We will be bringing you today for the top 8 of the Grand Asia Open 2024 Malaysia One Piece tournament. Josh, how do you feel about our tournament so far?
Oh, it's been an amazing tournament thus far, and now we've finally reached the top 8, having the top 32 and top 16 occur earlier.
Yep.
And now we have our top 8 participants, and I think we could see the deck breakdown. Maybe we can give our viewers a little bit about the deck breakdown of it.
Yes, so for the top 8 itself, we do have, drumroll please, 5 red purple law as we expected. However, there are the odd ones, 2 black yellow Luffy and 1 black Lucci. That is the breakdown for top 30. That's the breakdown for top 8. However, for top 32, we do not have an accurate statistic, but however, we did count, at least the staff did count that almost maybe 50% red purple law as well.
There was about a 50% representation of red purple law in the top 32. However, now in the top 8, only 5 of them remain, and as well as, like you mentioned, 2 black yellow Luffy and 1 Lucci. And the game we're about to cast right now will feature one of those black yellow Luffy decks, and we are quite excited to see how the game goes. One of the participants, Feng Tze, is a fairly experienced black yellow Luffy player in the Malaysian scene here.
I think he did play even the end from the very start of the meta, even before like red purple law became really prevalent. Even like before, like during the 07 as well, man just keep playing black yellow Luffy, and it seems to work for him. So we'll be really excited to see how he pilots this deck. I think because a lot of people are very curious to see how this man has made it this far with so many red purple
definitely,
law,
because many people who have been playing black yellow Luffy since the beginning, quite a few of them have pivoted over to RP law because of the matchup being not as close as it was before, especially since the introduction of Black Maria, and the ability for the RP law player to be able to spam blocker law and discard black yellow Luffy's hand, which they usually their gameplay and the play style of the deck is to take life aggressively and accumulate a bunch of hand size and then go to 7k and 9k base. So blocker law for RP Law, coming in and discarding the cards from the opponent, from the Black Yellow Luffy's hand size is a big factor.
Yeah, because the thing is that Black Yellow Luffy is a deck that is very unique in the sense that it does want to become 0 as soon as possible, so that it could be what we call the 7k and 9k base while maintaining a strong board. And here we see we have the game start. Going first would be the Red Purple Law player, Ryan, and then followed by Feng Zhe playing Black Yellow Luffy going second. I do think that the Black Yellow Luffy wants to go second, so Feng Zhe might have the head start that he needed. Just a simple play 1 turn 1 Gordon and pass, Max Ray. So immediately here going for the attack to 5k and Feng Zhe taking, and here we might see, going to the Reiju, interesting. So he does go into the Black Maria into Reiju straight away, and Black Maria giving back the Dawn, and this is why Black Maria is such a menace in the deck, because Black Yellow Luffy's remover, Josh, I don't think there are a lot, right, in the game?
Yeah, there isn't much remove available in Black Yellow Luffy. I mean, of course they would run the Egghead Luffy, and a few of the top Black Yellow Luffy players do opt to run some additional removal cards such as Thunderbolt and in this case, Feng Zhe with his specialty, the Shigan, which is a very interesting tech in Black Yellow Luffy, as it, of course, one thing, yes, like you said, it does remove a 5 cost and below, and is able to mill 2 cards from the top of his deck. So, depending on your luck, perhaps you may be able to mill some of the 5 cost cards that he would want to set up inside the drop zone, so that later on he would be able to use the leader effect to put it to life, and as well as Moria to be able to summon them from life later on in the game.
Here
so
we
can see,
interestingly, Dominic just proceeds to Shambles to call the Sanji 6 cost, and then straight away just gaining back Dawn and going for the 5k leader. And Feng Zhe, interestingly, asks us to pause as he takes the life. Thunderbolt?
you can see here, most likely there will be
a trigger
from the side of Feng Zhe here, probably considering if he would like to proc it, and if so, which unit he would like to KO. Most likely it would be the 5 cost Luffy or Shigan, and yes, he decides to get rid of the Black Maria. Extremely good timing with this trigger to halt the advances of Ryan here. Ryan will now need to be a lot more cautious in the way that he manages his Dawn now that the Black Maria is off the field. So overall, it is a pretty decent start here for Feng Zhe, although Ryan's board is somewhat developed. I mean, the answer for something like a 5 cost Luffy or a Sabo already exists on board with the Race Max. Of course, he would need another power minuser to get rid of the 5 cost Luffy, and being at 2 life now, you would think that Feng Zhe would not probably drop the 5 cost Luffy and take the life to go to 1. So I would say Ryan isn't really in a bad position either, and the game state at the moment looks pretty neutral. So now Feng Zhe's turn, he is considering what to do, and does go for the Shigan onto, let's see which target. Decides to go for the Shigan onto the Reiju, and then
right here. I think the Reiju target is pretty good because you don't really want to allow Law to have a lot of time to just keep going phase for you. So just eliminate the litter potential, because for the Red Purple Law, right, you want to be able to threaten litter against Black Yellow Luffy by just going 5-5-5, meaning you just go 5k attack leader, 5k attack leader, making Feng Zhe, okay, do I guard or do I take the life? Because if Feng Zhe just simply eat the life, right, he can just jam all the Dawn into Sanji and just go for game. So this is a really like strong position for Feng Zhe now, eliminating one attacker, and Dominic is just going to go for a simple 5k leader, which at this point Feng Zhe has a really interesting choice. He can choose to guard, or he can choose to take, and I believe he will be guarding 1k counter. If he chooses to take here, interestingly, Dominic can go for a Killer Kick combo, which is really devastating at this point in the game, because you don't want to be losing too many hands as Black Yellow Luffy. But this also prevents your game plan. Like we mentioned, Black Yellow Luffy wants to go to 0 as soon as possible. And whoa, just playing the Sanji down and
hard playing Sanji with, as a 6 cost here. And you can see the difference in RP Law when the Black Maria is off the board. The way you play and the things that you call down, just in general, the playstyle becomes a lot different when you don't have the free Dawn regaining
Because
capability from Black Maria.
The other strong Dawn gaining card is Sachipan, of course, but Sachipan has a limitation where you can only blast 2 Dawn if you're 3 Dawn out. But as we can see, Dominic is and a high Dawn count. Of course, 6 Dawn mean you can actually go to 3 with minusing 3 reload, but do you really want to be a 6 Dawn forever? So I think the question now is that maybe Ryan's like, I want to be an 8 Dawn, I don't feel comfortable sitting down at 6, being behind against the Luffy. And Feng's trash is interesting. I think, okay, I don't see any good Moria target, because generally speaking they keep Moria here if they want to. Oh, he's just going to go for the Ivankov, trashing the life and putting 5 costs to the top of the life, which is the Ivankov effect, and going straight away to transforming into one of the adult form, which is the AK Luffy. AK Luffy is straight away just stretching the life and going to 0 right here. Fengzi is going to be in the game plan right now, going even for the Searcher, and just popping off Josh.
He's just going pretty ham here.
Yeah.
Like you said, using the Ivankov to trash the life and then putting the 5-cost Luffy into the life and then transforming into the 5-cost Luffy with the small Luffy from his hand and going to 7k base. So please do take note that the Black Yellow Luffy is currently at 7k base. And putting himself in a fairly safe position next turn if he were to now attach 2 Dawn to his leader and discard a card from his hand. Putting 2 5-costs from his life, so he would be at 7k base with 2 5-costs in his life.
Yeah,
so
this is a very
pretty
hate
safe
position. Yeah, because like, at this point, right, for the law player, sorry, for the B1 Luffy player, you being at 2 life means you don't have to be worried about like, oh, I'm just gonna lose at this point. No, because you're at 2 life, opponent needs to be very aware about what kind of numbers they're hitting. You're 7k base as well, so it's not that you're in danger when you first have all the luxury in the world right now. And not to mention, Ryan needs to deal with the 8k unit right there. 8k unit, generally speaking, is not that easy to deal with. For Red Purple Law, you require a minus 3k and a minus 2k, so usually this is where the promo law shines here, minusing 2k, and then of course the max spray on the board as well will be eliminating the power from Luffy so that you can bottom it. But even if you do that right, Josh, I think Fengzi's next turn is just really, really scary, because if no life is taken this turn from Fengzi's position, he'll be at 2 life. If he has the correct component, he could go 9k base, and then he can still gain 2 more life. So Fengzi will be at 2 life, 9k base, and what is Ryan going to do? Ryan doesn't even have the Black Maria anymore. This looks like a really, really uphill battle for Ryan.
Yes, definitely. Although the upside for Ryan is he does have a pretty high Dawn count now, and with Fengzi being at just 7k base, he could potentially chip a few cards off his hand this turn. And we can see from outside here that he does have the Gordon in his hand as well. So
going for 7
bottom
right
decking this Luffy will not really be an issue for Ryan. So we'll see how he decides to play out this turn. Going first with the 7k from the leader onto Fengzi's life, most likely, like we mentioned here, just trying to chip off a bit of his hand here.
Yeah, I think at this position, you really want to be able to threaten Litter, because despite traditionally speaking, Black Yellow Luffy doesn't have a time to play a long game. They are on a timer. I think Fengzi is not worried about that. I think the one that's on the timer is actually Red Purple Law, because as you can see, he is at 1 life right now. This is a very dangerous position for the Law player. And Fengzi actually, even though if his what do they call it? His Luffy is answered, there is still the Ivankov being a blocker, which is a menace. So there will only be one. There will always be 1 unit remaining on the board unless Fengzi chooses to block here, which is also a possibility. Now Fengzi just doing some calculation, making sure that, okay, do I have enough resources? And he will 1k counter this Sanji. 7k, 1k counter.
Easy.
Bro, like this is the power of being in a higher power base during your opponent's turn. Like, this is just it's like, you know, when we're playing a Whitebeard, when we're playing the Red Purple Luffy, like, you're just at a very high power, and this is like 8 to 7k, asking a 2k counter from Fengzi if he wishes to guard this, or a blocker. Fengzi now having the luxury in the world to decide. Does give the Makino away, which is a 2k counter. So Ryan's not bad, doing bad himself, like being able to ask for 2 cards distant. And now I think Ryan just need to answer the the Luffy on the board.
So I think Ryan is considering how he would like to play out this turn. I'm pretty sure if Feng Zhe had given up the life earlier, he would have gone all in with the killer kit. But since Feng Zhe did opt to guard, Ryan going for the much safer play here, just to bot deck the Luffy and then use the leader effect to like mentioned, bot deck the Luffy.
You're
and
for killer
go for the
kit,
killer
9
kit. Just to
leader.
hit for 7. For a hit for 9, sorry.
Demanding a 2k and 1k counter, 3k counter in total. Might have to give it the Ivankov here if you want to stay 1 life. He will give it the Ivankov, and the turn goes back to Feng Zhe. And this is where Black Yellow Luffy shines the most, having Dandon. He has the specialty. But at this point, right, we all know the most scariest play for a Black Yellow Luffy player, Josh.
Yes, it's indeed. The 10 Dawn turn is extremely scary for Black Yellow Luffy here, being able to call down the Moria and summon the 2 babies from his hand. But it doesn't seem like he has it.
Opting for the baby Sabo into the adult Sabo, drawing 2. Feng Zhe seems to be in a very dangerous position without the Moria.
Yes, without the Moria, it seems like the tides have turned here, because now he would have to transform manually from his hand, having not being able to get the Moria in his hand to get the free call from the drop. So things aren't really looking that good here. Going to drop the Kuzan here, hoping to probably draw one of the small forms so that he's able to transform. This time he will still be able to go to 9k base if he was to at least be able to transform one more time. However, it does consume many cards from his hand here, and the options are much more limited because you are reliant on drawing the specific baby copies instead of...
This is why the importance of Moria is emphasized here. Not just because of the 9k base body, but also because the fact that Moria doesn't actually gives you a lot of minuses. On the field, it just gives you 2 babies. So giving you the 2 baby versions of any of the 3 brothers and being able to proc the effect is just really strong. And the remaining 2 Dawn, you can just use it for the Luffy effect. Hence why this combo is very menacing. However, as you can see now, Feng Zhe is looking really in the danger zone, being at only 1 life. And also, yes, he is at 9k base. I don't think Ryan is touching him anytime soon, but 2 hands.
Just only 2 hand sides remaining, and as we could see from the previous turn, he did not have the 8-cost Moria in his hand, so trying to repeat this 9k base
I believe this is a mistake.
Incredibly hard here.
Oh, Ryan didn't ask, didn't confirm. This is dangerous.
Unfortunate mistake here from Ryan, swinging in for 7 when Feng Zhe is at 9k base here, so then nothing we can do about that, so has to proceed, and then goes for the
bottom
raise max to bottom deck the Sabo once more, and then just deciding on what to call here. Feng Zhe with only 2 hands remaining. But Ryan going for a bit of a safer route here, going for the blocker law. And then with, I believe, 5 Dawn remaining?
I think, is it 4? Because he was 8 Dawn, right? And then he used the leader effect, so it will be a 5 to 7. Yeah, this will be a... I believe this is a 10 to leader. Feng Zhe choosing to guard the last life, interestingly. So what does Feng Zhe has? Is it Moria?
Feng Zhe's options here pretty limited if he wasn't able to draw the 8-cost Moria here. And unlikely that he would be able to become 9k base again with just 2 cards in his hand. It's actually pretty much impossible.
The problem with BY Luffy is that despite how all-powerful it is a very heavy component deck where if you do not draw your component, you will run out of gas very soon. And RP Law, despite being behind seemingly most of the game, just able to find itself right. But he even played the Sanji for full cost. I think that just shows like just how much of a component you need from BY Luffy to actually function. As we can see, like things are just not looking Feng Zhe's way, because the problem is that RP Law will always be able to hit certain numbers as demanding hand size from you, and whenever you transform without the Moria, it just use a lot of resources, unlike most cases where you technically just you just use a Moria and then the babies will not really consume a lot of resources. However, manually playing it down actually is a -1 from the hand. And then if you play 2 baby to become 9k, that's actually a -2 directly. So we do see the Garb, maybe Fengzi trying to dig for one of the babies, and we do see unfortunately the Moria going direct to the bottom of the deck. Right there.
Does get the Egghead Luffy here. Most
Egghead
likely
Luffy
gonna
here.
have to drop that manually. Most likely, it's not most likely, but definitely he's probably trying to dig for the small Sabo here to be able to hinge him from his life. I mean, there's no way he can afford to be stuck at 5k base
So
this
just
turn.
kill the Law. What did he draw? Putting 2 Dawns right there. Does have the baby
Does have the
Sabo.
baby
Interesting.
Sabo in his
Alright,
hand,
let's go
yes.
for the baby Sabo. Drawing 2 cards, but discarding 2. And Fengzi will be at 0 hand if he chooses to use the leader effect here, Josh.
If he does choose to use the leader effect, he will be at 0 hand size here. Having to drop 2 with the Sabo now and then 1 for the leader effect. He will be at 0 life and at 7k base with 1 blocker on the board, and this would be an opening for Ryan. He would be at 6 Dawn the following turn, so definitely a good chance for him to be able to try threaten for game, unless Fengzi decides to pivot the attack to the Sanji blocker, in which case then it comes down to
guard,
whether Ryan is able to guard the attack. So very interesting to see what happens here. Fengzi just taking a look at his drop, probably thinking
That's a healthy
what could have been if he had a Moria.
Yeah, that is a very healthy trash, I would say. But just deciding to drop 2 or 1k and a 2k, swinging 9 to the Sanji, and
taking no risks here.
just gonna discard it.
Yep. just
Man
gonna go.
decided to, you know what? I'm going top deck mode, bro. It's all you. There.
Well, we know that Ryan has a killer kit in his hand, so most likely
Man.
thinking that he will be able to play it out despite having no board, but those 2 Egghead Luffys in the life will be able to delay this game somewhat.
Yeah,
So
you might be able to delay the game, but I don't know if you are. I don't know. I don't know what's the plan here after this, Josh. This looks
I know
very
it's
dangerous.
very interesting because this isn't exactly something that is conventional.
Yeah,
Usually by now the Black Yellow Luffy player would have
a lot of resources
gotten
aboard.
a lot of resources
aboard,
through
and stuff
Moria
like that,
or something, and
but
be able to go to 9k base.
Yeah,
and,
but
either maybe he would have the babies in his hand so that he's
Yeah.
able to hench him from life. And on the flip side, Ryan as well, without having the Black Maria, wasn't able to sustain his Dawn count throughout the game. And Fengzi being very smart in the way that he tried to, turtle out this kind of situation. He decided to aim more for Ryan's board, so thus clearing Ryan's board, and Ryan now having to play a bit slower here, having to accumulate more Dawn to be able to put more units on the board.
Yeah.
Else he will not be able to penetrate through Fengzi's defenses here. Despite being only at 7k base, Fengzi is able to consistently just discard 1 card from his hand every turn to just put 2 life there. I think Fengzi doesn't really care if it was to go to bottom deck. He's just buying time,
Yeah,
Just
I
buying
think
time.
it's also the fact that if the Moria is the next, right, you can go for Moria and Baby Luffy to draw one. So I think that's also very important. And if you are Ryan position, you are thinking, okay, so what's the worst thing he can top deck there? Probably a Baby Luffy, probably a Moria. If it's a Moria, I think you want to get rid of 1 life.
Yes, most
But
likely
then-
I think yes, he would not.
But
probably
Ryan needs to
wouldn't go
keep aware is that
Yeah.
he is 7k base, so it's not easy to go in as well. So it will be very interesting to see what Dominic does. And also one more interesting thing, Dominic is at 2 life. Fengzi does have what we call at least 3 units that are able to threaten leader, which is the Kuzan, the Sabo, and the Luffy leader himself. So let's go for the Queen. This will be using the 5 Dawn and then minusing 1 Dawn, drawing 2, discarding 1. This means you won't be able to attack this turn towards the leader, because Fengzi's leader is of course 7k base, giving Fengzi ample time to set up. He does see he's considering to maybe keep Yutama so that you can bottom the Kuzan. Very core as well, because if you bottom the Kuzan means, let's say in the universe where Fengzi top deck Moria right here, the Moria top deck will be very devastating, because Kuzan can go 5 leader and then minusing 4 cost to the Queen, and then the AK Luffy can at least KO the Queen. But I think without the Kuzan, this Queen is very likely to live. So we'll see what Ryan does here.
He's most likely going to drop the Zoro here.
Zoro does not do anything at this point anymore.
Yeah, and having Killer Kid in his hand just negates the usage of the Zoro.
Goes for the
Going
Otama.
for the Otama instead here.
One of the most used 2K counter throughout the history of the game. Look at her having some memory. And also just passing it. So we will see here what is in the box for Fengzi. That's a long pause.
That's a long pause.
That's a very long pause. Usually this just means that
It's not Moria.
it is
It's not Moria.
not the man of wait. He is doing up. Is it happening, Josh? Did he stop that Moria?
Oh my god.
No way!
Wait.
No
Gets
way!
the Moria from the top deck, being able to get both of
No
the Luffy's up from life
way!
if he was to choose to being able
No
to draw
way!
one card. And now he'll be able to attach 2 Dawn to his leader and then use the Luffy skill.
No way!
And he will also be able to gain that additional hand card that he will be able to discard to put in another 2 pseudo life here. So what a clutch top deck here from Fengzi, top decking the Moria
No
here.
way.
And Ryan, with having done the Queen play earlier and going into the blocker law, is now only at 2 Dawn.
That was 0 hand.
Man was 0
That
hand.
was 0 hand. Look at what's going to happen. He's going to get back the resource. He's going to be able to stay at 9k. He's going to get rid of most of the things here, most of it. My man might even draw a second Moria. We don't know. He's just going to go for life here, 11k. Okay, trigger. Like this is just... Again, the tempo just swing one side. At one moment we're thinking, okay, it's quite hard for Fengzi. Only a Moria stage. Man drew the Moria. Now everything just looks upside down.
It looks
It's
dire. It looks really
It
dire.
looks really bad for Ryan now. With of course, being able to remove the Kuzan was a really good call. Can you imagine if the Kuzan stick? That would be very
That
dangerous.
would have been devastating. The Queen
Yes.
would have been gone as well. However,
The Queen is safe.
the Queen is safe this
That's
turn.
the Queen. The
However,
Queen is safe, but-
Ryan is only at 2 Dawn currently, and next turn he will be at 4. And
That's a trigger.
Fengzi being at 9k base, I think he is considering. Oh,
Oh, it's a Sunday trigger. Wait.
deciding to go
Oh,
for the Miss All
yeah,
Sunday
yeah,
here.
yeah.
I
Couldn't
will
draw.
regain 1 Dawn.
Yeah, couldn't draw that. So just discard it and go for... Again, the 8-hit Luffy. At this point of the game, I do think the 8 hits... this is just the power of 8-hit Luffy. Ever since Black Yellow Luffy has the 8-hit Luffy, it is just one of the most important cards in this deck because you are able to just replenish back your hand size after using the baby Luffy effect. Or with Moria, it's actually just a +1.
Yes, that is true here. So I'm assuming that Fengzi is most likely going to go for
Yeah,
the
this
double
is, I
Luffys
think
again.
this
Yep.
is very safe.
Yep, very safe here. And with Ryan
out of Dawn.
deciding to call the Miss All Sunday, having -1 Dawn to get the unit down on board, actually doesn't really seem like it was the best thing to do here with Fengzi being at
Man.
9k base.
Man couldn't even
However,
swing in.
yeah, he could be hoping to buy another turn. However, with the Moria being on board as well, Fengzi could easily threaten lethal the following turn if he were to have something like a Shigan to get rid of the Queen, and Ryan was to not be able to play down a blocker this turn. So a very interesting situation here. However, it all came down to that top decking of the Moria. It really did. It really did swing the momentum.
I
where
couldn't believe it.
It was a pretty even game state up to that point here.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah, and then the Moria happened. I couldn't believe it. Mr. Moria doing it again. Amazes me every time. Killer Kid couldn't swing in, so goes back to Fengzi. Fengzi is at...
oh my goodness, Fengzi
I'm
with the
so
top
sorry,
deck.
Ryan. I'm
I
so
feel
sorry.
pretty bad for Ryan here.
I'm just gonna say it. I'm so sorry, Ryan. I'm so sorry this has to happen. Oh my god. Like, this is amazing from Fengzi, but still, this is just insane, Josh.
It's just insane top decking Moria twice here, being able to summon both the Luffys again
That's why he's the GOAT.
from his life. That's why
That's
he's
the
the
GOAT,
GOAT of
the GOAT of BY
BY
Luffy.
Luffy. That's how he made it here.
My man just decided, hey man, I'm just gonna, simply Moria at the right time. This is what we call the best timing to Moria.
Yes. I mean, you don't need Moria in your hand until you actually need to play it down, right?
I'll remind everyone, 2 turns ago, Fengzi was 0 hand. 0 hand. The ball is nothing but a Sabo. Or Kuzan, sorry. Kuzan Sabo. Man now is 2 life. 2 life, 2 hand.
2 life,
How did
2
this
hand,
happen?
and at 9k base.
How? What happened?
Oh, and there it is, the handshake. Brian and Feng Ze.
Yeah, well played, Feng Ze. Amazing play demonstration of how powerful the deck is, but what a Moria.
That is the strength of the 8-cost Moria here, top decking the card not just once but twice.
This is such a good game. I'm glad we cast this game, but
I too am glad because this game was an amazing game here, and it wasn't exactly something like very conventional from both players. I mean, we got to see Feng Ze utilize his special card, the Shigan, as well as the Ivankov as well, which is something that not all Black Yellow Luffy players run. So definitely for anyone who is hoping to learn something about the deck in general and how to combat against RP Law. Of course, you could say that in the end it came down to top decking the Moria.
Yes.
But however, Feng Ze did play his way through those difficult scenarios to reach that point. So despite top decking the Moria in the end, which ultimately did win him the game, we have to give him huge amounts of credit for how he played up to that point.
We're not discrediting like Feng Ze's top decking of Moria to the game and everything. Of course, it all boils down to just being able to play throughout the top deck, throughout the luck and everything. And credit where it's due. Of course, Feng Ze took the game well deserved. The game also showcased the problem with RP Law without Maria, which is actually very prevalent there. We saw the 6 Dawn play Sanji down there, which is very uncomfortable at all for the Law player. I think if you're a Law player, you will never ever see that play. 6 cost Sanji being played full cost, usually just caught from the Chambers. But because of his position where the Maria got removed and everything, just showcased how devastating it is. And also, because the Shigan is technically played there instead of Thunderbolt, Feng Ze was able to buy time, and buying time allowed him to actually play down the Moria at that exact moment. Maybe it's all planned. Maybe Shigan is the answer compared to Thunderbolt. But asking you, Josh, if you are a Black Yellow Luffy player, because this has been a debate for a while, Shigan or Thunderbolt?
It's actually extremely difficult. We've seen top players actually go really far and even win major events with both Shigan and Thunderbolt. So I think in the end it does come down to player preference. I mean, both cards, okay, ultimately they do the same thing. They KO a 5 cost. However, needing to trash 1 life with the Thunderbolt, it being 2 cost lesser, Shigan being at 4 cost, and you get to mill 2 cards from your deck. So both cards has its pros and cons. Shigan needs you to have 1 life to be able to use the skill in the first place. And with the meta being at pretty fast pace here, with RP Law being so prevalent, like we mentioned earlier, more than 50% of the top 32 consisting of RP Law. So maybe trashing your life so aggressively just to KO something might not be the most optimal thing BY Luffy players opt to do. So thus we can see the adoption of Shigan, which also gets the job done, although be it at a higher cost, but also with the advantage of being able to mill 2 cards from your deck and get those core components into the drop. So I think ultimately it does come down to preference. But we can see that running these kinds of cards in this meta, especially with something like RP Law being so prevalent, is definitely necessary for BY Luffy.
And so something interesting that we need to actually touch on is the fact that baby Ace and Ace is not adopted at all. We talked to Feng Ze shortly just now. We asked him, how many of the Aces are you running? 0. As has been the adoption for the BY Luffy play in East right now. Unlike the English counterpart where they just started to see the rise of Black Yellow Luffy, but in the East here already we are starting to cut Ace, which is really insane in my opinion. But it does the work where removing Ace means you have about 6 to 8 free slots. Those slots goes to Kuzan, Thunderbolt, and then Shigan. And of course there are other various cards that people like to try. So even the Ivankov is all. Ivankov is not a common card that people play in the past, but ever since even last meta, because of Law, the rising of Law, they do run the Ivankov, because Ivankov is interesting in their position, right? Ivankov actually developed 2 body, a 3 cost 4k blocker, which is not easy to be removed because you need a power reducer to remove the Ivankov, and then calling out a 5 cost unit that technically needs a remover, be it Sabo or Luffy. So it does develop 2 body, which is something that RP Law don't really like to see. They don't like they don't like to see 2 bodies, so that I can't deal with both of them if they're both standing. So it is a very powerful adoption, and also being able to block one of the attacks is also really strong. So I think this adoption makes BR Luffy one of the most, at least in my eyes, besides Lucci, very flexible deck. Like the deck list changes every time, like not even deck list, play style changes and stuff like that. And so it is really great to see, but of course this just highlights how powerful Gecko Moria is ever since his release. From set 5, set 5 or set 6? Set 6, I believe? Set 6 release. Man has just been used in every really strong black decks. Just from the Lucci even adopting it now, from the Moria, from the, of course, the infamous Sakazuki leader that got banned last year, and of course now BY Luffy using it for its fullest potential. Like, we used to be calling 4 costs and 2 costs with this Moria, but now he's just calling 2 5 costs. 2 5 costs just like that. So yeah, it is getting out of hand, but you know what? It's getting out of hand as well. Us getting really exhausted from this game. So we will be taking a quick break and we'll be back for the top 4 game. Stay tuned, guys.
The only thing that I need, now that I know for sure, is not the answer, but the reason to stand belong again. Got everything in my hand, so come forward to tell me, here I go, I'm ready to jump into another day. If I just can close my eyes, I can see it clear, dreams I had, it lays in front of me. You and I dive into the new world. I know that we can rewrite all of the rules that keep us standing in the way. You and I work in the world. And when I'm falling apart, I know you'll always be there to take my hand. Together we will on the journey, searching for the light. Full light.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Grand Asia Open 2024 here in Malaysia. We are now at the top 4 stage here, having just witnessed Fengze pilot the BY Luffy against RP Law earlier in an extremely close game, top decking Moria twice. We are still reeling from the whole situation, unable to believe what we just seen, and now we're moving forward to the top 4 game. Norman, just please give us a bit of your thoughts about that game that we just saw previously and what we could expect to see from here on out now that we only have the best 4 remaining.
Well, we do have the best 4 remaining players left, and unfortunately from what I see from the screen there, this means unfortunately from what I understand is that the Lucci player has been eliminated. Props to him making this far. So we do see RP Law player being piloted from Fabian, and from the other side, not too sure if it's RP Law or maybe we might see BY Luffy again. However, we will be able to at least witness one of the, at least from what many people say, one of the top players from Singapore, Fabian, playing that RP Law. He'll be able to show us why is it maybe one of the best tech being brought around right now. So we're excited to see the match right now, and they're just getting ready and everything. I just am still in awe of what happened last game, so it is still insane what happened, Moria after Moria.
Yes, indeed, and Fengze as well is in the top 4 in the other game, but this game currently we can see, I see, oh
Wait,
it is indeed.
Wait, is that, oh no, I think that, yeah, I think it's shuffling his opponent, yeah. We do see the BY, right?
Yes, this is the other BY Luffy player that was in the top 8. So we do have 2 BY Luffys and I'm guessing 2 RP Laws in the top 8 here today, and it's good that we get to see both of them playing the different matchups, and potentially we could have a mirror final or maybe another BY Luffy versus RP Law.
We will never know,
and we will be able to see it, as you mentioned earlier, Fabian from Team Seafood King in Singapore, piloting the RP Law here, and everybody is surely excited to see how he is able to perform and pilot the deck, and whether we will have a game similar to what we saw previously. So yeah, definitely very excited to see how this one goes, and as we can see both players here just shuffling their deck, going through the formalities of the start, placing their life.
And also a very important stake here that we actually didn't mention. Winner here takes the slot for the Asia final, not just the Malaysia tournament, the Asia final itself, meaning you go one step further above from the qualifying round. So to give it a perspective, there is the Asia qualifier and then there's the Asia final. The winner, the top 2 here will be able to get the slot for the Asia final regardless of nationality. So they are playing for that important slot right now. So this is for all the marbles for a very important qualifying slot.
Basically, everyone is aiming to be the next Guanrong,
the
next Pirate King, and
yes,
this is the first step towards doing so.
This is a very important step for everyone involved here right now. Top 4, they must be very nervous because there's only going to be 2 persons that made out from the top 4. We have 32 players today, and we trim it down to the best 4 today. And what we have is 2 RP Law, but also 2 BY Luffy. Well, at least we get to avoid a full RP Law blown out today.
That is true. Okay, level with me here, Novi. Let's say if the first championship, which Guanrong won, that makes him the first ever Pirate King. Thus, he is Gold Roger, correct?
Yep.
Because Gold Roger was the first ever Pirate King.
Okay.
So this season, they are aiming to be the next Pirate King, which we all believe, being One Piece fans and so on, will be Monkey D. Luffy to be the next Pirate King. So technically, the winner of this season's eventual ending would be Luffy, right? So isn't that something that most players would definitely be striving for? They would want to be Luffy.
But some people want to be Buggy.
Okay, that's a whole nother thing. That's a whole nother thing entirely if Buggy were to become the Pirate King.
Can you believe it if the story just ends with Buggy being Pirate King? Anyway, back to the game. We do have, and it is confirmed, the BY Luffy. But I'll say the sleeve, Josh, it just suits BY Luffy, the gold and white. I don't know. It's just something about this sleeve combination, right? For yellow, just looks so aesthetically pleasing, right?
That is true. I do think that a lot of BY Luffy players do tend to use this sleeve now that you mentioned
It's just a nice color combination. I think not just like BY, just yellow in general. Because I myself use it for my yellow decks. But back to more important things. So we are going to see BY again taking going second, which is a very, very common trend here we see, because BY tend to have more even number curve cards, so like the Kuzan, which is right now, and also of course the all important Gecko Moria.
That is true here. We can see that the GAP, searching the top 5, I did see the 5-cost ace here, so Mr. Kim Seng with the Black Yellow Luffy does run the ace, which Feng Ze did not play, and I also noticed that in his top 5, there was one Moria, so there is one Moria down, and there are options for him to take other
Taking
than this.
the ace.
Yep. Yeah, there was the small Luffy and the small ace, but opting to go for the big ace instead, and then going for another GAP. So a pretty good start here for
Unless
Kim Seng.
top 5 here has a Moria. This is a dangerous thing we actually didn't mention about, where in this game, unlike most other games, there are elements of shuffle and stuff. There are shuffling in this game, however, is really, really rare, and for BLV specifically, there isn't any shuffle mechanic. So if you see a top 5 and it's just 4 Moria, it is bottom forever, unless you manage to climb the hill and get him back from the bottom. But this is why it's very dangerous to use these cards and also the Three Brothers event casually. Like, I do think that it is a great card for consistency, but like we saw the game from Feng Ze, if you don't have Moria, this whole deck kind of like falls apart eventually. So it is a very, very important thing to take note that there is one Moria at the bottom there, and we do see like one life being taken. And again, this time no blocker law. Even last game we mentioned about it, there's no blocker law, and this seems to be a really, really dangerous position for.
You can see here Kim Seng just going 5k.
Yeah, with 5k here. Yeah.
Like you mentioned, yes, Chalice just did drop the Black Maria and opting not to use the leader effect to minus
going
into
6,
anything.
wow.
Yep, just going 6k with the GAP here. Unsure if Kim Seng runs the Kuzan as well, so that is something that a lot of the at least local players here do run, as there is not much really to do on 4 Dawn for Black Yellow Luffy other than either playing your searches down and swinging face with the searches like GAP, for example. So that's why Kuzan was introduced into the Black Yellow Luffy deck to just fit into the curve as well as to dig for important components here. However, now Chalice is going for the Queen, trying to just search for answers for future things that could show up on Kim Seng's board here. And having the Black Maria on board, he's pretty good because he will be able to minus aggressively here with the Queen and the leader effect, minusing a total of 4 in this one turn, and then just gaining back 5 from the Black Maria. Probably just trying to dig for those key components like you mentioned earlier, like the blocker law and so on, and probably those Gordon and Race Max to prep for when Kim Seng does drop down the 5-cost Luffy and Sabo. So just getting the answers prepped and ready. So Fabian just now taking his time, deciding what he will discard from the Queen effect.
This is also interesting that he guarded the Maria here. So we do know that at least 2 Maria are no longer available, which is one on the board, one guarded. So if this Maria falls apart from, let's say, from a trigger or whatnot, this could spell a very dangerous position like last game. So we do see 5 to 5 first, testing the water, see if Kim Seng would want to take this. Kim Seng's hand is full of 5-cost units, a lot of them. I think all of them are present, and there is no trigger. Using the law effect, bottoming the guard, calling the blocker law, one of the talk of the town in this meta game right now, asking Kim Seng to randomly discard 2 cards from his hand. So if you are the law player, Josh, what do you want to see being discarded?
You would most likely be aiming for, of course, the most obvious target would be Moria, as well as the small versions of the Luffy Ace and Sabo.
Oh, that's 2 5-cost units, something that you still discard, but something that would help the Luffy, right? Being able to see more of it in trash.
Yeah, definitely. However, taking the initial 5k here from the leader does make it extremely dangerous because now Kim Seng would probably not be able to use the 5-cost Luffy to take life aggressively because he would be at 1 and in range for Killer Kid and getting his hand chipped out by Fabian's board. So interesting to see what Kim Seng would opt to do here. Doesn't really probably have much options other than the Sabo and the 5-cost Luffy, and it's extremely unlikely that he will take life and go down this turn. So he most likely will opt to go for the egghead Luffy, probably to KO most likely the Maria this
I think
turn.
it's Maria because like you see like one Maria's in the trash, and if you get rid of the other Maria, Charles will need to draw his 3rd or 4th Maria, so it's not very likely, in my opinion at least. So I do think that the egghead Luffy being played here seems to be the correct play at least, but of course we wouldn't know. There are also other options, like you can try to dig for the Sabo, you can also try to dig for you can use Sabo to turn and dig for your Moria, or you can just play the ace and go face.
That is true, but I think probably the best thing to do here would be to play down this 5-cost Luffy, and which he does, and he most likely will get rid of the Black Maria so that Fabian would have to be a bit more careful in how he manages his Dawn in subsequent turns.
Yes.
As you did mention, he did previously guard with 1 Black Maria, and if he were to KO this one, the likelihood of him having the 3rd at this early stage in the game does seem pretty unlikely, but you won't want to count things out, especially when we've seen somebody top deck Moria twice today. So
we do see the Mario being removed, and he does pick up a baby Luffy in hand. Very important, like, I would say baby Luffy is probably the most important in this particular matchup, because honestly speaking, Sabo being removed in this particular matchup is just really good comment. So besides being able to cycle 2 cards, Sabo is just not going to exist in this matchup. However, the Luffys are very important. 8k is a very hard number to remove, and also the 8k Luffy, as we say time again, cycles and also being able to KO important units such as the Mario. And now we see Charles being at 6 Dawn, which is it 5?
He's at 6 Dawn this
6
turn,
Dawn.
attaching 1 Dawn to the blocker lot to swing for 6. Just want to test
the water.
Just looking to test Kim Seng's hand here, see how many 2k counters he has. And guarding with 2k counters in this situation, I mean, it is the right thing to do, but the 2k counters are generally your life takers.
Yes.
So being forced to guard with them delays the timing for you to be able to go to 0 and then start spamming the leader skill to be at a higher leader base power.
Yep. So we are going to see the black the
Miss All
Sunday being played here.
Interesting to see what Fabian would opt to do this turn.
Maybe
considering if he wants to minus 3 to get another unit down on the board, probably something like a Reiju to replenish his hand. However, that would mean that he would go down to 3 and be at 5 the next turn. So I guess he is considering that he would just pass this turn so that he'll be able to play with 8 this turn, which I think is most probably the better choice in this kind of scenario. He would definitely be minusing if the Black Maria was still on the board. However, with Kim Seng removing that, the previous turn with the 5-cost Luffy, Chalice, like I mentioned, has to be a bit more careful with how he manages his Dawn count. However,
that 2k guard was also very, very important. As we saw, Kim Seng top deck the, what do you call that, the Flampe. So if he actually if he didn't guard it with the 2k, I think he'll be able to go to 0 life, with 1 life being the 5-cost, because he can go into Hirori into Flambe. But like we say, these small minor details are very important. Asking a 2k shield from Black Air Luffy player is technically a very, very but a very good play, because most of their 2k shield are life takers. Now Kim Seng just deciding maybe have to take 4 more cards. And swinging 8 here is quite strong, because the blocker there is a 6k, right? So for those at home that are not aware, technically speaking, if you swing 7 to 5, seems like a really good, he can just guard 2 and 1. But because there's a 6k blocker on the field, he can just simply guard block with 6 and guard with 2k counter. So being able to swing 8 here is a really, really strong play because it's either you give up a queen or you give up 2 cards in hand.
Yeah, definitely. I think Kim Seng is eyeing the Sabo this turn. Most likely, he will not be able to take life this turn and
Or he can be
go
brave.
to
Flambe,
Flambe
draw
and
one, take
hope to-
one, and then
hope
draw
to
another
go-
Flambe, right? Hey
in an
man,
ideal world, right?
the sky's the limit. If you are gonna be the best Pirate King, I think you need to prove your luck. like,
Well, we will see if Kim Seng does decide to rely on that luck or go for the more stable play here, which I think would be to put down the Sabo. He definitely will not be able to go for the 5-cost Luffy this turn because of the Dawn count he is at. Using the 5-cost Luffy to trash something and then Flampe to go to
something that we
0.
missed out. I
He
don't
will
think
only
Fabian
be-
Tan is super healthy as well, right?
He will- yes.
There's no Reiju play at all.
Yes, definitely. And having guarded a bit
Oh.
earlier as well, he is deciding to go
Oh.
to 0,
Oh.
I assume, this turn.
I don't see a life taker.
Does draw the 5-cost Luffy and the Kuzan here, being pretty risky here, going down to 1.
Going down to 1, that's really, really risky. For
It's
what?
really risky, and from what we can see from his hand here, he does have 2 ace and 2 Kuzan in his hand, so there's 4 cards with no counter in his hand, and not even a Sabo can fully clear all of those things. And now, having used the 1 Dawn to play down the Flampe, the leader most likely will only be able to swing for 7, and like you mentioned earlier, the
7 to
Queen
the law.
will be able to block with a 2k and keep the
Yep, he is
blocker
gonna do
law
it.
alive, and that is indeed what he will do, discarding
He
the
will
Shachi
do
Pen to
that.
guard. And now Kim Seng's only option would be to play this Sabo in hopes to be able to filter his hand. And
Interesting to actually do for the Flambe. I was just kind of
Yeah, I
giving
was-
up my opinion, but that was very, very interesting to play Flambe. And he does see that Flambe right there. I think you'll be discarding the Kuzans. Yep.
will decide to drop the 2 Kuzans here. However, this is an extremely dangerous position for
High
Kim Seng
Dawn
here.
count from Charles as well.
Yeah, high Dawn count from Chalice. We can see that going into the Miss All Sunday and not using the leader effect has paid dividends for him this
Yep.
turn, being at 8 Dawn with 3 attackers on the board. Kim Seng being at 1 life, 5k base with only 1 Sabo on the board. And as we can see, we know Kim Seng only has 1 2k counter left in his hand here, so extremely dangerous position that he is in right now.
Going for
Kim-
7 straight up.
Going for 7, this is actually a standard RP Law play. Going for 7, and if you do not choose to block the Gordon or Race Max, will immediately come down and minus power to the Sabo, which in then would mean that the RP Law will then bot deck the Sabo and probably go into something like the Killer Kit here. So Kim Seng not wanting to risk that happening, want to make use of the blocker straight away, so straight away giving it up. However, Chalice is not resting on his laurels here, going for 7 again, and then
2
Kim
and
Seng,
1. Giving up the Flampe this time as well.
yep, Kim Seng having to discard another
Chalice
2
not
cards,
stopping.
but Chalice isn't stopping. He's going for another 7 here, and as we know, Kim Seng has run out of 2k counters here, so he's most likely going to have to throw a couple of 1s from his hand, which will give up a lot of information. And even if Fabian does decide to play safe and not go all in to end this turn, it seems extremely unlikely that
Yes, give up.
yes,
3
Kim Seng will be
ones.
able to go to 1 the next turn, having discarded all the possible life takers from his hand. So it's an extremely dangerous position here.
Queen
and
going in as well, maybe.
yes, Queen is going in as well. Maybe he would opt to go for the 7 and then minus into the Killer Kit for 9. He does have information that Kim Seng does not have any more 2k counters left. He does still have 3 cards in his hand, so it could still be 3 1k counters. However, using all 3 1k counters from his hand would mean that he is left with nothing the following turn. So either way, I don't think Fabian is in any danger here, with Kim Seng's board being just the Gup and the Flampe, so he's in no
Yeah,
danger of dying as
that-
well. So he could opt to just play a bit more aggressively
Yeah,
this
that
turn.
Flambe tick is showing why you shouldn't be just simply taking life as a deck, because this is why BR Luffy is regarded as one of the harder deck in the meta game besides RP Law. I do think RP Law is pretty hard, but BR Luffy aside as well, one of the harder deck, because taking life is something that actually, if I'm using my translator right, losing. because
Yes,
you are
that is true.
actually losing. Like the game objective is when your opponent hit your life to 0. So that is why it's very dangerous to just simply use cards like Flambe, Hero and stuff like that to just go to 0 life. I think this is where it shines a lot to see where you need to control your resources. But that being said, I think Charlie also is considering that if I swing here and he actually maybe he just had actually 2k counters, you know, like Charlie is thinking maybe actually he do have the 2k counters and he can actually just go for the troop, because Kim Seng isn't exactly like it's not over for him yet, and Charlie is thinking about it, because if Kim Seng just removes the bot next turn or at least removes the queen and then goes for a 7k or 9k base, it is going to be square one again. So Charlie is taking his options slowly, considering what he can do. Next turn
Checking
is
out
the
that
Tendon.
Next turn is the Tendon turn. However, with Kim Seng still being at 1 life here, he will not be able to go for the Moria play. Even he could go for the Moria play, but will be ending up at 7k base.
Yep.
Most likely having to get down 1 life
Going
taker
for
here.
the pudding.
Going for the pudding instead this turn. And
Pass as
passing
well.
as well. Going for the much safer route here. We
There
can
is
see
the
that
Moria, but he is at 1 life, just to remind everyone. Being 1 life means you are not going to be easy to go down to 0. However, interestingly, you can do a very like sick play here. You can like go Moria into Flambe and
you
a baby.
could go, yeah, you could go for like the Moria into the Flampe. You will be able to draw additional 1 card in addition to taking 1 of your life to your hand. However, you will only be at 7k base, and with Fabian not minusing his Dawn this turn, he will be at the full 10 Dawn next turn. And as we know, Kim Seng's hand was pretty depleted from the previous turn, having to guard with quite a number of his key components, and doesn't have a 2k counter in his hand as well. Most likely, Kim Seng will have to obviously go for the Sabo this turn. I think he doesn't really have much options other than to go for the Moria, so he will end up at the 7k base.
But 7k base with 2 life, I think that's quite important to note, where the 2 life does matter a lot. Kim Seng can just simply give up the Luffy's, but it is gonna be quite dreadful because
I think he'd be at 7k base with 1 life, right? Because he'd have to Flampe this life away.
oh yeah, the Flambe is
Yeah,
life
he
away.
has to Flampe this life away, so he would be at 7k
Oh,
base.
he's a Hiyori.
Or he could Hiyori, yes, he could go for Hiyori, but that would require him having to have 1 of the copies of the big Luffy
he has,
ace,
because
and he does have the ace.
He does the ace.
He does have the ace in his hand, but the ace isn't exactly the thing that you would want in this situation. You much rather have the Sabo or the Egghead Luffy in this scenario, so not exactly the best position for Kim Seng to be in. Unsure if he actually even has the baby ace in his drop zone. I did not recall seeing it
the
earlier.
dangerous part here is also the fact that he actually has 2 blank cards in his hand.
Yeah, so the Sabo is most definitely something that has to happen this turn.
Yeah,
There's pretty much no choice for him.
we
He
will
has
see
to
the
go.
Flambe. I think
We will see the Flampe.
they just considering which baby to call at this point. The Flambe is coming down.
It has to be Sabo, right? It has to be Sabo. Fabian's hand, like you mentioned, is pretty low. So maybe...
It's going to go for the Luffy instead. So it is going to go the Flambe to go 0. Flambe draws 1, and those are the babies. Baby Ace and Baby Luffy. Going for the effect. Going to probably discard the Adult Ace at this
I'm
point.
guessing that his drop zone doesn't have the Sabo. Okay, he does have the Sabo, but interestingly, he did opt to go for the Luffy.
The Luffy is a
instead.
draw one. I think it's not
The
a really...
Luffy is a draw 1. Yes, that is correct.
Just KO the... Does KO the Law. Pretty okay move so far. Passing 1. And being at 1 life 7k base is not bad. Pretty decent. Probably swing into the Miss or Sunday. Just to be very safe, because Sunday
Yeah,
is a 5k, means 2 Dawn commitment is enough for you to ask 1 hand.
Yep,
I think
so
you rather ask him to please give up the Sunday.
We'll be swinging 9 into
9
the
is huge.
Miss
That
All
means
Sunday.
even with the Queen block, it is still asking for a 2k. Sunday goes down, and the board is left with a pudding and a queen. But Charles without a Maria is a 10 Dawn, a high Dawn count at this point in stage of
Yep,
the
we
game.
can see that playing down the Miss All Sunday and not reducing his Dawn that turn has carried forward through to this point, and he is able to play with a very high Dawn count despite not having the Black Maria anymore. having been KO'd much earlier during the game. However, Kim Seng being only at 7k this turn still is pretty much a problem for him. With Chalice being at 10 Dawn, he could attempt to test the waters first with placing Dawn on his queen or his leader. But of course, I don't think he's really in much danger of dying, being at 2 life at the moment. He still could ultimately, if Kim Seng
Chalice is going
was
9
able
here
to-
right now,
to-
asking for a 2-1.
asking for a 2-1 here.
Kim
If
Seng
he
just gives it up. Deciding whether he actually can guard or not. That's interesting.
6 Dawn remaining, so he will be swinging for 12, 2 to
So
7
straight
here.
away going for the
Probably
shambles.
going to... Yep, instead of opting
Gonna
for
be
the
killer
queen,
kid,
he
I
does,
believe.
of course he does have the killer kid here.
So going
So
for Killer
gonna
Kid,
get
this
one
is
done.
gonna be, I believe, 6 plus 7, 13.
Yeah, 13 here.
It's gonna be huge. I think that it's probably game. Yes, and Charlie's takes the game.
And Chalice
Nice
takes the
and
game.
clean.
Does beat Kim Seng in the end. Probably could have gone for it the previous turn, but decided to
risk,
be
I
a bit safe here. I mean, he did have the information of Kim Seng not having any 2k counters left in his hand when he decided to guard with 3 1ks.
But
Unless it
sometimes-
was some super bait that
I actually seen it before, by the way. Super bait. It's like,
Oh.
this guy probably does 2K. Like, I actually had one. Then I'm like, I've never seen anyone do it before. Yeah, but yes, we have the winner Charles, also known as Fabian, playing the red purple law. Congrats for Charles for getting the slot, I believe.
Yes, congratulations to him for getting the
Asia
slot
final
and
slot.
reaching the finals.
Yes, and
So, as expected, when the tournament started, there is an RP law in the
Yes.
finals, but the question is, did the other RP law also make it, or did Feng Ze, who majestically won in the top 8 by top decking 2 Moria, did his luck carry through and did he win his top 4 game? We will find out
we will
soon.
find out soon, but I think we know what it is in now, Josh. We shall take a break as we will return sooner or later to you guys to post the final real soon. See you guys.
The only thing that I need, now that I know for sure, is not the answer, but the reason to stand belong again. Got everything in my hand, so come forward to tell me, here I go, I'm ready to jump into another day. I just can't close my eyes. I can see it creep and as it lays in front of me. So you and I dive into the new world. I know that we can rewrite all of the rules that keep us standing in the way. You and I working the world. And when I'm falling apart, I know you'll always be there to take my hand. Together we will on the journey, searching for the light. Full life. everything that I need. Now that I know for sure it's not the answer, but no reason to stand being on my head. Got everything in my hand, so come forward to tell me here I go, I'm ready to jump into another day. I just can't close my eyes. I can see it clear, the dreams I had, it lays in front of me. So you and I dive into the new world. I know that we can rewrite all of the rules that keep us standing in the way. You and I work in the world. And when I'm falling apart, I know you'll always be there to take my hand. Together we will on the journey, searching for the light. Full life.
Hello guys, welcome back to the Grand Asia Open 2024 in Malaysia. We are back and final is here. Josh, looks like the final is here, and we do have a two player here. One Long on the left and on the right again Charlie or Fabian. Both will be piloting the Red Purple Law we have an all final red purple law deck.
As when the tournament first started, we had some high hopes and expectations that maybe we would see some of the new leaders from the, well, not exactly the new leaders, but the ST leaders,
Yep.
which just recently got support, as well as, you know, other leaders that were also prevalent in this meta, such as Lucci, BY, Luffy, and NL. But when it's all said and done, when it's reached the final, it comes down to both red, purple law being in the finals once again, similar to Japan and in other regions.
Yep.
This deck has just been so
It's
strong
showing
and
its
so
dominance.
consistent, and the top players from all regions have continued to pilot this deck brilliantly and consistently able to produce results. And this time is no different. Two of the top players, one of them being Fabian from Team Sifu King in
Yeah.
Singapore,
Yeah.
reaching the final once again with RP Law.
Yep.
And also Guangdong as well, piloting the RP Law. So both players are deciding on the going first and second and the other formalities before the game has begun. And this will be our first RP Law mirror of the day. So Norvin, what are you expecting to see from this mirror?
Gonna see it's gonna be a very chaotic game as usual, depending on what is their opening hand and what is proceeding, because the RP Law tempo tend to change depending on the hand. Of course, the ideal scenario is that they have enough of the promo law, enough of the remover, and of course queens and whatnot, queen, Reiju, and all those things. But again, like it really depends on what's the opening hand. If they have like a lot of the rush card, they can just go for, okay, I can aim to get rid of the board and maybe deal one phase damage, or I can try to be very aggressive and just go phase, and my opponent might not be guarding it, or he might not even have counters. And so it really depends on what is the opening for both. And I believe that we are getting started. Both players set to be doing their mulligans and everything, just getting the formality out of the way. I do think that this mirror, despite how a lot of people say it's kind of like, what's the word? A bit more on the luckier side, I do think that there are some minor things that you can outskill your opponent in, be it on depending on your deck build, depending on understanding the tempo of the game. Because when we talk about tempo, it's not just the board actually, it's the dawn. Like, prior to people's belief, I think people were thinking, oh, if I play the lower dawn count, my opponent won't be able to raid you consistently, because they will need to like minus a certain amount of dawn to reach my dawn. So like if they're playing like 1 dawn and your opponent's like 5 dawn, right, for example, they will need to do a queen and a -3 to do a Reiju. So yeah, example of that, but dawn can also be used to develop board, attacking dawn to go for higher attacking power, so like the 6 to the 4 being like puddings. So there are a lot of this kind of consideration to take in mind. So I do think that there are a lot of factors to be considered: hand size, board state, even life. You know, do you really want to go down to 2 life and give your opponent active for the killer kit? Because a lot of people tend to like, I just go 2 life, I want to see more resource, I'm having more hand and more options. But sometimes the opponent might, you know, be very, very, very fortunate and open 2 killer kit in their hand, going 7 to the board and 7 to face, which is really devastating in a lot of cases. So I do think that there are a lot of different factors and considerations before even considering the fact that, oh, I got unlucky, I didn't draw Reiju, I didn't draw Maxsoft. There are a lot of different factors. That's my take, at least for this mirror.
Yes, that is true. So it'll be very interesting to see how this plays out, and if both these players are familiar with how the tempo, as like you mentioned, of the matchup goes. And there's been a big debate as well in this mirror of whether you would like to take first or second when winning the dice roll. I believe that many top players are still in disagreement of whether you would like to go first or second.
Like,
personally, from my own experience, I do like taking second when
see, we have a disagreement. I like to take first. So
yeah.
So see, like there is a good and bad thing, I think, in terms of like going first. Why do you like to take going second, Josh?
I pretty much value the extra hand card and being able to have more options with the subsequent 4 dawn turn. Whereas going first, you're pretty much limited in what you can do. With your 3 dawn turn, most likely you probably have to have a pretty high roll start with something like a pudding and a shachipan, or a Black Maria and Reiju, something like that.
This is different to me. You know why I go first? To win, you need a high roll. what's the point of not high rolling not winning? I'm going to
that's
take
true,
first. I'm going
that's
to high roll. I'm going to draw all the cards. I'm going to draw
Yeah,
nuts.
yeah.
So that's why I like going first. But I think we all can agree maybe we shouldn't be playing the game because we're not there. So we'll be seeing the best of the best.
We'll let the top players
decide.
show us how it's done, right?
Yeah, exactly. So we will be seeing Guangdong was in charge of all the marbles, the final for the Grand Asia Open Malaysia 2024. We are getting things on the way, and I believe probably just getting some way start.
Just probably sorting out a few
Probably some things.
things out here.
Yep.
Probably clarifying a few things with the judges, telling them about their live placements and so on.
Very important as well. I think it's also a lesson to be learned for maybe some of the new players here. They came for top stage first time where things had, like, I have to be very careful when we see that last game, like not realizing that Feng Zhe was at 9k base, or even yesterday's games where there are procedures where yes, the effect is follow RP law is in fact you have to choose a target to go to the bottom and then call, because you can choose not to bottom anything, that kind of thing. So yeah, it's for new players to look around and be very wary of all these things. So I think the judges are just asking them to be making sure of your place, making sure what is the standard procedure and stuff like that. And I believe we are just. I'm just looking at Junkai's hand. Just look at his hand, just like let's give it. And so besides this important tournament as well, if you guys are not aware, we do have other events. There is the Digimon tournament that happened a while ago. There are also the EX flagship and also the Digimon's Evolve Cup, I believe, also, and a lot of various events just going around. What a wonderful event we have right here.
Yep. So even if you weren't part of the main tournament or involved at all, you can still come and get involved in the various activities that we have here at the Grand Asia Open at Tropicana City Mall.
And we do get the game start. I believe it will be Guangdong going first and Fabian going second. So, technically speaking, nothing happens here usually. So
I believe that Guangdong did win the dice roll and opted to go first. So we can see here.
Whoa, that's a double Gordon
is
right
going
there.
for the double Gordon play here, forcing Guanlong to have an instant response here on his 3-Dawn turn. If he were to not -1 from his -1 of the Gordons from Chalice's board this turn.
Yeah, and also interestingly, actually this play just prevents the infamous turn 3 Maria into blocker law. Wow, going face very aggressively right here, going 5-5 leader. Not something you usually see, right, Josh?
This isn't something we usually see, and I would think that most players opt to not really do this often, because it would mean that the attacks would get redirected to the units on the board. And from what I know from the RP Law matchup is that just in general, the deck does want to take like the first 1 or 2 life in order to gain more resources and options to know how they would like to play the game out.
Yes, and we do see here the Satipan playing a pivotal role for this particular setup for Guangdong, because without that Satipan, Guangdong will be at 0 Dawn.
Yes, that is true. You can see the importance of Shachi and Penguin here being able to regain 2 Dawn after having minus with the leader effect. I'm pretty sure if he did not have the Shachi and Penguin that turn, he would not have decided to minus at all.
So going for the 5-0 and then a 1k counter right here. Charles deciding what he can do here. In the ideal world, I think it will be promo law, right? In
in an ideal world, yeah.
In the ideal year here, you probably go promo law. It does go for the killer kid. Wow.
Yeah, gonna be aggressive to the Zoro here, trying to chip more of Guangdong's hand size. And this is what can happen if you drop something down like a Zoro very aggressively early. You end up getting the attacks redirected towards the unit.
And he is committed.
Yeah, in the end he is committed to guarding it. So Guangdong is immediately pretty much on the back foot here, very low
Yes.
on hand size and
Losing a Zoro in
losing
the
the Zora
process.
as well, thanks to the
And Sachi Pen comes down,
yeah,
giving
thanks
back to
to
Don.
the
Just showing how important Sachi Pen
Yeah.
is in this matchup because,
Yeah, yeah.
like we mentioned, the low Dawn play is kind of like a common space, but for you to go low Dawn, you must also not be too behind in the Dawn count. So Sachi Pen, one of the most reliable way besides Black Maria to go back to high Dawn. A really, really important card, and also not to mention 2k counter.
yes, definitely a very, very strong card from the ST10 Shachi Pen. The only, probably
The only
alongside RP Law.
Yeah.
Sorry, alongside the Blocker Law, the only remaining two cards from the ST10
Just
to
going
still be played. We can see here, Guano opting to hit live first with the Shachi Penguin and then pivot
Probably Killer
towards
Kid.
the Killer Kid.
Yep, Killer Kick here. This is very, we mentioned is very important where having to be going down at 2 life too early would be very, very dangerous because
Yeah.
they will activate the Killer Kick. However, for Charlie's situation, it's a bit unique because his opponent's life is very, very healthy. But Guano's hand is not looking really healthy as well. It's, I believe, 2, 3?
Yeah, he's at, I believe, 2 hand size here with 4 life. So Chalice most likely will be able to clear Guanlong's bot entirely this turn before starting to push for life the following turn.
Believe.
He's deciding on how he would like to play out his turn. Previous turn, Guanlong did swing with the Shachi and Penguin first to enable the Killer Kid to get the plus 2k buff, hence why he didn't go for the bot straight away.
Yep.
He knew that Chalice would most likely take one of it, so he would be able to gain the bonus plus 2 from the Killer Kid,
Guanlong
which
committing.
would then swing into the units. And Guanlong is committing his hand
Committed.
to
And just give
guard
it
the
up.
things, yes. So he is at 1 hand size now, and Chalice definitely very much in the momentum here. I do see he has a raise max in his hand, so this Shachi Pen will be going to the bottom of the deck.
Yep. I do believe that this will probably go bottom, and then Charlie's hand also is looking like really low as well because there's no Reiju.
Yeah, both players not exactly getting the resource cards that they need for this game. Both playing with extremely low
Oh,
hand.
Sachi Pen, that's really strong. Being able
However,
to go by
yes,
the 4 Dawn.
both of these players, if anything, both are managing to play with a slightly higher
High Dawn,
Dawn
yes.
count due to the Shachi Pen coming down twice here for Chalice and once for Guanlong. So Guanlong at 6 Dawn here, however, with nothing on the board. So
Going for the swing of
opting to
8.
go for a bigger
7?
swing here. I think 7 into most likely the Shachi and Penguin here.
Going for live.
Going for life
Wow.
instead here, since Shelly's hand is running low as well. So
So playing the pack.
yep, going for just a pudding and then
Pass.
passing. Guanlong is, although his hand size is low and his board has been depleted, he is leading in terms of life. So
And also Dawn. He did minus
yes,
a lot,
life
so
and Dawn, yeah.
next
so
turn he will be going into an 8 Dawn count. That's
yeah,
really high.
it's extremely high Dawn count here. And with Fabian having only 1 blocker on the board and a low hand size as well, if his remaining hand is not a blocker, Guanlong could potentially go for a game with just by the sheer amount of Dawn that he has here.
Yeah, because it's very, very interesting because if Charles doesn't develop a blocker right here, there could be a situation where Guanlong opens up Killer Kid and a power reducer, meaning he just need to reduce the power and call the Killer Kid and then go for a high number of plays. So for example, this is gonna be a Miss All Sunday,
Yeah.
making Charles
Fabian going
Dawn
for-
7.
yeah, going for the Miss All Sunday here to draw 1 card.
Dawn.
Not
So-
sure if he has an answer for the pudding yet. However, he is just going to go
yeah,
6
go 6
first.
Doesn't have a power reducer.
Yep, does not get the power reducer. So we'll leave the blocker law standing. We'll see if he's able to minus into a
And
blocker.
pass.
Nope. Doesn't have the blocker in hand. So does Guanlong have the answer here in his hand for the blocker law? If he does, he could very well try to push for the game.
Or maybe Charles has like a lot of 2K counters in his hand as well. Because
Yeah,
this deck is now
he does
not
only
Notorious.
have 3 cards remaining in his hand here. We can
Yeah.
see Guanlong is deciding what to do. Does now have a big hand size due to the amount of life that he took from the onslaught of Fabian's
5,
previous turn.
yes.
The onslaught of 5. So we can
Oh,
see
we are
it's
gonna
gonna
see
down
Killer Kid.
the Killer Kid straight away. Oh,
We
straight
are
away.
gonna see Gordon.
We are going to see Gordon here. Gordon straight away going to be minusing the blocker law, and we're most likely going to see the leader effect this turn to -2. I do see
I see
another killer kit
one.
in his hand, so he's going to go straight for the game this turn, and we'll see what are the numbers he chooses to attack
Bottom,
with.
and the kit just goes bottom, and this is dangerous, Josh. This is really dangerous.
This
and
is
then
definitely very dangerous here.
I believe you can go 7, 7, 8.
7, 7, and 8 here.
Yes, 7 to the leader.
Going
Asking Chalice for a 2 and 1.
He's indeed asking Chalice for a 2 and 1 here.
I do see a 1. Chalice just eat this damage. I believe you just go for the... Oh, yeah, there's also the pudding. He even go...
Considering if he wants to go something like a 6
So
or
he's going to
7.
go 9 here.
Instead, he's going for a 9 here.
And the activator is
there
Guan
it
Long.
Guan Long
Congratulations.
is the winner of the Grand Asia Open 2024 with RP Law in a game that looked pretty dicey at the
Yes.
start for him. With,
Yeah.
with his board getting cleared
Yeah.
and him being at extremely high life. But in
Yeah.
hindsight, maybe it was a good decision to go a bit more aggressive with the Zoro.
Yeah, that was really interesting game. That was just very interesting. I believe we saw 3 killer kits from him.
Yeah, we did see 3 Kid and Killer from Guangdong this game. It just goes to show the power of Kid and Killer. During that one turn, especially where he swung into the leader for 5 just
Yeah.
to get Fabian to 2,
Yeah.
to enable all these killer kits to be
Yeah.
able to come out and start hitting for 7, because these 7s would then be able to clear the board or go for life. So definitely very well played by Guanlong, and maybe something that viewers can learn from in how to play this mirror matchup in particular. I think both of us definitely also learned something from this matchup, how top level RP Law players execute the mirror. And yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Guanlong, we can
Guanlong
see the
is the
winner
winner.
of Grand Asia Open
Yeah,
2024 with RP Law, and him as well as Fabian still will be getting an invite.
Yes, they will be getting invite, so they'll have a lot to prep, and I think a long break as well. This means they do not need to compete for a lot of disqualifying tournaments. They are gonna get ready for it, and it's probably a long set because it's probably gonna be a different meta. It's gonna be a lot of new cards.
Yes, definitely.
It might even be like, I think it's beyond set 9 at that point.
Yeah, as a reminder to everyone that on the 12th of August 2024, there will be announcement by Bandai for the ban list for the One Piece card game. So we are fully expecting RP Law to be hit in some sort of way. I mean, it's
I do think that
more than
besides
obvious.
RP Law, like,
with the results that it has been
Yeah.
generating worldwide, it's
I mean-
very likely that the deck will get hit in some way, as well as some other problematic cards, I guess you could say, within the metagame.
let's just say besides just the RP Law component, what do you actually, if you have the power to say I want to get rid of something, what do you want to get rid of?
I would say that in Japan and as well as Asia, that a lot of people have been calling for stuff from Black to get hit as well. Something like maybe the stage from Lucci, as well as Moria, which has been a problematic card from the get-go, as almost every Black deck and any other dual color decks which have Black in it also building their decks to utilize the power of Moria. So this is something that I think Bandai will take into consideration. I mean, there are other cards such as like Rebecca as well, which able to generate a lot of free resource, and also maybe even the 4-cost Lucci itself. I don't know, many players
There are a lot of things that
have
people can consider, yes.
said many things about these cards,
Yeah.
and definitely is something that we can anticipate will happen. I don't think that it will just be RP Law that receives a hit on the 12th of August, and definitely looking forward to see what happens and how it impacts the metagame in general moving forward, because on the 12th of August the ban list will be announced, but however it will only most likely be implemented
Later on.
most likely
Yeah.
at the end of the month, in which case there also will already be the release of OP09.
Yes, OP09,
And so,
exactly.
we definitely could be in for a fresh new meta, and Guanlong and Fabian here, having played RP Law today, we might not be seeing them play RP Law in the future.
Yes,
Once the
exactly.
metagame changes. So definitely interested to see what happens moving forward.
Exactly. And with that, we'll probably take a long break for this stream. Thank you for today. See you guys later.
only thing that I need. Now that I know for sure it's not the answer, but the reason to stand below my head. Got everything in my hand, so come forward to tell me. Here I go, I'm ready to jump into another day. If I just can close my eyes, I can see it clear. The dreams I had, it lays in front of me. So you and I dive into the new world. I know that we can rewrite all of the rules that keep us standing in the way. You and I keep working the world. And when I'm falling apart, I know you'll always be there to take my hand. Together we will on the journey, searching for the light. Full life. only thing that I need. Now that I know for sure, it's not the answer, but no reason to stand being long again. Got everything in my hand, so come forward to tell me. Here I go, I'm ready to jump into another day. I just can't close my eyes. I can see it clear, dreams I had, it lays in front of me. So you and I dive into the new world. I know that we can rewrite all of the rules that keep us standing in the way. You and I in the world. And when I'm falling apart, I know you'll always be there to take my hand. Gonna be me on the journey, searching for the light. Full dive.
Hello, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for the Grand Asia Open 2024 in Malaysia. We are now having the prize giving ceremony will be given out by our very own Malaysia and also world champion Guan Rong.
Yes, Guan Rong here going to present the prizes to the top 4 for this Grand Asia Open 2024. And it's pretty ironic that Guan Rong will be presenting the first place prize to Guan Long. Not to be confused with Guan Rong. They are not related, guys.
Yeah.
We can see here Guan Rong already on stage and ready, and they will be calling each of the top 4 to come up. Yes, in 4th place here we have Mr. Tan Kim Seng, who piloted BY Luffy today to the top 4 and will be receiving the coveted cereal shanks as well as the other flagship prize cards.
Yes. A prize, Josh.
You can see that Guan Rong looks happier to be presenting the prize than Kim Seng, who seems to be playing it cool, but I can assume that deep down he is extremely happy with his performance today and the prizes that he has won. We also have Feng Ze, who magnificently top decked 2 Moria in the top 8 game here, coming to collect his
BY Luffy
top 4 prize. 2 BY Luffy in the top 8.
Shows you that you can go
and
far
top
with
4
BY
today. Yeah, and it just goes to show that Black Yellow Luffy, despite it being a supposed bad matchup into RP Law, still in the right hands, able to generate good results, and still able to go far. And we can see that now in 2nd place we have Fabian here from Team Sifu King and Singapore. You see he's proudly showing us his Team Sifu King playmat. And I know Guan Rong and Fabian are good friends, and they do practice a lot together, so this must be a great moment for them. You know. And there is a trophy as well for the 2nd and 1st place. So Fabian thinking how is he going to hold this thing. Never wants to not display his Team Sifu King playmat, and we can see both of them very happy.
Just taking photos of everything.
Guan Rong, right? What a bro, right? Happy for his friend.
Yeah, it's all a bro, happy with friends. Friends with everyone. Still very close to the community despite being the current world champion.
First Grand Asia Open Malaysia champion, Guan Long.
It will be going to Guan Long, the Grand Asia Open champion.
And the Grand Asia Open champion here, Go Guan Long, piloting RP Law magnificently today to take it home. First place from one champion to another.
Passing the legacy
down, but there's still a ways to go for Guan Long to reach Guan Rong. The level of Guan Rong this is just the beginning. Having qualified to the Asia Finals, and then if he wins the Asia Finals, that's when he will move on to the big stage.
That's where we have a bit of correction. Apparently they will not be getting the slots for the Asia Open, as we have just been informed that those slots will pass down to Malaysians, as this tournament will only be for the slots are only going on for Malaysians. And that's all for our prize giving ceremony. We still have the Digimon games going on, so don't be going anywhere. We are going to be done for today. I've been your caster, Norbin, and also Red Joshua. And also don't forget, we still have one more event, Josh, this January.
Yes, this January we will have the Bandai Card Fest. In January, it will be happening in KLCC Convention Center. So that is something definitely that people can look forward to. We hope to have just as big as attendance here. Then as we had here, there will be many other events within the main event itself. I'm pretty sure there will be other flagship EX battles and also gunslinger events, and there also will be many limited merchandise on sale during the event. And like you mentioned previously, Novin, the slot for the top 4, since it comprised of a couple of non-Malaysians, they will be passed down to the other respective Malaysians, and for them, they will be playing in Thailand, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, if I'm not mistaken, they will be playing Thailand for the Asia final to see who qualifies for the World Champion final, which of course our dear Guan Rong won this year, is it?
Yeah,
This year. Oh, it's been this year, it's not even last year.
Yeah. It's only been a short while, and already we are looking for the next Pirate King.
Yes.
And today was just a small step towards reaching that goal for all these players that have attained the slot. And for all those that didn't manage to make it to the top today, don't worry, there is also another tournament coming up right next week, the 3v3 championship here in Malaysia. So gather your friends and make a team and go and attend the event. It will be held across 2 days at Toys Bar. We'll be holding the 3v3, so there will be a slot for the winners as well there, as well as, if I'm not mistaken, the second place as well.
Yes, I believe there will be slots available for those that qualify for the tournament. But just a quick question, Josh. If you were to make a team, what's the team name?
If I was to make a team name, I'm unsure, but since my passion burns bright for the game, I would definitely consider the name something like, a bright burn.
Yes, I see.
Yes, that's definitely.
Yeah, but I think that's all for us from today. I believe there's nothing much more to be announced. Again, been Norvin and we've been Josh, and we're signing off for today. Thank you.
The only thing that I need, now that I know for sure, is not the answer, but the reason to stand belong here. Got everything in my hand, so come forward to tell me, here I go, I'm ready to jump into another day. If I just can close my eyes, I can see it clear, dreams I had, it lays in front of me. You and I dive into the new world. I know that we can rewrite all of the rules that keep us standing in the way. You and I in the world. And when I'm falling apart, I know you'll always be there to take my hand. Together we will on the journey, searching for the light. Full light. only thing that I need. Now that I know for sure it's not the answer, but the reason to stand below my head. Got everything in my hand, so come forward to tell me. Here I go, I'm ready to jump into another day. If I just can close my eyes, I can see it clear. dreams I had, it lays in front of me. So you and I dive into the new world. I know that we can rewrite all of the rules that keep us standing in the way. You and I debug in the world. And when I'm falling apart, I know you'll always be there to take my hand. Together we'll be on the journey, searching for the light. Full life. everything that I need. Now that I know for sure, it's not the answer, but no reason to stand being on my feet. Got everything in my hand, so come forward to tell me. Here I go, I'm ready to jump into another day. If I just can close my eyes, I can see it clear, the dreams I have, it lays in front of me. So you and I dive into the new world. I know that we can rewrite all of the rules that keep us standing in the way. You and I keep working the world. And when I'm falling apart, I know you'll always be there to take my hand. Gonna bring me on the journey, searching for the light. True life. everything that I need. Now that I know for sure, it's not the answer, but no reason to stand below my head. Got everything in my hand, so come forward to tell me. Here I go, I'm ready to jump into another day. If I just can close my eyes, I can see it clear, dreams I had, it lays in front of me. So you and I dive into the new world. I know that we can rewrite all of the rules that keep us standing in the way. You and I working the world. And when I'm falling apart, I know you'll always be there to take my hand. Together we will on the journey, searching for the light. Through life.
Welcome back everybody to Digimon Card Game Championship 2024 Grand Asia Champion. Today we're located Tropicana Garden Mall on a beautiful Sunday. And I'm your caster for today, Eugene, and next to me is my partner Ken.
Nice to meet you all. Great to see you all back. For those joining us today, just only joining us, welcome. For those of you tuning back in, welcome back. So we just concluded the championship for One Piece. We have actually determined who is going to be representing Malaysia for One Piece 2024 Grand Asia Open. The regional representative fight will be in Thailand. And as you can see on the screen, we are going to proceed to Digimon. Sorry, I'm still on the One Piece track. I'm playing both games, so please forgive my Freudian slip.
But anyway, congratulations to all winners and thank you to everybody who's participating. We still have sites event going on today, so if you're around the area or you just want to enjoy yourself, come over to our Gunslinger event.
Exactly. So we do have Gunslinger. Aside from that, I believe the Evolution Cup EX and Flagship EX are both ongoing right now.
Exactly.
So you can actually come and take a look as well at some high-level gameplay.
So anyway, while we are waiting for the next round to begin, I think, do we want to just quickly run through what are the winners we're going to get from today?
Alright, cool. So everybody today will receive the first 128 players, sorry. Because actually what happened is that we actually had a player cap of 128 players. But due to the overwhelming response, the organizers actually decided, hey, you know what, since so many people show a very strong love for the game, we will actually open the entry to everybody who's actually queuing up so that everybody can take part. So we actually have about 180 players strong attending this tournament today.
Right. So besides that, I understand that the winners are going to get the Gallenmon from BT12.
Yes, that is right. That is the winner. That is the winner card. It's the alternate art Gallenmon from BT12. This is actually a special art meant for only those who have won Grand Asia Open. So the effect of this Gallenmon, we are actually looking at a very strong Gallenmon. This Gallenmon, since its introduction in BT12, has pretty much been a staple in all Gallenmon decks, and also some players who play the Royal Knights deck those include 1 or 2 pieces because it's of its effects. So maybe you might be wondering what the effects are. So let me go through the effects. It has 2 effects.
Yeah.
So first of all, it's its on Digivolving effect. Eugene, you want to cover the on Digivolving effect?
Well, on Digivolve, it deletes a 6k body on the field, right? I think similarly, when it attacks, it does the same thing. But I think difference is when it attacks, if it can't delete, you actually remove a trash from your opponent. A security from your opponent.
That is right. So basically, by doing that, you are actually being able to attack and then actually trash an opponent's security if you manage to clear his field beforehand. But the other thing about this Gallenmon, the interesting thing is that it also has another ability called Raid. So what Raid does when it attacks, you as a player who controls the Gallenmon, you may actually choose, do I want to change the target into the highest DP Digimon on my opponent's field? Take note that this Digimon has to be unsuspended for you to actually target it. But in any case, if the Digimon is suspended, you will just attack into it without having to use the effect in the first place.
I see. So the question is, let's say if I were to attack, let's say I change the target, right, to something bigger than Gallenmon. Let's say Gallenmon is what, 11 or 12?
It is 12.
It's 12. Let's say I swing to a 13, 14k body.
Alright.
Right. What happens? Do I still get to trash?
Yes, you will still get to trash because you run the when attacking effect first. So for example, let's say the 14k body is the only thing on the field and you decide to raid into it. So what will happen is that first and foremost, you will run the when attacking effect. You will check for whether there is a 6000 power or below body on the field. If there is none, you trash his security first. And then only you proceed to compare DP and determine who leaves the field. However, even in this case, Gallenmon can actually overcome foes with a higher base power because of the fact that it has quite a number of evolution source skills in its line. For example, the BT12 Gilmon and the BT12 Groundmon that gives it 1000 power. So with this, it can actually reach thresholds of around 16 to 17,000 power, and therefore it actually can overcome the opponents. So
I see.
I think that that's enough of what the winners can potentially win.
Yeah, so it's one of a kind card. It's powerful, it's good, effect is great. Yeah. So again, ladies and gentlemen, Digimon Card Game Championship 2024 Grand Asia Open.
So we are kicking off round 5. We are kicking off round 5 shortly.
Yes.
I believe the matchup would be Ancient Garurumon into Ancient Garurumon.
This
so we are looking at a
very
mirror
interesting
matchup.
lineup here.
Yes. So I mentioned to Eugene earlier today on stream, I was actually looking forward to seeing an Ancient Garurumon matchup. So due to that, I guess my wish has been granted, right? We are looking at the exact mirror match.
We were talking about it the entire whole morning earlier.
Yes, but do take note that Ancient Garurumon, there are a few ways to build it. We have seen people with playing it with a red base, so they play stuff like Flamon, they play stuff like Ukomon. See the prevalence of Ukomon, right? You cannot run away from it.
Yeah, right.
So people play a red base, basically people who play a red base generally a little bit more aggressive. They want to make use of the search and draw power of the Koromon Digitama from BT14. Whenever a security is removed, you get to draw a card. So when you add that with Ukomon, when you add that with both Flamon's searching ability, you actually get quite a lot of hand advantage. Not to mention, using Red Tama will actually allow you to access BT15 Yokomon, which on deletion allows you to add a card with Beast trait in its hand. So I think ancient beast, ancient animal. So basically, when you're looking for that trait, you can actually add your ancient Garurumons back to hand. That's the key point of that.
Fantastic. That's such a strong card. Then I think the other two variants, we have the blue variant, blue hybrid variant.
Yeah, so
and
it's
the blue Gabu.
Exactly. So blue hybrid variant just plays fully into blue hybrid in general. So Ancient Garuru is still your top end, but basically you're trying to accelerate into it as fast as possible. Very explosive deck. Same thing goes for blue Gabumon Bond of Friendship. That is slightly different because that makes use of an older promo Lobomon.
Okay.
I cannot remember the code. It's P0.
It's quite a while back though.
It's been a while back. That was
it's the one that when attacked, you can just go evolve into Ancient Garuru, right?
Exactly.
For one cost.
Exactly.
Wow,
Right. That is the
explosive
promo.
card.
Yes. So back in the day that was released when BT4 was out, right? Can you imagine? That has been so long ago, and now it's making a resurgence in the meta game because people are making full use of the Gabumon line's ability to actually warp evolve. We have the new BT15 Metal Garurumon, which can warp evolve from a Gabumon for 4 costs, as long as your opponent has a 10,000 or above DP Digimon on his field. So it is in a way a response telling you that you may have deleted my whole line, but I can immediately bring out a new one again if you fulfill the condition for me. So the opponent has to be very careful. Yes.
Crazy stuff, ladies and gentlemen. Well, the game has been 18 BTs in and then 7 EX. That's 25 sets in total. Many cards have come out throughout the years, right? So
exactly, and that's not even considering the amount of promos we get. We have a lot of promos with very viable effect. I think the most recent one being Scramble. Scramble being a very good card for decks that need to build into level 6 due to its effect. When being played for 2 costs, you can reduce a Digivolution cost of 3. And then it will set itself on the field as a delay.
Yep.
Against a third. So the game has started.
Round 5. So Ancient Garu versus Ancient Garu, I think like we saw this morning, the first cards to go is Ukomon into the breeding. Yep.
So you if you realize the Ukomon does cost 1.
Yeah.
So basically when they do that, they actually aim to kind of choke the opponent memory. We term it memory choking. So just giving your opponent 1 memory and telling them, hey, the ball is in your court, what are you going to do now? I'm giving you very limited memory, you have to counterplay that. So, but response from Eric Heng, very beautiful, evolving into his own Ukomon and then dropping the Digimon Kaiser immediately.
That is the promo Ukomon, isn't it?
Yes, that is the promo
so it's a
Ukomon.
different Ukomon.
Yeah, so the promo Ukomon, basically BT16 Ukomon allows you to search, but the promo Ukomon gains you a memory on raising. So you can see what happens here.
Yep,
when
Kawai has pushed his Ukomon up.
He opened 3 Ukomon.
3 Ukomon, oh
yes,
dear.
He did open 3 Ukomon.
So the other one, that's the the other alternate art for the other promo Ukomon, right?
So the one you can see on Kawai's side of the screen, the one that the one with same
copies,
art. Okay, yes, that's the promo Ukomon. That's his base art.
Yep.
The one on Eric's side of the screen is the one from the P Bandai set for Digimon, Digimon 02, the beginning movie. So there was a special P Bandai set for that.
Then both Ukomon does open up a new egg in the breeding area, right? Once they pop up.
Correct. It does hatch a new Tama.
And he drops the promo Ukomon.
Yep.
Alright, so let's
So
see.
you saw that he lost 2 memory there. That is the effect of Digimon Kaiser. Whenever a Digimon that is level 3 is being pushed out from the breeding area, your opponent loses 2 memory.
Oh, wow.
In this case, by pushing out Ukomon, he does lose 2 memory, but he is allowed to run the effect first because he is allowed to choose which effect goes first.
So it's a bit painful, but then Kawai responds to it. He's going to drop
his own Digimon Kaiser, yes.
Yeah,
so you can see on Eric's that is what I believe players will call full bleak. It is that Digimon Kaiser is from a special album from. There was a point of time where they printed a special album for the 02 Digimon, if I'm not mistaken, 20th or 25th anniversary. So that is the commemorative album for that.
Right, so he swings Ukomon, swings on Ukomon.
No, he doesn't swing on the Ukomon. I think it's the Gigimon's effect actually. So you see that is another option for them to play, which is actually the BT17 Digimon. So on swing it deletes a 3000 or below Digimon if I am not mistaken.
Ukomon.
Yes, so in this case it immediately targets down the Ukomon.
Oh.
So here we go. You see the new BT17 option card. I cannot for the life of me recall the name because the BT17 option cards all have very, very long names. But basically the effect.
Yep.
Yeah. So let me go through the effect. By paying 2 costs, you actually can reduce the play cost of a hybrid or a tamer by 4.
2 for 4?
Yes.
Wow.
So that's why you saw him drop the Koji for free.
Oh, 2 costs. Alright, he Kawai pushes up the Ukomon, loses the 2 memory from the Kaiser.
Yes, but he does gain 1 back, so it's still his turn.
Alright.
So basically, we are playing a game of Ukomon Rush right now.
Ukomon versus Ukomon.
But
such cute little things.
Yes, it is. It's cute when you're looking at it like this, but I believe that if you're facing it, it's very, very annoying. So, okay, we see a little bit of shift.
Yeah.
So Kawai is deciding to play the Bokomon. That's the Bokomon from BT17, revealing the top 5 cards from his deck.
It's just for a hybrid and a tamer, right?
Yes, that is right.
Yeah.
So we are looking for we are looking for pieces, I believe here. Kawai is trying to piece together his components, his combination before his opponent can, so that he's able to finish the game.
Yeah, I do see there's 3 pieces there he can target. They're all blue. I think the Gotsumon and Ukomon is definitely not targetable by this effect.
That is right. So we have a choice of BT17 Ancient Garurumon, BT7 Beowulfmon, and he chooses to add Lobomon from BT17. So you can see there's a mix of old and new cards, right? It just goes to show, right? Even the older cards are still viable in this format. So, if you have your pieces and you want to pick up the game again, don't just go and throw them away. Hang on to them.
That's the thing about Digimon, isn't it? Suddenly, old cards are so much more viable. It makes it so interesting, the game. You really just can't forget about the old cards.
Exactly. If you forget about it, it is at your own risk. So you can see Eric is going into Beowulfmon, I believe. It is the BT7 one that we mentioned earlier. So what he is doing right now is he is deciding to swing Beowulfmon. So let's run through the effects that he ran first. Alright. So first and foremost, he activated Gamon or Kendo Garurumon's Evolution Source skill, which is to draw one if he has 7 or less cards. Then Koji's effect lets him gain a memory, and if I'm not mistaken, it does gain jamming as well. If you drew a card, or if a card is added to your hand by Digimon effects. And then last but not least, Beowulfmon effects triggers there. He actually returned his Gamon or Kendo Garurumon, whether you follow the sub or the dub, back to his hand to return a Digimon of equal level or lower back to the opponent's hand. Hence, he returned the Bokomon.
So it becomes then, by returning the Bokomon, then Kokwai loses one attacker in that sense.
I guess he wouldn't want to use the Bokomon to attack. It is more of a supplementary card because if I remember correctly, the Bokomon actually reduces evolution cost of hybrid Digimon on tamers. So by making full use of that Bokomon, you're able to actually essentially power your way through and basically fill out more of
it helps you save memory, right?
Yes, exactly.
I think putting the Bokomon back to hand also allows him to drop the Bokomon and go for the search again, right?
Yes, that's exactly it. So you can see that Kokwai is making a similar play here, but instead of he's actually going right for it.
Wow, 8 cost. He's really pressuring. If you can see here in this field, there's 2 Digimon Kaiser. He's really pressuring. He doesn't want any level 3 to come up.
Yes, that is true, but looking at this, right, so let's talk about the Ancient Garurumon's effect. So you see him giving him 8 costs, right? But first and foremost, we need to remember that did he not?
Yeah, because I think when Ancient Garu comes out, he bounces something offhand and then he takes a life, right?
Yes, but then, that's why I was confused because Ancient Garurumon actually has the effect of Digicross. So, because he missed the timing of the Digicross, so he just gave a bunch of memory to his opponent.
8 memories, wow.
Exactly. So you need to remember that you cannot miss the timing of your effects. It is very dangerous to do so. It's at the risk of, losing an advantage there. So basically, let's go through the play-by-play that Kokwai had the previous turn. He dropped the BT17 Koji Minamoto for 3, and then he decided to play the Ancient Garurumon through the option from BT17. So when he did that, he actually triggered the Digicross effect of Ancient Garurumon. So by right, he's supposed to reduce the cost by a grand total of 10 if I'm not wrong, because that is a 12 cost Digimon and he paid 10 for it. However, because he forgot about that, he actually lost that opportunity to gain back the memory. If not, he would have gone into Ancient Garurumon for only 2.
Wow, 2.
Yes, 2.
10 cost reduction.
That is right.
So earlier when Eric swing, I saw Kokwai from his security, he pops out the Heaven Judgment, another big card over there. I think for every color you choose, for every color minus 6k.
Okay, so basically the effect is like this. When you use the card, you first minus 6k. For every color on your field, you repeat that effect.
So subsequently, he has blue, yellow, white.
If I'm not wrong, it's only for Digimon, so only blue and yellow. However, when it's triggered from security, it is a flat 12,000 DP reduction.
Wow.
Yes.
Then by the game's mechanic, once you're at 0, that's it for you.
Yes, that is right. So I guess Eric here is responding with an Ancient Garurumon of his own. Wow, that is a very, very shiny Ancient Garurumon.
So that's when 2 costs,
Yes, exactly. So you can see that is the true potential of Ancient Garurumon. So there we go.
Takes a life.
It goes to hand. See, that is a little bit, that was also confusion there because it's not taking a life. He forces the life, he forces the security, sorry. See, we are in a one-piece mindset, right? We have to turn that to Digimon. So it takes the security, instead of being able to trigger, it goes directly to his hand. So his security effects cannot trigger.
Oh, okay,
yes.
that's
so
a very interesting.
Prevents him from playing tamers from security.
Oh wow, then that becomes really, really troublesome. So Kokwai is at 1 memory now. He has 2 Emperors on the field and then 1 Koji. He has a what's that,
I
level
believe
3?
that might be a Choma, I cannot be sure.
Yeah, so he's not going to push that up. After he push out, he's essentially going to end his turn because the Digimon Kaiser from Eric's side is going to just push him back to Eric's turn.
Correct, that is right.
So that's
and
a
because
lot
he
of
does not
thinking.
have a tamer that can set his memory to 3, unlike Eric. So Eric's Koji is the 4-cost tamer from BT17. That is the memory setter that can set to 3.
Ah, alright. Okay.
So both Kojis have different effects. One makes him unblockable, the other one gives him jamming.
Jamming. So the one we were saying earlier, jamming, when you swing higher attack, I don't die, right?
Yes, it doesn't get deleted from security checks, which is a really great thing. But at the same time, you still can be deleted from options. As what happens just now, if let's say Eric were to have a hybrid who did swing into Kok Wai, and that was what happened. Basically, it got deleted from the Heaven's Judgment. Yeah, jamming would not save it.
Okay. I mean, you can't get the best of both worlds. At least some sort of protection.
Yes. Okay.
So he goes
Kok Wai,
the 17 option,
Yes.
and he drops the Ancient Garou again.
Yes, and this time he actually remembers to use the effect, thank God. So that is actually a saving grace for him. So he returns Eric's only threat on field right now.
So he was paying 2 costs, so he was at 1. He went to Eric's 1, but because Eric had the memory setter, he goes to 3.
No, because he still has to pay 2 for Ancient Garuru. So it will go to 3 anyway.
I see.
So that's a very good play on Kok Wai in terms of passing memory. He does not give Eric too little, too less. He gives Eric the amount he would get anyway.
Right. That is great thinking from Kok Wai. So it's Eric's turn. He's at 2 security now, with Kok Wai being at 1. So what do you think is going to drop here?
I
He
think
do have- I do see a few options
honestly, he could choose to push the Ukomon.
He does
choose
lose
to
4 memory though.
He can gain it back though. The Ukomon does gain back a memory, and he has a Lui on the field, which we gave him the memory as well. But I guess he's not going to bother. He's going straight into the BT18. Lobo, yes. Sorry, I
No, you
struggling
the
to
Lobo
find-
mod, right?
Yes. So basically, what it does is that it checks the security for a hybrid, and then if there's a hybrid, you can add it to the hand. If you do so, you recover 1. So obviously, he didn't get what he wanted. There was no hybrid in his security. But I guess that's also fine because you actually managed to take a look at what's in your security.
So 2 memory, he's going to the 1. Sorry.
Yeah, he paid 1 for the Beowulfmon.
Yep.
So because of Beowulfmon himself has a reduction.
Yes.
So when there is a hybrid under when there is you're digivolving on a hybrid and underneath is a tamer, you do lose
Use one.
Yes.
You basically use 1 memory.
Yes, exactly. Thank you for that.
Yeah, so instead of the 3 memory, earlier we were saying pushing up the Ukomon and whatnot, he said, I'm going to take this 3 memory, I'm going to push up 1 line out.
Yes, exactly. So in this case, he increases his offense. Right now, he has the option to go into another Ancient Garuru, return Clockwise Ancient Garurumon. At this point of time, it's a matter of game resources. Whoever can force out an Ancient Garurumon line fast enough so that they can deal the final damage will win this game.
It will be difficult for Kok Wai though. If Eric does push out the Ancient Garuru, Kok Wai essentially loses his last security, isn't it?
Exactly. But
he's going to swing. He's swinging.
Yeah, he can swing. He can swing there because the tamer was already on the field before this. So I think he is contemplating on whether or not to swing.
So normally Digimon, when they appear, they can't attack because we call it summoning sickness.
Yes.
But if they were to evolve on top of a tamer, providing the tamer has been there before this, they do bypass this, and the hybrid Digimon in this case would be able to swing.
Actually, that is not exactly right. If the tamer is played on that turn, you actually cannot. Cannot digivolve and attack immediately.
Correct.
The tamer has to be on the field
before that lah, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have Full Moon Meteor Impact from Kok Wai Security. So Kok Wai does play quite a few options in his deck. So Full Moon Meteor Impact is 8-cost option. It returns 1 opponent's Digimon to hand. For every 4 cards in your opponent's hand, he gains 1 memory. But that is only when you play it from hand. But if let's say you don't play it from security, it only bounces the Digimon. It doesn't gain you the memory.
But when he bounces, doesn't Ancient Garou takes a life or something? Or Ancient Garou is during your own turn?
Because he didn't have Beowulfmon.
Okay.
Yeah. So from that, we are actually looking, and we are. I do believe actually Ancient Garurumon does take a life all turns, but maybe Kok Wai missed the timing.
Probably. So
I think he might be a bit nervous.
Yeah. So what Eric has 9 cards in hand. He definitely has options. With 2 security, looking at it, but Kok Wai has 1 Ancient Garou. He probably can swing once.
It does swing once, but honestly, this Ancient Garou is looking to leave the field via deletion if possible. Right now, Kok Wai is thinking of pushing. He does push. He does lose the memory, and we are looking to see what Kok Wai wants to do here. At this point of time, it's a very, very tight game. If he actually gives Eric 4 memory, Eric can actually go for game here. Even then, actually, if Eric has a hybrid in his
hand,
right
then
now,
you can just push it up.
because he
like
has
just now.
the Koji Minamoto that prevents people from blocking.
Because just now the bounce was the level 5, so 5 still can't evolve on top of your tamer, but if you have a level 4 hybrid, you can evolve on top
Exactly,
of your tamer.
that is right.
Wow. Right.
He's actually, I think Eric is looking for game right now.
After he has 9 cards, he has options.
Yes, exactly. Kok Wai is definitely thinking on whether to attack or not. I think he does fear the potential security trigger into his level 3,
Right,
which
so
will
the
actually
ancient
spoil his
swings?
plans. Yes.
Oh,
Also, it is
Louis.
Louis.
Okay.
So Louis does not allow. Okay. So basically, what happened there is that when he attacked,
Yep.
he added hand cards via his evolutions of skill. So that actually forced Eric to add 1 card to his hand.
So he took 2 life there.
Yes,
so
exactly.
Even
And
though
that's
Eric,
why he went for game.
So even though Eric was pretty much looking like he was in a slightly better position with the 2 security,
Exactly.
didn't
Kok
mean
Wai just
anything.
overturned that immediately. So I think at that point of time, it was really just a gamble of whether he would hit a security trigger or not. If he hit a security trigger there, it would have not looked good for him. So thankfully for Kok Wai, he managed to actually take that round. It was a very close game. I think the presence of 2 Digimon Kaiser on Kok Wai's field definitely helped, because it basically tells Eric that, hey, even if you have a tamer that can set your memory to 3, just by pushing out a level 3, you lose 4 memory, so you will come back to my turn. So think wisely about what you want to do.
So similarly, even if he has the memory set at 3 and he does push the Ukomon on top, getting the memory from Rui and the promo Ukomon that we were mentioning earlier, right? So he would still lose a significant number of memory.
Exactly.
It would limit the options of things that he can do.
Exactly. So even then, I think like Eric he played to his outs. He did what he could. I think that's the most important thing.
Yeah.
At a point of time where you cannot control what your opponent is doing, you have to think, what can I do to answer this, right? So that was a relatively fast game. Took about 17 minutes, give or take.
17 minutes plus minus.
Okay.
So yep, we go into round 5, match 2. They are setting up the field now.
Yes, Eric looks to be happy with his hand, right? And Kok Wai, I think he's just contemplating, should I or should I not? Should I or should I not? Okay, I think he decided to keep his
It's
hand.
really important, isn't it? When you're starting first or starting second, the types of hand that you need is really different.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, to a certain extent, if you're starting first, you definitely want to see the Ukomon that evolves for 1, so that you can actually manipulate the memory in such a way where you're telling your opponent, hey, I'm going to give you 1 memory, what are you going to do? Oh, so Eric opens with that Digimon. He is getting the Ukomon that he wants. That
1
is
memory
the...
pass to Kok Wai.
Yes, that is truly a full blink. That is so shy.
Yeah.
You can tell that Eric really, really loves Digimon, huh?
He is.
A
He
true
loves his Ukomon.
Yes, I think he loves his whole deck. The whole deck is full blink.
So right, Kok Wai also responds with the Ukomon, and
Wow.
he straight drops the Digimon Emperor. He doesn't even care anymore.
Wow.
He said, "I'm not going to see that."
Exactly. It's so interesting, he just gets the Kaiser off the rip and he gets 2. It's like he maybe Kaiser just really likes him, right? Maybe it's his fate to be the next Digimon Kaiser, right? So it's just like I'm just so wow, right? This is like the perfect opening that he can get. Let us see.
Swings for 1, Uko swings
sorry.
on Ukomon.
Uko did it.
Alright.
He loses the Gigimon, which
Yup.
means that he
And
cannot
he's
answer. Yes, so Eric answers with a Kaiser of his own, telling you, hey, you're not the only one here with Digimon Kaiser. I can play my Kaiser as well.
I do wonder whether in this round, this match, Kok Wai will be able to drop the 2 Kaisers like earlier. That would be
Yes,
painful.
that would be devastating for Eric again. Well, who knows? Maybe it's going to be the reverse. Says maybe Eric will be the one to drop 2 Kaisers.
He pushes up the Ukomon,
Yes.
goes for the search. Right.
And
Oh,
the Dexmon.
wow, what an interesting Dexmon.
Yes, so an old friend for many players who have
Yeah.
been playing since BT9. People will remember him as a semi-savior in the era of BT10 where Crossheart was rampant with a lot of tamers.
Oh, don't even remind me on that era. That was crazy, that era.
I enjoyed that era. I restarted back then playing Blue Flare. It was a fun deck, okay? So basically what the Dexmon does, for every tamer or Digimon on the opponent's field, it reduces by 3 costs.
Correct.
So you can essentially, if your opponent has fielded enough Digimon, you can essentially play it for free.
5 things, that's all you need, 5.
5, you just pay
Just
for
drops
5. Drop for 5, and then it's like, what, you Digivolve
It
one
did you
on
have everything
exactly.
once, and then after that you delete.
Exactly.
Oh, it's a few clearer.
Yes.
Right. So Ukomon swings into a Rui. Wow.
So
Right.
he gets the draw from the Tama. So
Mhm.
that is exactly what happened just now actually. Thinking back to the previous game, Kok Wai got the draw from the
Tama.
Koromon Tama. That's why he bounced after the attack.
So Koromon Tama is that when you take your opponent's security, you draw one, right?
Exactly. And it doesn't matter like, oh, even if I get deleted in this battle, I still get to draw one first before I'm deleted because your security was removed.
Because you do gain. I mean, you're going to take people's security, you're going to get draw one. It's a +1/+1 for you.
Exactly.
Right. So it doesn't matter. In fact,
the Tama is actually very important for a lot of decks that play red base because people do want the draw power.
you would love if your Ukomon hits into something massive like the Heavenly Judgment. Ukomon was like, what, you hit into Heavenly Judgment? I'm so happy, man. I don't have to
exactly.
face the Heavenly
I
Judgment
mean,
later.
that's provided you don't have anything else on the field,
Yeah,
right?
of course.
So I think right now,
So now at 0,
contemplating
he's
the
really
next
taking
move.
cut on his next
Yes.
move.
I think there's probably a lot of different variations of plays that he can make. He's thinking, you can see that he's pointing at the counter. He's thinking, how much should I give Eric? You know.
So, but in this match, it's a bit different because Eric doesn't have that memory center over there.
Yes.
Right.
Not yet. We may see it coming soon if it's
Right.
in his hand.
So, but at least at this moment of time, there isn't it. So we'll see how. So he's really planning his move, trying not to give too much memory.
And you can see he's preparing the next level 3. I think the problem here was that
Oh.
Kok Wai had to think
Mhm.
because he did not have a second Ukomon, so he probably had to think what level 3 to go into. So the Bokomon comes out here.
And he adds two things.
Yes.
Yeah, one
This-
tamer, one hybrid.
I would say this is probably an ideal search if he has both Lobomon and Kendogarurumon in his hand because it basically sets up for the full combo that he can do.
What we saw. Alright, the Ukomon pushes up. He gains. This is the pro one. He
Yes.
gets a memory, and then he's going to lose 2 after
Exactly.
that. So
So
Rui gives him 1.
he's still pretty much safe. He has 3 memory. He has plays that he can make. You can see Eric rifling through his hand. I do not see any level 4 hybrids. I see the level 6. I do not see any level 4. That does not look good for Eric. Eric is thinking, should I just swing?
So
Should
does have the Koromon over there. He
Yes.
swings. Yep. Probably he hopes he draws what he
for
needs.
Going for it. Okay, so that's the Lobomon. He draws 1 and then that is not what he wanted. That is not what he wanted at all. That is not looking good for him.
Painful.
I think that the luck of the draw is truly not favoring him right now. Okay, so he's going into the Godsumon.
He's really just rummaging, drawing now. He just wants to make sure 3 memory. He doesn't want to use any memory at all to draw. So there goes the Ukomon just now, 1 draw. Then after it's going to evolve the Gotsumon breathing, another 1 draw.
But
Really
I
doesn't.
think at this point of time, it's going to be very tricky for him.
Oh.
He is looking to play that. I think adding nothing from trash back to hand he's dropping the Tamer for free because -4 cost. So basically, instead of playing a Digimon, you can play a Tamer instead.
But I do have a question though.
Yes.
That spell card, right? Sorry, spell card, right?
That option card,
That
yes.
option card, right? That option, can he use it when he did not have, because it was a red blue, obviously he had a red, but he doesn't have a blue at that time, just at that moment just now.
That is actually a very good point. I think that is a misplay. Oh no, actually, if you
Unless
have a Tamer, there is alternate condition.
Ah.
If you have a Tamer, that's my bad. You know when you asked me that question, I got caught off guard. Then I remember there is a exemption condition.
If you have a Tamer.
Yes, exactly.
I see.
There's quite a number of new cards right now that actually have exemption conditions. If you have a Tamer, if you have a card with a certain color, if you have a card with a certain trait, you actually can ignore the color condition to play.
I see. Then it allows really different colors to be played.
Yes, exactly. So that card actually can be played in different variation of hybrids, like red-green hybrid, yellow-black hybrid. The new color combinations coming out do not fit red-green at all.
Oh, he pops it up.
Trigger
Right,
and
so-
nothing.
Oh,
So the trigger basically lets him play a Tamer from trash, if I'm not wrong.
right. And then adds it back to hand. Then
Yes.
he definitely has the option that he needs, and the Digimon is going to call.
He
just looks like
not
he's-
seeing his pieces.
He's
Yes.
really looking hard for
I
his
think he
pieces.
drew into a Lobomon. Right now, all he needs is a Kendogarurumon. But the question is can he get it fast enough before? Kok Wai looks like he has all his pieces. Here we go.
Right, he
Oh,
does
he's
drop.
playing the Tamer instead.
What? Okay, this is the memory setter, isn't it?
Yes, this is the memory setter, and I believe his goal here is to stop Eric from pushing his Godsumon out to take one check so that he actually can draw a card. At this point of time, I think it is not looking good for Eric, to be very honest. But
He
then
is
again, I said that last round for Kok Wai, and Kok Wai just overturned my expectations, so we shall see.
So I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it first. Eric will win.
Well, if my words are going to jinx people, I'm going to have to stop saying who is looking bad for who or good for who, right?
So he does push us the good somewhat. He loses 2 with the Rui. He gets back 1 memory.
So he
Swings on the
wants to
Ukomon.
swing into the Ukomon. I think he just wants to make sure that there is a less of an offensive draw one. Okay, so it's a safe draw, right? A very, very safe draw. So both Kaisers get to draw there.
So the thing is this, he can go into the Ancient Garuru now with the Lobo in hand. It's just that he doesn't minus 10 costs in total.
He's going to pay a very hefty fine for that.
Oh, that would be really, really pain. But
Yes.
let's see what...
Oh, he does have the option actually.
Yeah, I mean, he gets the option. He can play the option and then play the Ancient Garuru. And
But
then
he's
slot
only
the
going to
Lobo.
be able to reduce the cost by 7 at maximum
Yeah.
because he only has one of the 2 Digi-Cross components. I do not think it's ideal. Kok Wai does have a very massive hand right now. There
How many
are
is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10?
Yeah,
9, 10.
fortunately or unfortunately, there are no options that can actually force opponent to discard their hand right now. This is not One Piece, thank God. So Eric is making a play. I
Can't see what's
Yeah.
due to the glare.
I believe from his hand it should be a level 3, either a Ukomon or a Muchomon maybe. But yes, the glare is slightly interfering with our ability to perceive what is the card.
Right.
That is fine. Either way, that is something that Kok Wai will have to deal with eventually down the line. And I think Eric playing that down may or may not be a mistake because you are giving Kok Wai a target for Ancient Garurumon to return to hand.
With 2 security, that sounds like a very, very dangerous thing to do now.
The good thing is that Ancient Garurumon cannot attack unless he digivolves from the Koji on the field. So basically, there is another way of playing the Ancient Garurumon aside from using the option. We have seen them use the option to play it for 2 costs consistently the previous game. Right now, I think Kok Wai might be considering the other way, which is to digivolve into Kendo Garurumon.
Right.
And then when Kendo Garurumon attacks, it can digivolve into
He
Lobomon.
does go for the option.
He does go for the option. Well, I guess that is, again, he
Will
is
he-
defying my words.
Will he be able to reduce the total 10 costs, or will it be just 7? We're about to find out.
Yes,
Right,
he can
total
reduce the
10.
total.
Right. Okay, so he passes the turn at 1 memory,
Yes, and he just returns it back to hand.
and then he takes 1 security on top
Exactly.
of that. Ooh, really pain for Eric. Now Eric sits at 1 with Kok Wai sitting at 3.
Exactly, right? And Eric does not have a Tama ready. He just hatched his Tama. So he is pretty much behind on tempo right now. If you're talking about the pace of the game, you can see that he's choosing to go into it choosing to evolve instead of to play it. I think it is pretty much a catch-up game for Eric right now because him not finding his level 4 hybrid pieces definitely hurts him a lot. I think that he had everything that he needed.
Yeah, he had the upper pieces, but just missing the ones that would set it up.
I think he has the Lobomon, just not the Kendo Garurumon. It's going to be really, really tough for him to actually pull off a comeback right now. But again, I should stop jinxing things, right? I really should stop jinxing things, okay? I think he's contemplating.
He will drop.
Yep.
Yep, he will drop the option here. Okay. He
Is
will
it in trash, not in
Alright.
trash.
Will he be paying 7 or? I think that's
Yeah,
alright.
only one.
Yep.
So he's paying.
He will be paying the
He'll be paying 5.
5 cost. Yeah.
5.
He will be paying the 5 cost here, right? Putting Kok Wai at 6.
And then forcing Kok Wai to take a life. Yes. So at this point of time, it's going to be a back and forth game of who takes away each other's life quicker. I do think that Kok Wai has enough memory to go for the play that I'm mentioning. So let me go through that play again. And
Right,
I
yeah,
choose
sure,
to hope that Kok Wai does not defy my words again.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so basically the play is like this. Okay, is he going to do
If
it?
he's going to do it,
Is he going to
is
do
he?
it? Is he not?
he is.
Oh?
Is he?
Does he have it though? He needs the Kendo Garurumon. to
He is
be the
definitely.
first.
Okay, why don't you give us a trailer?
Okay, so basically what he plans to do here would be to go into the Kendo Garurumon. Once he attacks, he can go into the Lobomon.
Okay.
Lobomon's on evolving effect will allow you to go into
Ancient.
for 3.
Wow.
So
There you have
by doing that, you can return. Oh, he's just actually directly attacking. Yeah, so that is right. Right. So here we go.
When attacking goes into Lobo.
Yes, he goes into Lobo. He
Yep.
gains jamming from the Tamer.
Wow.
So right now he's pretty much immune except for security checks. He is going to swing for game, I believe, because right now you return the Digimon to hand, you take the life, and that is game.
There it is, ladies and gentlemen. towards the end of round 5. Clockwise secures 2-0.
2-0 indeed. And finally, for once, my prediction has come true
Wow.
for this game. I actually do find this combo very good because it does chain into actually the Ancient Garurumons on deletion effect. Because the Lobomons, if you choose to trigger the Lobomons effect to go into Ancient Garurumon this way, you have to delete at the end of the at the end of turn.
Yeah.
So when Ancient Garurumon is deleted, you actually can retrieve a level 4 hybrid and a tamer from your trash back to your hand and then play a tamer down. So it creates that kind of field presence of tamers for Ancient Garurumon. So even if I use this combo and go into it, I can still retrieve pieces back to hand and I can still play tamers on field. Personally, I've tested this deck. The staying power is amazing.
It just doesn't want to leave.
Pardon?
It just doesn't want to
It
leave.
doesn't want to leave. It pretty much gives you BT12 BT12 Kaiser Greymon vibes. That deck was awfully, personally I find that awfully difficult to deal with because there is very little cards in the game in general that actually interacts with tamers. So when you are not touching their tamers, you have no way of clearing their quote-unquote level 3s. So by doing that, as long as you're able to actually generate that line of tamers, it actually becomes very, very easy for you to actually continuously Spirit Evolve, I'm going to attack you, Spirit Evolve, I'm going to attack you.
I do remember at the BT12 time when Kaiser Grey was a thing. Oh, it swings really big, it deletes stuff, it hits multiple security. It was painful. It was very, very painful.
It was definitely one of the better decks at its time. I guess you could say it's making a comeback right now in the form of its Ancient Evolution, Ancient Greymon.
Ancient Greymon.
Yes, the build is slightly different, but it plays similarly. At the end of the day, the deck does stick around with a lot of tamers as well, so it definitely helps the deck. So you can see on the screen, Kotwai is the winner. Yes, so blue, yellow, red. The interesting thing I think what Bandai has done, instead of keeping Ancient Garuru as blue, they have actually changed its primary color to yellow.
I think I saw some purple as well.
Yes, so basically the new set BT18, we actually introduced a new color combination for all the Digimon, right?
Okay.
So all the Digimon that form Kaiser Greymon, right? So for example, the Digimon that were partnered, quote-unquote partnered, right? Because in that series, instead of being partners, they Spirit Evolve, right?
Yep.
So we talk about Agunimon, we talk about Kazemon, we talk about Kumamon. So all these three plus 2 other spirits form Kaiser Greymon, right? The 3 of them actually now share a color of red.
Oh,
So
okay.
Kazemon used to be a yellow Digimon, and now
Yellow
it's
right now.
green-red.
Oh, green, red.
Yes, exactly. So they did change a few of the colors. I can't say if this is a good thing or a bad thing. Personally,
It gives option.
yeah, it
gives
does
option.
give options, but personally, I prefer it if they actually kept the colors. So that my 2 cents lah. So we have the Kumamon, which is blue-red.
Yep.
So they are giving all the Digimon dual colors. And on the other side, we have Lobomon, we have Bitomon,
Yep.
and we have Lowimon. So we saw the Lowimon, the purple hybrid deck. We saw Dustmon, and then we have his counterpart Lowimon. All 3 of them gain the secondary color of yellow.
Yeah.
So in correspondence to this, they actually share the color. So
Okay.
Magna Garurumon is yellow, purple, and black.
Wow.
So Bitomon is black yellow, and Lowimon is purple yellow, and so Lobomon is yellow blue, right?
Yellow.
Yes. So it's actually very interesting what Bandai wants to do going forward. I guess blue hybrid is more of a blue-yellow hybrid right now with a red base. But again, like what I say, to each player their own. There's a lot of ways you want to build the deck.
But the yellow that explains a lot. This is why earlier I think in I forgot whose tag already. I think it was Eric tag. I saw the Jet Sylphie over there.
Yes.
That was during its time. Jet Sylphie. Wow, that card strong.
It's still limited to 1, by the way.
Yeah, I know, right? But you see, you pay for one cost. If you have hybrid, right? You pay
Yes.
for one cost. You go into it. You basically get to heal.
Yes, exactly. So one cost you, I think is
It's
you cannot get that
to
anywhere
heal.
else. Okay, so but coming back to that, I think that in that situation, Eric would have preferred to see something else, right? Because he was just a little bit
just missing. Just
yes,
that
just
one
missing
piece.
that one piece. I think maybe he did hesitate a little bit on the next play because I think he was trying to go safely and as cheaply as possible into the ancient. But because he did not see his pieces, he didn't want to take the risk. I think that you can try to play optimally, definitely. And again, I'm not a top player, so I don't know what goes on in their head, right? But I think at that point of time, if I were in his shoes, maybe I would have taken a risk. Again, easy to say because I'm not the one sitting on the stream table. I'm sitting here and back seating, right? But
But I mean, after all, so we're at round 5 today, ladies and gentlemen. So how the tournament works is that we go for a Swiss double elimination, right? So at any given moment, the moment you lose 2 rounds, right? The moment you lose 2 rounds, then that's it already. You are essentially out of the tournament, right? So I mean, just now we're at round 5, so obviously the people who are there now are either the record is 4-1 or 5-0.
Correct.
I think at that level, I think it's the pressure there is just tremendous.
insane, yes.
Yeah. So,
You
but I
could-
think today we are looking up to what, 7
Yeah,
rounds.
I believe that what has been communicated to us is 7. If we do get an 8th round, that would be a surprise, but I think it's welcome for our viewers as well because you
I
definitely
do
want to
hope-
see some
I
really,
do
really
hope we
exciting
get an
games.
8 round. I
Yeah.
do hope we get an 8 round. It will be interesting after the but again, do remember once we do hit the 8 round, the players there would have either a 7-1 record or 8-0 record for the day. It would be really pretty.
I think that if the person who wins comes off with an 8-0 record, that Digimon is more than well deserved.
Yeah.
You play what a minimum of 16 games.
Yep.
You have to win a minimum. Well, you're playing at least and winning at least 16 games,
Yeah.
right? You can play as many as up to 24 games, win all your games 2-1, and just go all the way to the top.
Yeah, you needed to win at least 16 games, right? And then you would probably play 24 rounds at 24.
24 rounds of the maximum,
Yeah, so if 2-1, 2-1, 2-1, 2-1, oh, whoever it is, 2-1, 2-1, 2-1, 2-1, oh, it's tiring, but if it makes it to the Digimon, well
Yes,
deserved.
exactly.
Definitely no question asked.
I would say at least, even if it's 7 rounds, you are playing a minimum of 14 games, and that is very tiring in itself because you are aiming to be the best. I'm very sure a lot of people do want to go as flawlessly as possible. If I take the first game, I want to take the second game 2-0 so that I can reduce the pressure, I can take a break in between rounds. It's all part of the game, right? It's all part of being part of a big event. And you don't want to be one of the last few tables to finish it because as soon as you finish, you have to immediately
start
go
the
into
next
the
round.
Yes.
It's really tiring on
Exactly,
you.
the
Your
pressure
stamina,
is crazy.
mental.
Yes. So I think you can see it affect both players just now. Both Eric and Kokwai were somewhat affected by it. I think that you can see Kokwai was a bit shaky at the start, but I think once he settled down his nerves, he got his groove. After he won the first game, I think he was just in the driver's seat for the complete way.
Yeah, totally agree with you. I think the first match, right? I think we saw when he forgot to minus the cost effectively. At that moment of time, we thought it was going to be real difficult for him. But then again, the two
He
Digikaizers
just came
really helped
back.
him.
Yeah.
The two Digikaizers I think really helped him. And having the two Digikaizers there, right? It just it tells your opponent, right? I'm not going to let you freely push up your level 3, whatever. It could be Komon, Gosumon, whatever it is. I'm not going to let you. It's just having the two Kaizers. It doesn't have to do anything else, right? It's enough pressure already.
Exactly. So going back to Eric's play, maybe something that we did overlook is actually Gotsumon.
Yep.
So Gotsumon actually, I do realize that this may be why Eric did not drop it earlier because he could not remove. I wasn't sure, but I vaguely recall there being a Gotsumon on Kokwai's field. So what this Gotsumon does, it does not allow players to reduce
Play cost?
I believe so. It's play cost. I cannot remember if it's play cost or it does not allow players to gain memory, right? So, but if it is play cost, it does explain. No, it's play by effects. I'm sorry. So you play by effects. That actually, if I'm not wrong, it stops the.
It does stop the option, does it?
Yeah. Because that is an effect. You're playing it by effect, even though it's playing it by a reduced cost. It's still playing it by effect, right?
Yeah. So anyway, overall, ladies and gentlemen, wonderful gameplay from both players, right?
Yes. I think both of them played very, very
they
well.
definitely
regardless
took
of
us
what
on
it
a
is.
roller coaster ride.
Exactly. I was definitely very surprised at the end of game 1. I definitely misjudged how well Kokwai was actually doing. I think it all came down to the fact that Eric had 2 security and Kokwai had 0. So that created an illusion that Eric was very much in control of the game.
Yeah.
But failed to realize that actually, hey, Kokwai does have a winning play in his hand. It's all boiling down to whether or not he just checks a security bomb. And I think very fortunate, I think to a certain extent fortunate for him, Leila is on his side. He actually survived that check, took the last life through Ancient Garu's effect, and
Okay. It was really good overall, right? So I think all in all, I would say round 5, fantastic.
yeah, it is. You can see that games are getting more and more intense. It's getting hotter and hotter, right? The environment here, even with the air conditioning, I'm feeling the heat. Right? It's going to be very intense eventually, and we are actually looking to see more and more hot games, really, really exciting games,
Right.
So,
So, yeah.
do stay tuned.
Yeah,
to
do stay tuned,
work-
ladies and gentlemen. We will have a lot more hotter games coming up next
Exactly,
onto
so-
round 6.
Yes, so we will be back shortly. Stay tuned, don't go anywhere. Enjoy, enjoy the stream, enjoy the commercial. We will see you guys shortly.
Yeah, alright.
Stay tuned.
Bye, ladies and gentlemen. See you shortly.
everything that I need. Now that I know for sure, it's not the answer, but no reason to stand being on my feet. Got everything in my hand, so come forward to tell me. Here I go, I'm ready to jump into another day. I just can't close my eyes. I can see it clear, dreams I have, it lays in front of me. So you and I dive into the new world. I know that we can rewrite all of the rules that keep us standing in the way. You and I keep working the world. And when I'm falling apart, I know you'll always be there to take my hand. Gonna bring me on the journey, searching for the light. Full dive.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, Digimon Card Game Championship 2024 Grand Asia Open. I think we just concluded the round 5 and we're in the middle of getting ready to round 6.
I believe they just called for round 6 to begin shortly. So just to introduce ourselves to the viewers who are just tuning in, my name is Ken, my partner is Eugene. So nice to have you all here with us. We are looking at a potential 8 rounds, but currently what has been confirmed is there will be at least 7 rounds. So another 2 games for you to view, another 2 exciting games. Games that we are going to actually take a look at. We're going to dive into the top players. So basically, because the format is double elimination, whenever a player loses 2 games, they are immediately dropped from the tournament. So whoever that is left are the cream of the crop, the best of the best, and we are actually looking to see that who is going to make their way to the top. So I believe that players are starting to get ready for their next round. This is round 6, right, Eugene?
Correct, this is round 6. So any players at this moment of time, we've gone through 5 rounds. Their record is 5-0 or 4-1 at this moment of time.
That is right. So let us actually discuss the previous game a little bit maybe. So we saw an ancient Garurumon mirror right there, right? So for all my love for all the things that are Gabumon related, right? You know, that was actually a fun game to watch.
Exciting stuff. It
Really,
was
really
totally
stuff.
a roller coaster. We were at the edge of our seat.
Exactly. We did not. I think we do see the players are starting to feel the pressure. Both players definitely showed some signs that they were feeling the pressure. But I think at the end of the day, you know, there can always only be one winner.
True. So again, then, yeah, like you mentioned, therefore would be probably one. That's definitely going to be only one winner in the end, right? But the thing is, in any case, if anything happens and you were to be out, so after 2 lives, you're out of the tournament. There's still plenty of side events for you. You can play the Gunslinger, win some promos. Yeah, everybody can be a winner today.
Yeah, that is right. I think to a certain extent, at least, you know, there are a lot of entertaining events. You know, we are looking to go into round 6 shortly. Hopefully, you know, this will also be just as an exciting game. We do know that, of course, there are a variety of decks. Personally, I will be very honest with you. I think I'm allowed to have my bias. I'm not a fan of what we call security control in this game. I know you love it. I know you love it.
That's why I'm keeping quiet.
Exactly. I know you love it, right? So for the viewers who are uninformed, security control is basically a deck that focuses on the control of the opponent.
Correct.
Whether they play a lot of options to actually delete opponents through their security checks, or also to heal. Actually, they have a lot of recovery plus effects, and of course, denying your opponents free attacks. Especially now that we have Blast Evolution, we actually have a way of actually threatening people who actually swing willy-nilly into our security.
So I think I'm just going to keep it to myself. Saikon generally plays a few colors in the deck. So like earlier we mentioned in the round 5, we did talk about towards the ending of round 5, we did mention that nowadays with so many multiple color combinations, right? New units are getting new colors, right? The viability now has changed so much. Right? Similarly, I think what we saw was generally on a general basis we would see 3 colors, right? Then plus white. So white, red, blue, yellow. That's what we saw in round 5.
Yeah, definitely.
Second will play your 6.
Yeah,
7.
I think that there is. I mean, it is interesting in the sense that, you know, the decks definitely are changing a lot. I think that at this point of time, there is pretty much, you know, pretty much any. How would I say? Oh, I lost my train of thought. I'm so sorry.
Oh, no worries.
So,
but anyway, like we mentioned earlier, there's just so many different combinations here, and out of it, well, just now we mentioned there's 18 sets, 7 EX, promos, starter decks, hundreds, thousands of cards now. Just because the new ones are out doesn't mean the old ones are bad. We have seen resurgence of a lot of old cards that's coming out already. They are making an impact on the current meta, the current scene.
That is very, very true. So because you mentioned that, right, I think that's why I lost my train of thought, because there's like so much options, actually, so much possibilities. You know, I've walked around the tournament hall. I've seen people play Ragnamon in the sub. So that is a deck that came out in BT11, was actually somewhat alright. I think the new cards in BT18 definitely helped it a lot. It's not actually a deck that is popping out now every now and then in tournaments, winning a few tournaments here and there. We are looking at decks like Eosmon, who got also a buff in BT17. So you do see people playing the new improved Eosmon. I have a friend who enjoys playing Sakuyamon. Sakuyamon got quite a number of buffs as well. Ever since its introduction, it got the Miko mode, it got Miko mode Ace, and then, you know, of course, all the generic good stuff, as well as BT17. It also had some Sakuyamon support too.
Yeah, so I was walking around, so I saw some. Actually, I saw BT11. It was the green one.
Green BT.
Green one. The one when I forgot. It spawns the plant deck.
Bloomlord one?
Yes, Bloomlord, and then with the addition of the Quartzmon.
So you can tell, like, even back then, right? Bloomlord was such a powerful threat right now, and now it is not really, you know.
But that's still playable. It's playable at this moment. Right? So ladies and gentlemen, this is round 6. So we will
We are waiting for them to set up. I believe that they are being briefed right now. Briefed very shortly. We are going to begin soon. If I'm not wrong, I did see the names. I believe if the settings are right, we are looking at clockwise that again. So Blue Ancient Garuru. I did see the initial name was Kurova. Well, Kurova, I guess maybe, I'm not sure if you know this, he was actually the Singapore champion, if I'm not wrong.
Wow.
So he's here in Malaysia. He is here to say, I'm not only going to be the Singapore champion, I'm also going to dominate Malaysia as well. Watch out, my neighbours, I'm coming for you. Right. But that is, of course, that is if the names are to be accurate. Alright. So let us actually wait for them to set up. While we set up, let us just talk about, you know.
I didn't notice though, he was using, I think he's going to be using Ancient Luga.
Fenrir.
Fenrir.
So that is a deck introduced in BT14. The deck has only gotten stronger since then. So basically, back in BT14 when it was released, it was a mono purple deck. The deck actually focuses a lot on recovery. Here we go. There are the names. So
4 colors.
So okay, the reason why it's 4 colors, right? Fenrir Lugamon's evolution over time, it follows the Seeker storyline, right? So when AG met Lugamon, it was a pure mono purple deck. Lugamon focused on what we call a one-turn kill combo. So basically, when you did the combo, you would be able to actually summon a number of Dark Animal or SOC traded Digimon from the trash. Right. AG gave Lugamon Alliance. So what Alliance does is, by resting a fellow Digimon, by creating alliance with it, it gains the power of the Digimon it rested, as well as 1 security check.
So let's say if we're in an alliance, you rest me, you get all my power.
Yes, and I get an extra check as well.
Extra check, so 2 hits.
You'll always be 2 hits. And also, Fenrir Lugamon actually has the ability to withstand itself via its Lugamon's evolutions or skill.
Right.
So by doing that, it's constantly swinging for 2 checks. So 2 checks, 2 checks, 1 check, and then it goes for game.
So if you're 10,000, I'm 10,000, you get 20,000, 2 checks.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow, that's
so it's really
massive.
Really big. Exactly, right? So as the deck evolved, it got support in BT15. You know, a new line of Lugamon.
Right.
Lugarmon, which is level 4. So Lugamon level 5, and Hell Lugamon is another level 5. We would term as a Dark Digi-Evolution for it. So in the series, Lugamon went berserk, so it became Hell Lugamon. So I guess that's enough time for backstory, so that you can see
there
the
we
game
go,
starting.
round 6. So the one to start would be Kurova.
Kurova going into the Lugamon, yes. So in this case, right, where does the yellow green come from? So let's follow the storyline. At one point of time, AG's friend, Leon, went DMIA. So I mentioned this earlier in the stream. DMIA is a term for when tamers who could mind link basically went into a coma because their Digimon was lost. So AG's friend got DMIA, but they managed to bring him back. And AG's friend's partner is actually a Pulsemon. So Pulsemon evolves into a level 6 called Kazuchimon, which is yellow and green.
So that's where it comes from.
Yes, so through the power of friendship, Alright.
That's where that whole four
Yes.
colors come about now.
Fenrir Lugamon, which
Nice.
is purple and red, will Jogras Digimon with Kazujimon, which is yellow and green, to form Fenrir Lugamon Take Kazushimon. So that's why it's a 4 color.
I see. So, right. Okay, Cockwai drops the
Yes.
The promo Ukomon, unlike the other one, has 0 evolution
Yes,
cost.
it's 0 evolution cost. But I think this is in Cockwai's favor because AG is not a setter. So he has, I see. So basically there are 2 AGs right now.
Yep.
One is AG Nagasumi
Okay.
and the other one is Cracker Fang.
Yep.
Which is his alias. But it,
So it's like
Cracker,
Batman and Bruce Wayne.
kind of, I guess.
Alright.
That is a way of putting it. But AG Cracker Fang actually has a rule which
Yep.
allows him to be treated as AG Nagasumi.
Ah,
So that is
okay.
why he could make the play just now because Lugamon only allows AG to be put under his evolution source when he comes at the start of the main phase to gain 1 memory.
Right. So he's attacking now, isn't he?
Yes, he's attacking with Lugamon, so that is the level 4. Lugamon's on attacking effect to draw 1 and trash a card.
Okay.
And he is making full use of the Balmon's effect. So the Balmon's evolution source skill, when a card is trashed,
Yep.
I may Digivolve. As long as the card traded is SOC, I may Digivolve it. So you can
free.
see. Yes, exactly.
Wait, is it free or do I have to pay?
It's free. It's free.
It's free.
Yes.
Wow.
And Kurova is going full all out, right? And so Lugamon here, trashing 2 cards and then calling out level 4 or below SOC from trash, if I'm not wrong. So, and using that, he immediately uses the alliance effect of
Okay.
Cracker Fang.
So that's the part we were saying earlier. I give you my power, you get 2 hits.
Exactly. So, right out of the gate, very explosive. He's going for 2 checks right off the bat, not giving Cockwai any time to tempo. He is really going.
Oh, Dexmon.
That is
That
a
is very
massive
painful.
setback. That is a massive setback on Kurowa's end. I
So
don't think
what
he
happened-
expected the next
So
move.
what happens if I attack and then I die? On my first attack.
Okay, so basically when you have 2 security checks,
Yep.
if you have 2 checks and on the first check you get defeated in DP battle or lose to a security trigger, you immediately the remaining of the checks immediately voided.
Oh,
Right.
alright.
So in that case, the Dexmon in Cockwai security actually saved him.
Wow, alright. Okay, so the memory sets Cockwai to 3. Right, the Dexmon is out. I think the Ukomon would be coming.
I would assume so because there are no Kaiser on the opponent side of the field. I think we have seen a
Right.
lot of Digimon Kaiser today, and
Yeah.
I don't know about you, but a little bit refreshing to not see a villain anymore on the field.
Yeah, finally.
But we do see another white tamer though. That is the Analog Boy on Kurova's field.
Yeah.
So what Analog Boy does, on play, it opens the top 3 cards of your deck,
Okay.
adds a Digimon to your hand. There's no color restriction, but the downside to it is that it trashes the remaining cards. So if let's say you open 3 key cards, there's a possibility you lose 2 out of the 3. Maybe you lose all 3 because you open all 3 tamers.
That is good, isn't it? Because Lugamon does evolve from trash.
Yeah, it is good because of that, and also because Lugamon gets Hell Lugamon deletes itself at level 5. So Analog Boy, when a level 5 or above gets deleted, it can suspend itself to gain 1 memory and also hatch. So I guess in a way it is a mini Ukomon.
Mini Ukomon.
I guess Ukomon is still around now, right? Okay. This I don't think we can avoid Ukomon and Ukomon like Digimon and
Kind of
tamers
card.
in this game. Yeah. But we do see Ukomon taking 1 check there. He does hit the tame. He does hit the option. Demon Wolf of the Castle of 9 Wolves.
That is a very long name.
Yes, and that is provided I am remembering it correctly. There is another option that is something about Tokyo Metropolitan Safety Bureau, Tag Team Division.
I remember that was the card with the got the Guinness World Record of the longest card name. Something like that.
I guess so, yes. But that was a card for D Brigade.
Oh.
So coming back, Cockwai is going into the Garmon, Kendo Garurumon for those who follow the dark.
Are we going to see the same combo that we saw earlier?
I believe he is hesitating. I think he's concerned of hitting into a Takemika Zushimon. Because if he hits that, if I'm not wrong, that is 15,000 BP. And I don't think his Ancient Garurumon is going to like
That is
hitting
very
that.
big.
Yes.
Very, very big.
But I don't think there is a problem, to be honest, because even if he does get deleted, he can just play. I see what he's going for, right? So by doing this, when the Beowulfmon swings, right now he gets a draw from. Yeah, that's right. He gets a draw from. Okay, he doesn't get a draw because I think he has 8 or more hand cards. Does he not? Yeah. Okay,
Yep, he
right,
does.
He does. So he does get the draw. Koji does get the jamming, give him the jamming. Sorry for that stream interruption, ladies and gentlemen. Koji gives him the jamming, and he returns the Lugarmon. So that is an advantage for him being able to clear the field like that. So right now, slightly in Clockwise favor. He has an established field. It is going to be a little bit difficult for Kurova to play catch up, because unlike Clockwise deck, Kurova's deck does not have the acceleration of Ukomon. At least he has not shown it yet. Who knows, maybe he does play it, but he just did not draw into it, but he did.
You never know. I mean, Ukomon, we are seeing today, I think the entire day, we have seen Ukomon being such a staple in most decks already.
Yes.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm not surprised if I do see it.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised either. And you know, the color white isn't listed on either player's side of the field,
Yes.
but you never know, there might be just white Ukomon, right?
Right, then he
So-
drops the other
Yeah,
Koji.
he drops another Koji. I think that is actually as insurance in case he loses the Beowulfmon. He's not going to be able to play the Koji back from the Beowulfmon. So just to be safe, I'm going to drop another one. I'm going to make sure that everything's going to be fine. So AG Nagasumi nets Kurova a memory as long as the opponent has a Digimon.
Yep.
So that's a free memory there. That's why his memory went to 4. So right now, I believe Kurova is calculating how much memory does he need to use in order to make plays. He is activating Demon Castle of the Nine Wolves delay effect.
Right.
He's going to take the He's going to play the Lugamon from trash with a reduced cost of, I believe, 2.
2 costs, right? So yep, so 4 to 3. That's 1 cost over there. Yep, he will be digivolving, going upwards.
Yes. So by playing the Lugamon, immediately mind linking into AG, and like what you said, digivolving going upward.
I think the AG is the one we mentioned earlier, the Alliance, right?
Yes, both AG and Cracker Fang have alliance. So regardless of whichever one you have, it is actually really good. But in Kurova's case, it was actually bad for him to lose Cracker Fang there, because Fang is actually a memory sector.
Okay.
So what happens is that he's going to the Hell Lugamon. I see the combo. Alright. So basically what happens is he played Purple Scramble. So that's one of the promo cards we were talking about.
Yep.
Just now, right? So Scramble again allows you to reduce the Digivolution cost by 3, so paying 2 to evolve. And right now, what he does is that Hell Lugamon at the end of your turn, it actually destroys itself.
Oh,
Yes.
Alright.
I cannot see from the glare whether this is the 14 or 15 one. It is the 14 one. So it destroys itself to destroy a level 3. But for every card you trash from your hand,
Plus 1.
Basically, you can trash up to 3. For every card you trash, increase that level limit by 1.
So 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yes, so
Wow.
you have the ability to destroy up to a level 6 Digimon using that Hell Lugamon's ability.
It really gives people hell then.
Exactly. Well, that's one way of putting it, alright? But there is a plus side to it, is that it actually gets to draw 3. So because of that, actually, you don't actually lose much hand cards. You're actually going plus minus and you're breaking even. Sorry, it's draw 2, and then you actually add a Lugamon from trash to hand. Yes, so it's back. But
still-
yeah, this is why I had it at draw 3 in my head,
Yeah.
because I kept thinking draw 2 plus Lugamon equals draw 3.
But no, essentially, you break even out of
Yes,
it. Oh, it's
exactly.
okay.
And you can see Kurova actually dropping the cards necessary to delete the Beowulfmon off Clockwise field. So as what I mentioned just now, probably what Clockwise was avoiding when he played that second Tamer is avoiding this particular scenario, because he fully expects to lose the Beowulfmon right there. So we can see right now what Kurova is playing is a purple training. The effect is to open the top 2 cards of your deck, and he's picked to choose a purple card and add it to his hand. Purple card, by the way, so you can add options, you can add Tamers, you can add Digimon, as long as it's purple
As long
in
as
color,
purple.
you can add it. Yes.
Even if it's dual color.
Yes, that's
Wow.
right. But you know, the true value of training actually shines not just in its ability to add cards, but also in its delay effect.
Alright.
So after playing the card on the field,
Yep.
after a turn has passed, when it comes back to your turn, you can trigger the delay effect. When you were to Digivolve, you can trigger the delay to reduce the Digivolution cost by 2.
2.
Yes.
Oh.
So basically, you are paying 2 right now to get the 2 memory back in the future.
Oh.
But you are also
alright.
netting a card off it.
Wow.
So
So it's so like you're setting yourself up for the future.
yes, that is right. It is a future investment. I like to use financial terms sometimes. So it is an investment, right? It is an investment. You're basically putting in a sum of money, and then you're just cashing out on it in the future with greater returns.
Right. Godwai does swing with the Ukomon. He does
Draw 1 from the Koromon,
Koromon
uses
and-
the Ukomon.
I guess pretty much when you're at that point, the Ukomon would have served its purpose to help you search. You can just go like that.
Exactly. But I think there is some merit to keeping the Ukomon. At this point of time, I think Kokwai does not see the merit solely because of the fact that one, he wants to pull out reduce Kurowa's security as much as possible because Takemikazuchi can actually heal. So I think he wants to put as much pressure as possible on Kurova to make sure that the healing is somewhat insignificant.
Manageable.
Yes, I would say insignificant, so that regardless of whatever it is, you can heal all you want, right? But I'm going to put you in a situation where your healing does not matter because I am able to go for game right here and right now. And the question is, are we going to see Kokwai go for game? Is he going to be able to pull off that ancient Garurumon combo that we saw
earlier, right?
Yes, exactly.
That was a very good play from Kokwai from round 5, the first match.
Yeah, second match.
Second.
So
that
second match. That is how
he
he finished off Eric's last security by forcing it to bounce, forcing the security to bounce to hand. He could swing directly at the opponent for a game. Yes, but I believe he is contemplating. He is looking at if he has enough resources and if he can commit to that. I believe that his hesitation partially stems from the fact that he may not have all the pieces. Yes, so I believe that he's probably thinking twice.
Yeah. So now Kurova is at 1, where Kokwai is at 4.
Yes, unless there is another card stacked underneath that we
can't see.
At the point of time, I think I need to change glasses. You need to get a pair of glasses.
Yes, definitely.
But I believe that we are right, that Kurova is at 1 and Kokwai is just thinking about how do I remove the last security before Takemikazuchi comes out, because he has a very big hand. I think that he has a very big hand, but he does not have the pieces he needs, which is somewhat unfortunate.
He does drop the
He drops the Gotsumon. Also, not allowing him to play Digimon by effects. Basically because the new Fenrir Ruga actually can play Kazuchimon.
By effect?
Yes, by effect. Yes. But by dropping the Gotsumon, it prevents that from happening. However, Rugamon in itself has quite a lot of inbuilt deletion effects. So, that we will see if that Gotsumon stays on the field for long or not.
Essentially, by doing this also, you can't summon, right?
Call
Digimon
you
by
can't use
effect.
Solugamon just now.
You stop the alliance thing, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can have another Digimon on the field beforehand just to use the alliance. But with Gotsumon, you basically stop a lot of Lugamon's bread and butter combo of, calling something out from trash, calling something out from trash. I'm gonna drop haircuts to get something out onto the field and then straight away go for alliance. But it is not easy. So he is going to push out the Lugamon, lose 2 memory, gain 1 memory from AG. Lugamon's skill is so it's not only just from hand, you can add it from trash as well.
Trash?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So that
really
gains him 1 as well, so he's back to 3.
Okay.
So I guess net break even, I guess you break even.
It does break even at this moment of time. So Kurova is definitely thinking, because I think with the right setup, Kokwai definitely has at least 2 attacks maxed.
Yes, so I think that it is slightly dangerous for Kurova. He does need to get rid of the Gotsumon immediately if possible. We are looking to see if he does have the cards to actually get rid of the Gotsumon. He is looking to pop the training. Is he going to do so? The DBA effect?
This is the one where that future investment we were talking about
exactly,
earlier.
So it's coming back to reap dividends for him. But the question is it enough? Oh, he's not. He's opting not to.
Okay.
Going into the Lugarmon, I believe draw 1, drop 1 and gain 1 memory.
Okay.
And I believe that he is thinking
what to drop, right?
I believe it's on attack.
Oh, I see.
It's my bad. Right, so on attack, draw 1, drop 1, gain 1 memory, which combos very well with the. I am not sure if that's BT14 or 17 because the icon is a bit small. But if it is the BT17 Baomon, basically the card that he dropped, he can evolve into it immediately. And I believe it's the same. Anyway, it's the same. It's almost similar to BT14 Baomon's effect.
Right.
Yes. So it's basically he's trying to quote unquote cheat the evolution cost to go into his Fenrir as quickly as possible.
Because that's the thing with Kizen. Kokwai currently stops him from calling by effect, but doesn't stop any sort of memory.
Cost reduction.
Yes, cost reduction.
I believe.
Right.
Yes. So there we go. The Solugamon, his effect, he is going to trash 2 cards, I believe. And we are going to see if he can get the Fenrir Lugamon out immediately. because if I remember correctly, Fenrir Lugamon does delete something of 10,000 DP or below on evolution, if I am not wrong.
10,000.
Which if I'm right, will allow him to get rid
clear
of the
the Gotsumon.
Gotsumon. Exactly. And when he gets rid of the Gotsumon, he is going to be able to play Kazuchimon in his trash, provided that he has. Oh, he actually
Looks like
deletes
he
it using
does.
Solugamon's effect. It's not even. He doesn't even. He's basically telling, well, I don't even need my Fenrir Luga to deal with you. But it seems like he does not have the pieces he needs. So
He will.
Yes, he's just going to pull out Cracker Fang. So
This is towards end turn, isn't it? The pulling out.
yeah, it is towards. Oh, so basically, what I believe that he ordered his effects in such a way that he put it out first, and then he gained memory from the other effects.
I see,
Yes.
I see.
Therefore,
So
it is-
setting him
yes,
back.
Exactly. So it's still his turn. So choosing to put in AG instead of Cracker Fang, which I think is a wise decision, because at least he can set his memory to 3 next turn. Caught is not able
Oh,
to.
there it comes.
Oh, he actually pulls
He cleared.
out. Is there a dispute? Is there a dispute? Yes.
Yeah.
I think there might be a dispute, but anyway,
Yeah, go
Fenrir Lugamon is able to pull out Digimon from trash and call it out. So in this point of time, I don't think he has the Kazuchimon in trash, so he's not able to go for Takemi Kazuchi. So he is pulling out another Fenrir Lugamon as an alliance target. So he will be swinging for 22,000 to check. Yes. If I am not wrong, this Fenrir Lugamon, this is the new one in BT17. This is 11,000 power, right? Not 12,000.
Wow, 11,000, 22, 2 swings, ladies and gentlemen.
This is so just a little bit of lore. Alliance was introduced in EX4 as a mechanic. It was introduced with the Gargomon line, the Terriermon line.
Oh, that's a cute line.
Yeah, that was one of my favorite, a favorite line of mine. So back then it wasn't just Terriermon. It was technically Black Gargomon, Black Rapidmon, Black Singalgomon, and also the Cherubion line. They also had the alliance ability as well.
Terrier family.
Yes, so what maybe some of the tamers who have seen the latest Terriermon ST Double Typhoon, maybe that's what the fan base is referring to it as now. It's Double Typhoon. It's basically the beginning end of Double Typhoon. But I guess at this point of time, turn has passed to Kokwai.
He does push the Ukoma. He is looking for something. We do see 2 promo Ukomons there. He will add it to hand.
So I believe at that point of time there, he did, the turn naturally would have passed because he cannot swing anymore. Because unlike the BT14 Fenrir Lugamon,
Right.
BT17 does not share its effect, whereby if your memory has not passed to 3, your turn does not end. So this is the effect the BT14 Fenrir Lugamon has, but BT17 Fenrir Lugamon has this as an inherited effect. So I believe Kokwai might be. Okay, he is going for the combo, I think. So if he goes for this, I believe personally, I'm just going to run through the play-by-play. If he goes into this Garmon and he attacks, he is going to evolve into Wolfmon, Lobomon.
Yep.
Go into Ancient Garurumon. Ancient Garurumon's effect should return the Fenrir Lugamon with AG in its sources because the AG also gives it blocker.
But he does that, then after that, Kurowa will lose one.
His
will
only
add
blocker on the field, yes.
and will add the security to his hand, isn't it?
Yes, that is right. So if he does do this, okay, he is drawing. I believe gain 1 gains jamming. I think he is hoping.
I think he has it. Alright,
Let's see.
now the
Draw
last
1.
piece, it is Ancient Garuru. Looks like, he has it.
He has it. So he just go over to 4.
Yep.
He is going to
he
return.
does bounce
Yes.
back to hand.
He is very insistent. You have to return this back to hand. So he adds
And
it to
he is
line.
going for
And I believe that is game 1.
Alright, that's game 1, ladies and gentlemen. 20 minutes into the clock.
Yes,
And now
I think that Kokwai was really looking for this particular combination to finish the game because this would actually give him a very safe swing. So even if that last hand card was Fenrir Lugamon Takemi Kazuchi mode, he would not have to deal with it as a check.
Because it will straight away add the security straight to his hand, isn't it?
Exactly. So he actually, in a way, it gives him additional jamming, but I guess it doesn't really matter as much because he had jamming built. He gained jamming from the BT17 Tamer. So there is that aspect as well. But I guess he wanted to play it safe, wanted to make sure that okay, my opponent. Actually, in hindsight, right, he probably could not have done that because the opponent did not have Digimon on the field that turn, right? Come to think about it.
Right.
Right. Because he had to have something to rebound. So in that way, Kurova was trying to play to his outs. He was trying to keep his field as empty as possible until he...
Was confident enough that
Yes,
he
this
could
is the
turn the
time
tides.
I'm going to go for game. But I think that maybe the pressure got to him and he got worried. I think he tried to clear the Gotsumon. He got worried that, Ukomon into Gotsumon, Ukomon swing, Gotsumon swing, that's
That's it.
game, exactly. So I guess he had to leave a body on field. So maybe he also plays another Fenrir Luga in hopes that Kok Wai would have made a mistake and returned the wrong Fenrir Luga instead. Yes.
Again, at this level, pressures get
Exactly.
pressure is
Tensions run
tremendous.
high. I think Kurova played very well, all things considered. He tried to play to his house. Unfortunately, Kok Wai was just one step ahead of him throughout the game. So now we are setting up for game 2 of this game. I personally do think that Fenrir Lugamon still has actually quite good potential in this meta game because of the amount of damage it's able to do if you set up correctly. Hopefully we get to see it in game 2.
20 over K, 2 hits. It's painful.
That is only part of the combo. Let us see if we can see the full combo today. Let us see if Kurova can actually bring out the full potential of Fenrir Luga. Let us see if the deck favors him.
Look forward to it, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into the match
Game
2 of
two.
game 2 of round 6. And
I believe Kok Wai did not withdraw. He is very confident in his hand.
something right. Think about card games, right? When you're given an option to mulligan and you don't mulligan, you're telling your opponent, I have a wonderful hand.
Yeah, but here's the thing. There is another issue with this, right? If you have a playable hand,
Yep.
do you mulligan or do you not?
That's the thing. You have a playable hand. Do you want to mulligan and make it better or not?
I'm going to tell you very honestly, I have a very bad history
Yep.
of, I'm seeing a playable hand, I get greedy, I want a better hand, and I get an
You are a very
absolutely
greedy person.
rubbish hand, yes. Greed does not pay off, right? So I think Kok
Kok Wai
Wai's hand,
starts first. He puts the Ukomon, passes over to Kurova.
Kurova answers splendidly with an Analog Boy, I believe, because he could not find a Lugamon, but Analog Boy also leaves Kok Wai at 1 memory, which is probably a very ideal play. If he had a Lugamon there, that would have been probably picture perfect, but you take what you get, right?
Yep.
You
One-
actually got the...
Oh, I do see Ice Wall.
Yes,
It's
so
a very
another
old
limited
card.
card. A very
Very,
old
very
card,
old
very limited card. So Ice Wall's effect, for 1 cost, whenever your opponent's Digimon attack, they lose 2 memory.
Each Digimon.
Yes, each Digimon.
Wow.
So it is
Painful?
It is a passive effect applied for that 1 turn that is played. It is very it is very painful because it basically stops rush decks, and I think that is why Kok Wai played it, because he wants to stop a flood of Ukonume. So whenever Ukonume is ready to rush you, you can see they are beginning to set up the field. I'm going to show you my Ice Wall. Nope, stop. Right? You're
So
not going to do
it
that.
doesn't stop them from attacking, and you're free to attack as much as you want. But it's just that pay the price.
Yeah, you got to pass the turn back to me just because you attack. Do you want that? Yeah, it's up to you, right? So,
So it
but
does-
unfortunately, you can see that the Ice Wall has gone to the bottom of the deck.
Yep.
It's only limited to 1 piece, which means that Kurova can breathe a sigh of relief. He does not have to deal with that 1 piece of Ice Wall for this game at least.
Right. Then Kok Wai does drop the promo Ukomon,
Mhm.
and then he is looking for some sort of place. He's down to do his
Eyeing
own
the
counter.
3 memory. Is he looking to play Minamoto Koji, the 4-cost setter?
He does it. He puts Kurova. He plays
I
the Emperor.
see, yes.
Okay.
So I think the goal here right now is to actually just stop Kurova from gaining an advantage. He recognizes that Kurova did not have a level 3 the previous turn, so that is the BT17 Lugamon alternate art. That is a very beautiful alternate art. Anyway,
It's very thematic.
it's very, very
Wolf
it's very
moon.
nice. Yes, I think that the box stoppers, these are the box stoppers from EX7. They have done them very, very well. All of them are really, really pretty. I personally want to collect 1 of each for a personal collection. It is very, very nice. I'm a sucker for nice art,
I mean,
right?
we do have a pop-up store over here today.
Yeah,
You are
but,
free to
but there is no BT17. So hopefully, from what I understand, BT17 is a little bit short on stock in the market. But we are hoping to see some reprints soon in the reprint of that particular set coming back.
I look forward to seeing you with that Lugamon.
I hope I can show it to you. All right. But anyway, back to the game.
Yep. He evolves.
He's going into Lugarmon using Demon Castle, revealing the top 3 cards, adding SOC trade, and then sending the rest to trash, I believe. So we cannot exactly see. I did see a Solugomon when he revealed. I believe the top card may be a Lugamon, but the glare makes it a little bit difficult to see. So returning
Oh, it's bottom deck.
Yeah, it's bottom deck. Oh, he adds the Hell Lugamon. right? So the BT14 one that basically he's basically announcing his intention to Kok Wai to actually tell you that, hey, you know, if you're going to set up something that you're going to bring out your ancient Garurumon, I'm going to destroy it immediately. I'm not going to leave anything on my field for you to bounce. Yes. And of course, a search card like this that sets itself and can reduce the play cost of a Digimon does not come without its downside, which is actually if you choose to add a card to your hand, you have to trash a card. See, that's why I remember something about the card. It does do trash something. It's just like I cannot remember. Does it trash the top of your deck? Does it trash from your hand? You see? Yeah. Unfortunately, bless you.
I'm so sorry.
It's fine. Unfortunately, I am not a Digimon walking encyclopedia. I wish I was. Would make things a lot easier.
So I think from the Kok Wai's earlier Ukomon, the searches, he did add an ancient Garu. We did see him adding an ancient Garu. So depending, he may go for what we see in the previous match, pump, swing, or he may go for the option play.
I like that sound effect, pop, 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 pop.
Pop, go.
Because the sound of the cards, you make a pop, 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 and then it goes, right? Yeah. But I think right now he is called, is that the Kazuchi? Yeah, it is the Kazuchi.
There is the Kazuchi.
There is the Kazuchimon. So the Kazuchimon is in trash. It has fulfilled the condition for Kurova to play it out from the trash using Fenrir Lugamon's effect. So the question now is, does Kurova have the remaining components to actually go for his Jawgrass? That is the big question.
Yes, that is the big question, and that is, I'm going to look forward to it. I hope I can see it.
I do hope that you can see it too. It is actually a very dangerous combo when performed correctly. Okay, so he loses both of his goals. Kok Wai once again being very, very aggressive, telling Kurova, basically declaring his intention, saying that you are not going to be allowed to play the game. I am going to finish the game before your combo comes out. Because Kok Wai realizes that to a certain extent, if the Take Mikazuchi comes out, he's probably going to lose all his life in one turn.
That powerful.
It is that powerful. It is why it is a secret rare. So let us see, if we have the ability to actually.
So it's a bit like a race against time now.
Yeah, it
so
is a race
Kurova
against time.
definitely wants all the component out. He wants to go swing. That's it. Like we were saying, what OTK, one turn kill.
One turn kill, correct.
Right. Whereas Kok Wai, he said, I don't care. I'm going to rush you and make sure I finish you off before you finish your components.
Yeah, so Kok Wai drops the double tamer. I was, in my mind, I was expecting this kind of play because basically he gives himself a lot of options. BT7 Minamoto Koji allows him to ignore blockers, while BT17, 10 sets apart, gives him jamming. Yes. So again, we mentioned this before. Jamming, when he swings, he's just going to say, oh no, I'm not going to do battle with you, I'm just going to bypass you. Right? So giving himself a lot of options, making sure that he's not going to be too badly affected regardless of whatever Kurova does. Kurova wants to drop, yes. As what I mentioned, Kurova is looking to look for that Hell Luga. Going into the Hell Luga from Balmon's effect, when something is trashed, SOC or the item is trashed, I can actually Digivolve into it for free. Yes, you can see that.
Right. So from the trash, Kok Wai does pop under the Koji there.
So Cracker Fang gains the memory, and then Hell Luga adds the Luga back to hand, destroys itself.
Then what are we expecting to see here?
We are expecting to see him drop components for the... Interesting. So I'm not too sure what Kurova's hand state is like now, but it must be pretty decent for him to actually drop that Lugamon in trash.
Okay,
basically
through that Lugamon.
Basically the BT14 Lugamon, as what I mentioned. At the start of a main phase, you can insert a Cracker Fang or a AG Nagasumi from trash underneath it.
Okay.
So if you do that, you gain one memory.
It recovers your tamer.
Yeah, it recovers your tamer. And then also, if let's say you have no tamer on field, it basically gives you the tamer for free. Yes, because at the end of the Mind Link turn, you'll just
pop it
back.
out.
Yes.
I see.
So, but in this case, Kurova using Hell Lugamon here does not give Kok Wai a target to return for Ancient Garurumon. Gives him that advantage. So this is why he dropped that Lugamon right here. He had another one hand waiting already. I believe that we are looking for Kurova to go maybe into a level 4. Yes, into a level 4.
Right.
I guess this is the only play that he can make. Looking at the scenario. Any other play that he would make would either way give Kok Wai less than 3 memory. Playing AG would give him 3. I guess the only other play is playing another Cracker Fang, but no, there's not much value.
So I think optimally, when your opponent has a memory setter, let's say you had one just now, like Kurova, you want to play something like 4 cost?
Yes, optimally, but I think that it is a bit difficult for the Fenrir Lugamon deck to play that. The only thing that I believe can be dropped for 4 costs without, suffering the drawback of having it returned to hand is your Cracker Fang. So I think that what Kurova did here is basically he's going to try and secure a play for the next turn against Kokwai, but Kokwai checking into that Tamer means he has more level 3s that he can go into. And we see him going into the Gamon.
Right. Are we going to see the combo? I mean, if we still see the combo now, there's nothing he can return. Kurova is not going to take the damage.
Kurova is not going to take the damage, but he's still attacking. So, there is still that one check. Exactly. And Kokwai can add cards to his hand. And we do not forget about Ancient Garurumon's on deletion effect. When it gets deleted, it actually allows you to add a level 4 hybrid and Tamer from the trash back to your hand and then play a Tamer for free. Yes. So basically, as what we said at the beginning of resuming our place here at the casting table, it basically allows you to just recycle your Tamers. It allows it to stay on the field for much longer. So again, Gamon's effect, drawing a card because you have 7 or less. So Kurova a little bit hasty in taking the security there because Kokwai wants to go into the Wolfmon for 1, even though now he gets jamming. So I think Kokwai saw a flash of the card, so now he can actually contemplate, plan around that. I think that Kurova definitely a little bit too hasty there.
So that one swing with jamming, again, like we mentioned, I don't care how much I whack into the security. As long as it's a Digimon, I'm not going to die.
Exactly. So I think maybe the nerves are starting to get Kurova, or the other point is Kurova knows that Kokwai cannot end him here. So he's telling you, hey, you know what, swing, I don't care, swing.
So the security is what, 2 to 4?
Yes, 2 to 4, but
I think the game can still go either way.
Yes, the game can definitely go either way because if he manages to show us that Take Mikazuchi, you will see Kokwai's life disappear in an instant. So let us hope that that happens. Here comes another Spirit Evolution. Koji is going to go into another Gamon, right? So is Kokwai telling Kurova that, oh, you made a mistake by giving me that 1 security, and is he going to perform the combination now? Effect, draw 1, gain 1.
Alright. So again, jamming, right?
Yes, jamming, but I think in this case Kurova is a little bit he's probably realized his mistake already, so he's hesitating now. I'm not gonna take the security until you tell me I can take the security, right? Okay. So Kokwai may not have the combination then actually.
Oh, alright.
Yeah, because I think that if you have the combination, you can safely destroy your line and leave your Tamers back. Right? You can bring your Tamers back, so you don't have to worry about losing your Tamers. But Kokwai doing this is basically indirectly telling Kurova that he's either telling Kurova that he's confident enough that Kurova cannot get rid of both, and he can have the Tamers retained on the field, or he's telling Kurova that I don't have the pieces that I need.
So one of those things, because I'm looking at Kokwai table now, right? So he has Koji on the field, he has a Ukomon on the breeding, right? That's 2 attacks potentially. I think that's what he's looking at. If that's one thing, if his field doesn't get clear, possibly, or if Kurova does come up with a blocker, big blocker, he's going to drop the Ancient there.
Yeah, but here's the thing, I do feel that regardless of whatever it is, it's going to be slightly difficult. If Kurova does come up with a big blocker, what is going to be the order of your play? Do you have enough memory to go into the Ancient and still swing with the Ukomon? That is the question. Sure, you can drop the big blocker, you can bounce it back to him, you can take one security, right? But the question is now, is Kurova actually going to pull off his Mikazuchi combo, right? I've been hyping it up so much. I hope I see it now. Yes, exactly. So I think right now,
9 link.
We are going to see whether or not Kurova can scramble, reducing the cost by 1, being as memory efficient as possible. We go into the Solugamon, right? So you draw 1 for evolution, right? Trash 2 to play 1. So no Gotsumon to stop that effect today, right? So Kurova is very, very, very happy, and I think he's contemplating what should I trash, so that I am able to get a full advantage on this. While peering over the card, inspecting it, making sure that field state is all okay, adjusting his cards. I think he is a little bit nervous right now. He does drop a Kazuchi. That is interesting. So Lugamon does clear 1 Kendo Garurumon.
1 more to go.
Oh, he's actually just going to go right for the scramble instead of using the Baomon's effect. So what will happen here? He does pull out the Kazuchi, and Kazuchi's effect. So first and foremost, Fenrir Lugamon's effect, when Digimon is played by effect, destroy a 10,000 or below. Kazuchimon's effect, if I have 3 or less, I do gain 1 life. I do gain 1 security, sorry. So again, ejecting Cracker Fang, ending the Mind Link, gaining 2 memory. And I think Kurova may or may not be looking for his... Is it possible that he does not have Takemi Kazuchi in hand?
Try not to think about it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess not being able to see the player's hand, that adds that layer of suspense and mystery, right?
Yeah.
You don't know if he has a combo. I genuinely hope that we can see the combo right now.
So Cockwhite has, I think, 9 cards.
Yeah, he does. We are looking at...
I think you are right.
I think he may not have it after all. But he is a blocker.
So there is a blocker on the field.
Yes, exactly. He has a blocker, he has the Kazuchi, he has a Luga. I believe he is hoping to retain the field for the time being, in hopes of actually getting enough field presence. So for example, let's say this Fenrir Luga gets returned to hand right now, or the Luga gets returned to hand right now, because I believe Ancient Garuru returns the lowest level to hand.
Correct.
So because of that, Luga will get returned to hand instead of Fenrir Luga.
So he takes 1 life there, he swings, gets blocked.
But he gets blocked, yes, exactly. But don't forget that the BT7 Koji prevents the opponent from blocking. Yes. But at this point of time, Kurova is still at 2 life. He's not at that threshold of 1 where Cockwhite can safely go for game. So it's not going to be easy right now. And Cockwhite is hesitating to push the Ukomon as well, because you can see that he is thinking, he's probably just going through with Kurova, or exactly what did you do exactly, or you did this, that, okay, everything's all good.
Yep.
But I think Cockwhite is realizing that, if I push the Ukomon and swing now, the Fenrir Luga is going to block, and I'm not going to be able to draw off that either. So I'm going to lose the Ukomon needlessly.
So the Fenrir Luga blocks, even if he pulls out the...
He is pushing it out, I believe, to push out to hatch, so that he does gain the memory to extend his combination. One more is that he gives himself another Tama. So if he has another Ukomon, yes, he can just evolve it and draw a card. So he is extending his options right now, but time is running out for both players. You can see we are down to about 12 minutes. Yes.
Really, really exciting and stressful moment. We are at the edge of our seat. This match can still go either way, ladies and gentlemen.
It is a point where we are not sure exactly what, because again, not knowing what is in each player's hand adds that layer of mystery. We can guess plays. I think Cockwhite is contemplating Spirit Evolution right now, but he is hesitating.
If he does go for Spirit Evolution, again, like we mentioned earlier, he can't get rid of the blocker.
Yes. But there's always the option that Kurova may choose not to block in hopes of fueling his trash. Because actually, one interesting about Fenrir Lugamon Takemi Kazuchi mode is that it can jogres from trash. There are, of course, conditions to fulfill, but it can jogres from trash. This is why I was actually... I guess it wasn't in trash in the first place, right? So that doesn't really matter, but that is why I was slightly surprised. He made this play, pulling out all the Digimon, despite knowing that he may not be able to finish off the combination.
Possibly that he was gambling that when the security gets hit, it's there waiting for him.
I'm honestly on the edge of my seat because I think...
Literally, I can see that.
Because I think Cockwhite is actually looking to go for game right now. Right? I should probably adjust my seating. It's not so good to be so close to the edge of my seat. I might just fall off. But I can see that Cockwhite is definitely contemplating, can I go for game here? Can I go for game here? Can I not go for game here?
So if he swings now, there's a jamming, but again...
No, it's this is not the jamming thing.
Not the one that...
It does not allow you to block. But if he swings now, I guess you could Ancient Garuru, force him to take... He is going for the Beowulfmon play. Okay. Going for the Beowulfmon play, forcing Kurova not being able to block, I believe.
Yep, the Ukomon.
He probably topped that into that Ukomon,
Alright, the Beowulf swings, no blocks.
He is going to return the Garmon back to hand. And then
And after
through Koji's effect, become unblockable and also return the Digimon back to hand. So that is 1 life, 1 security, sorry. So does he lose this? Oh, you can see clockwise accelerating. That is exactly what he wanted there. I believe that at this point of time, right now what he can go for, or he's going he's going for it. He's going for it. Because by clearing that Lugamon,
He can clear the blocker already.
exactly.
Oh,
There we go. Combination.
oh my.
Ancient Spirit Evolution. We are going to see Ancient Spirit Evolution.
Let's go.
Hang on. Okay, he gains 1, gains jamming. Is he done? Okay, yes.
Oh.
Yep.
Yep, goes for
He is
yeah.
very excited. He is very, very excited.
He's definitely
yes.
going for it.
Yep. We go for 3.
And yeah, he's gonna bounce the blocker. That's it.
So 3. Yeah, he is very excited.
Yeah.
You can see that, right?
Bounce the blocker. Takes the thing. Go
He's
for
like
game.
telling you, no, you just let's just quickly go through the
Oh,
process. I want
what
to.
an exciting match, ladies and gentlemen. 2-0.
I think that Kokwai at that point of time was definitely contemplating how do I bypass the Lugamon, how do I circumvent the level 3 on the field. And I think that risk that he took definitely paid off. Him hitting into that Cracker Fang was the thing that he needed to see. He needed to see, you know, his Beowulfmon not leaving the field. He needed to see, well, I guess actually even if his Beowulfmon left the field, it was perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Because what would happen here
The
is
Beowulf has done its purpose to get rid of the lowest level.
that exactly correct.
All he needed to do, that was for him, the win condition, he needed to get rid of the lowest level, and then he can go for game already.
Exactly. He was probably afraid that, you know, there might be an option in security that would have stopped him from actually playing the game. But you can see, you know, sigh of relief on his face. He looks very, very relieved. I think that was a very stressful game for him.
Very definitely. Congratulations, Scott White. So, yeah, round 6. Wow.
So
very.
that was wow. Because at that point of time, if he didn't manage to resolve it, you can see players are actually having a very friendly discussion right now about how the game could have gone either way. So it was just a little bit more if Kurova had actually gotten the combination. If he actually had the
Takemikazuchi, right?
yes,
It would have gone differently.
exactly, he would have been able to perform the
But then
combination.
again, if he were to be able to go for Takemikazuchi, right, probably will brought to game 3. But then we have to consider that
Do
both
they have
players-
enough time?
Correct.
Yes. At that point of time, I think the advantage might be slightly in Kokwai's favor because all I need to do is I just show you two tamers, and then I'm going to spirit evolve twice, and I'm going to attack into your security twice, and then you're already at a -2 deficit. As compared to Lugamon is definitely more of a setup deck, which is why you do see the scramble.
Yep.
Like what I mentioned, the scramble really helps setup decks because of its delay effect. If there are no Digimon on the opposing field, you actually are allowed to use the scramble at the start of your turn. The delay effect lets you actually return a card from your trash to the top of your deck.
Yep.
And if you have no Digimon on the field, you can play a 2000 DP or below Digimon out. So it actually helps you to set up your field again at the start of your turn if your opponent has depleted your field. So very helpful for decks that go all the way to level 6. You actually pull out a new level 3. You're able to start setting up your top deck as well. So your level 3 can immediately go into a level 4 if you're missing the level 4 or whatever level 5 or level 6 pieces that you're missing. And also at the same time, you can actually hatch in the breeding area, so you can add another level 3 and then immediately evolve it.
God, so just so many things, so flexible with that card. So, but anyway, again, ladies and gentlemen, round 6, really exciting match. It was.
I think again this is a bit like round 2 where it is again a Jogress deck, right? So you need to see all your components. You need to see the Jogress target and you need to see both of its halves. But I think it is both in this case Kurova and our Imperial player actually struggled a little bit to find all the pieces they needed before they got overwhelmed by the opponent. Kokwai played very well there. He recognized that he is on a ticking time bomb, seeing that his opponent is playing Lugamon. With that knowledge, he decided to use all his Ukomon to actually rush down his opponent's security so that he's able to finish the game with his Ancient Garurumon combo.
Build the advantage so that when the Ancient comes, it goes for game.
Exactly. Because I think he cannot really afford to lose the Ancient as that early. He definitely wants to retain it in hand to go for game. And if he has resources like Ukomon that can consistently build up a level 3 and push it out, level 3 and push it out, especially the fact that Kurova does not have Digimon Kaiser to answer to it, you know, why not?
Because I think, right, like what Ukomon does is, right, Ukomon, the two Ukomon essentially helps you open the new breeding egg, right? So it lets you put up on level 3. It helps you accelerate one extra turn for your level 3 to rush.
It does grow out, it does allow you to set up another level 3. So by having that level 3, basically you're telling people, I'm consistently having a level 3 that I can actually go for game with.
Yeah.
So if you're at 0, you know, you can clear my field, it's fine, I'll just push out the Ukomon. If you have no blocker, that's game for me.
Yeah. So anyway, great plays from both players. It was, well, I would just say both players were wonderful.
I think with every game that pass by, we are actually seeing it gets more and more exciting.
Definitely.
Yeah, right. So I think that game 1, game 2, maybe you know everybody, including ourselves, slightly warming up. Right now we are seeing game 5 that Ancient Garuru mirror. You know, it was
Game
initially in Eric's favor, then suddenly Kok Wai took the game.
Yep. Oh,
Right? And then after that, Kok Wai
one.
got so comfortable with the game that he totally dominated game 2.
Yep.
I wouldn't say dominate, but you know, Eric just couldn't find what he needed to, you know,
it's
come
just
back.
really about finding the right components.
Exactly. And then we see like in this game as well, it's like there is that issue of, oh, I needed my Takemi Kazuchi mode.
Right.
But maybe, you know what, Kurova actually had it. He's just looking for the right time to play it. Maybe he just doesn't want to like get bounced. He doesn't want the Takemi Kazuchi to get bounced by Ancient Garuru mode. So maybe he was looking at that timing, but I guess too little, too late. He did not. Maybe I don't think he overlooked, right? A player of his caliber may not have, most likely will not have overlooked, but maybe, you know, the nerves got to him.
But anyway, good plays from both players.
Yes, exactly.
Right.
I think both of them played extremely well. Both
yeah.
of them, I think Kurova recognized that to keep the field empty means that Ancient Garuru cannot take my life. But he has, I think because he has no way of dealing with the early onslaught of Ukomons, that is what actually put him on the back foot quite quickly, which made it very challenging for him to actually
Kok Wai
call
had
his
a
way back
very,
in the
I
game.
think Kok Wai had a very clear winning strat.
Yes,
He
yes.
said, I'm going to poke you, and then after that, my Ancient Garuru comes. Because early, so we did see him at the Ancient Garuru into hand really early, but
Yes.
he's just really holding it until the right time.
Yep. And for all we know, maybe he has 2 pieces, right? I think at that point of time, probably Kurova really, the nerves really got to him. He just took the check preemptively.
That
And
one
I
was
think that might have changed the flow of the game, because I think at that point of time I could see Kok Wai was contemplating, should I go for the Ancient Garuru combo. I'm not sure if he actually saw the check, but if I were him and I could see the check, I don't think I would have gone for the combo there, because I know that my check is safe.
Yeah. So I think overall, a bit on some nerves and pressures. I think when you're really at round 6, round 7, towards the ending already.
Yes, because this is basically whoever won this game. I'm assuming that this is the top table.
Yep.
So whoever won this game, most likely in the next game, we may see Kok Wai back again. So we're going to see if he can actually hop Grand Asia Open and be our representative.
I mean, that was round 6, so tentatively I think we are looking at 7. Not sure if we'll have
Right
an
now,
8 or
what
not.
we are understanding is 7. Hopefully, you know, I think players are probably feeling the tiredness, the burn right now.
Definitely.
But either way, whether it's 7 or 8, players still have to do their best.
Yes, definitely.
You cannot crumble under pressure. You are at the final stretch. To all
You're
the
already
players,
so close already.
yes, to all the players, if you can hear this, do your best. You are almost there already. It's just a little bit more, one final push.
Alright, great. Wow. I am just, even just standing here casting. Sorry?
Yeah, I get what you're saying, right? Just watching it, it's just, wow, you can feel the exhaustion of the players as well. You can feel
I
the stress.
cannot
Exactly.
imagine being in there.
That's true. Alright, so ladies and gentlemen, let us take a short break. Let us recharge as well.
And we'll be back
we will
with
come
round
back with round
7.
7. Yes. See you guys real soon.
Round 7. Round 7, ladies and gentlemen. Digimon Card Game Championship 2024 Grand Asia Open.
You can see
Tropicana
someone
Garden
is
Mall.
very excited.
I
for
am
round
so
seven.
excited now for round 7.
I believe, round 7, we have been told this is going to be the final round. I think Eugene's excitement definitely is coming from the fact that this is the determining round. We will determine who is the champion of Digimon 2024 Grand Asia Open. And you can see, yes, as what we predicted, Kok Wai is back at the stream table. And we are also looking at maybe a familiar face to some, not familiar to others, Benjamin Taver. So this guy is one of actually represented Malaysia, I think back in 2022, if I'm not wrong, to the World Finals. Right? He actually did quite well then. That back then he could not travel. We were not allowed to travel to Japan. Back then it was an online finals. So you can see that Benjamin, I believe, ice cold nerves of steel. He has this experience. He is very used to playing, I believe, on stream table, on live. Someone who is a truly skilled player. I did mention earlier in the stream, talking about the two Malaysians that have actually represented Southeast Asia to the World Final. So the one where I could understand his thought process, the one that I actually heard him teaching other players about his thought process was Benjamin himself. So he is not only an extremely talented player, he is also someone who is willing to teach others, want to see them grow, want to see them actually he actually wants to develop the community so that we actually bring it to a higher skill level.
I'm a bit sad, bro. This is around 7.
You're
I
looking
really
sad.
expected to have an 8. I was so excited, but again, this match, right? We can see again Kok Wai versus Benjamin. Again, I think it's a repeat. In the sense of the deck, it's a repeat
Yes,
of round 6.
Ancient Garurumon versus Fenrir Lugamon
Right.
once again.
Kok Wai goes first.
Benjamin, Kok Wai both not hesitating with their opening moves.
Yep, Ukomon and Lugamon opening.
Yes. I think that in general, Benjamin, you can see he's really very sure of his place, right? He knows what he needs to do. He knows what he can do with the hand that he has. He is really thinking. He does not need to think much. He's very familiar with this deck. I've known Benjamin to be playing Lugamon since BT14.
First release.
Yes, his first release. So he has been with this deck for very long. He knows exactly what needs to be done with this deck. And
Right? Kok Wai goes ahead, adds the Gotsumon.
Gotsumon.
He knows the ins and outs of the deck.
Yes, but it is still an uphill battle for Benjamin. And if you have seen the previous match, you have seen that, you know, Kurova did try his best to overcome that uphill battle, but ultimately he did fall to both a slew of Ukomon and also, you know, the end game of Ancient Garurumon. But we are looking at Kok Wai actually missing his promo Ukomon, right? So you can see he digivolves into the Gotsumon instead. He actually misses that key component needed to go for this combination.
I think the same thing. Yep. Oh,
He gets, I believe that was a scramble.
that was a scramble.
So the scramble
Ukomon hits
goes
into a
directly
scramble.
to hand, which allows Benjamin to have one more piece in his hand that he needs. So Kok Wai going for the Pokémon, I think he realizes that, you know, maybe he needs to play slightly differently in this matchup. I need to set up more level 3s on the field to actually start taking as much life as possible. Because
There's the Ancient Garuru.
but there is also the Ice Wall, so he actually misses the Ice Wall there. I believe Pokemon can add any tamer, so he can add the
The
Digimon
Emperor.
Kaiser, yes. But he is contemplating, do I
So
want...
yep, the Digimon Kaiser
he's gonna add
definitely.
it.
That's going to be the only tamer that
So
he's
it's
gonna,
whether
yep,
he wants the Beowulfmon
or the Ancient Garuru.
Yes.
It's a bit painful though, seeing the Ice Wall over there. Right?
I think in this particular matchup, it's not actually,
Oh?
it's the Garmon actually, not Beowulfmon. Yeah, I need to get my eyes checked. But anyway, we are looking at him adding the Garmon instead. So I don't think in this particular matchup, him losing the Ice Wall is perfectly fine. He's perfectly alright with seeing it go to the bottom of the deck. We do see a Crimson Blaze as well. So Crimson Blaze basically for every Digimon on the opponent's field allows you to reduce the cost by 1, play cost by 1, and if you do, and then it deletes all 6,000 or below DP Digimon. And it also gives the added effect of opponents not being able to play Digimon by effects. So interestingly here, what he is going for,
So basically, Ice Wall and the
Crimson Blaze.
Crimson Blaze sorts out Swamp decks.
Swamp decks, correct. And the reason why he has access to Crimson Blade is because he is playing a red base. And you can see Benjamin is actually playing very aggressively, very quickly. You can see he's very assured of his effects, right? He is basically what he did there. He's attacked with Lugamon, with Cracker Fang in its sources. He mining first Cracker Fang, then he attacked with Lugamon. Oh, he's going so fast, it's a bit hard to
Yeah.
right? That goes to show how well he knows his effects, right? So he attacked with the Lugamon, discarded Lugarmon, right? By discarding a Lugarmon, he can delete a 3,000 or low DP from Lugarmons when attacking effect.
So
that
that
got rid of the
Boko,
Boko,
right?
Yes.
Then he was swinging on the Uko.
Uko, yes.
Right.
And because of Balmon's effect, he could Digivolve into the Lugarmon he discarded. So that led him to swing over the Ukomon without losing it, and then also setting up his trash by using Hell Lugarmon.
Oh,
That is actually that-
speechless play.
Yes.
Speechless play.
And he did it so quickly, he knows his combinations in and out. It might be an uphill battle for Benjamin, but I think that if anybody can win this uphill battle, it might probably be him. But let us look. Again, I have been proven wrong by Kok Wai twice already today. Let us see if he proves me wrong a third time. So
Right, so Kok Wai goes, pushes the Gotsumon up.
he has an extremely huge hand.
I'm trying to count there like
I think that's like
10 cards. It's
yeah,
10
yeah,
cards.
yeah. That's 10 cards. That is extremely huge. I think one problem that Kok Wai is having right now though is he does not have any tamers that he can spirit evolve into. So that actually locks him out of all his hybrid plays. I see him contemplating playing the
I do see the
Minamoto.
Koji in the hand,
Yes,
yeah,
I
I
saw
do
the
see
Koji in the
Koji.
hand. Yeah. So he is looking at playing that, I believe, but he's hesitating. I think he just doesn't want to pass the memory over to Benjamin
He does
like
place
that.
that he'll pass down.
Exactly. I think right now he's
AG is memory
He is a
setter.
setter, right? But he is probably looking for him to move the finger like that. He's thinking, okay, how do I make the most? I have 5 memory. How to make the most out of this? My Godsumon cannot evolve. Is there a way for me to pull the memory back over to my side? Well, there is an option obviously of playing the option card. He can actually use 2 costs to play the tamer for free.
Oh.
He's
He drops
actually
the
just
tamer.
deciding, okay, you know what? I'm just
Yep.
gonna drop the tamer. I'm gonna let him set. Okay. So he decided to do that. But Benjamin here in response, instead of immediately setting to 3, he's going to decide to trigger the start of main phase effect, the delay option of scramble, right?
And play that
He adds the
2 cost.
He-
2k. Is it?
he just chooses not to play the Lugamon.
Ah.
interestingly enough. I think because he feels that there is no need for an extra body on board and he does not benefit from it, so he's actually just going to outright play, add the Hellugamon back to hand, hopefully to filter his hand even more, right? Demon Castle of the Nine Wolves here appearing. I also see that he is wrapping the Bandai jacket that he won when representing our country towards, you know.
In 2022.
Yes. So, you know, whoever is the next person to represent, you know, see towards.
So we're going to look at either a new representative or repeat one.
Yes, exactly. I think that both players are very strong choices as a representative for both have shown their mettle going 6-0, and Benjamin has been playing very, very quickly. I think he knows what's at stake. Oh, that is actually not good. The Kazujimon goes to the bottom of the deck.
Ouch, 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 ouch.
Yes. So that is a problem with the deck in this sense, because Kazujimon cannot be searched out by any of the search cards. Demon Castle of the Nine Wolves.
So you have to draw it.
You have to draw it. You have to draw it, or you have to analog boy into your trash for the combo. So it is not easy at all. So sending one Kazuchi in the back to the bottom of the deck, it will definitely set back Benjamin. And Kokwai is responding. Yes.
Yep, he's going for the swing.
So we are drawing one, gain one, gains jamming, his effect. Oh, he's just going for the Ancient Garuru play immediately.
He's not even.
Oh, he's not hesitating.
Oh,
he's not hesitating.
Zero hesitation. Okay.
Yes. I think he recognizes against Benjamin, who has a more aggressive and a faster play style. He needs to respond in Kai. I am going to be equally aggressive. I am going to just go for the check. Even if I get destroyed at the end of the turn, I can, you know.
Okay.
So it is one check because of the Koromon. So because he has the Koromon, so he forces Benjamin. So it's essentially a pseudo 2 check. Right? That could be good, that could be bad. Benjamin may have added a piece he needed to his hand because of that. Or, you know, that may have been a Kazuchimon that he lost. Right? Benjamin is just moving so quickly, so assured of his deck. So Rugamon pushes out, adds Cracker Fang to his source because it's also treated as AG. I believe he might be looking to go for his combo play right now. He is at the threshold of 2 or less life. Kokwai is at 5, but this deck does excel at wiping away all 5 cards.
We have seen a lot of reverse play today.
Yes. So that is the Lugarmon. I believe that right now what he wants to go for is he wants to try and wipe out the Godsumon so that he's able. Oh, he does play Ukomon.
Oh, this is interesting.
Yes. I do believe the reason for the Ukomon inclusion is because Ukomon. Well, he can search for Takemi Kazuchi. He can search for the Kazujimon. Which is important. Yes. And also he can add the tamers that he needs. If he's missing Cracker Fang and he reveals the Cracker Fang, he can add Cracker Fang. Vice versa, he can also do that for AG Nagasumi. So discarding one, draw one, going into the Hell Luga. Okay, so that's how he wants to clear the Godsumon, right? He is declaring one check. Okay, so he is safe. So he gains one memory because he does. He gains one memory because he does take one security from Kokwai. That is the ESS of the Lugarmon. Both BT15 Lugarmon and Lugarmon. Both when your opponent's security is reduced, you get to gain one memory. And then again, ejecting Cracker Fang. Right? So he gains the memory from there, and he also triggers Hell Lugamon's effect. Drawing 2, adding a Lugamon to trash back to hand, and then now he's contemplating what should I trash? What should I trash right now? Either way, he can delete the Godsumon, but I believe he wants to trash cards that he needs for the combination. So he is looking.
He is going for that. He is setting up for the OTK.
Yes, I believe he wants to go. He wants to set up that as soon as possible because right now he is on the clock. So deleting.
Deleting the Godsumon.
Again, I think it's going to be an uphill battle for Benjamin somewhat, but I believe that he can pull through. Right now, it is still his turn. It is still Benjamin's turn. He is thinking, what can he do? He's playing another training. Revealing a training. There we go. Oh, that is a ghost rare. That is the Takemi Kazuchi mode ghost rare.
What a sight. What
is such a beautiful card.
I would have probably put it nicely in an album.
Players who play full bling, there is that stigma that players who play full bling wins their games better because the cards respond to them better.
Hearts of the cards.
Heart of the cards. Not proven, by the way. Not proven. But you know, a lot of players do believe that. But you can see that Benjamin actually chooses to add the training to his hand instead of the Take Mikazuchi. That can be one of two things. One, he believes he needs the training more. Or two, he already has it in his hand and he's just waiting for the right moment to unleash it.
Right.
So the question is,
how will Kok Wai respond?
How will Kok Wai respond? Can Kok Wai actually finish the game now? Because I think, well, hey, I'm in danger for Kok Wai, definitely. You know, if the next turn he does get out his Take Mikazuchi, I think Kok Wai is in a lot of trouble. But you know, let us see.
Let's see what options that we have from Kok Wai here. He has the Gotsu swing.
Exactly, he has the Gotsu swing. I do not think he wants to Gotsu swing because he wants to retain the Gotsumon so that he can surefirely block the Mikazuchi unless Benjamin can clear it before that.
Then, he will go for the hybrid play.
Will he? Well, no, actually he does have game here, right? If he does not hit into a Take Mikazuchi mode.
The thing is, if he doesn't hit into, he has to clear 2 because he has nothing to return.
Yeah, no, but he does add a hand card from. He does draw one from Gotsumon, the Koromon. Yes, I cannot tell. I think the reason why he's hesitating is because it is a Digimon. It's not a Koromon. Because it looks it looks red. It looks very red. It looks very red, right? It doesn't look like the pink of Koromon, but it's the red of Digimon. So that is exactly why he is hesitating. The Lobomon, the BT18 Lobomon, looking at what is in his security.
Going for the Beowulf.
He's going for the Beowulf. I think right now he just wants to try and cut down Benjamin's security as much as possible, returning the Lobomon, taking one check.
Okay.
And then that's why he's not drawing. So I think if that was the Koromon, he would have had game there, provided he didn't hit the Take Mikazuchi, right? If he hit the Take Mikazuchi there, then he would have immediately lost the Ancient Garurumon. He would not have been able to actually.
It's the Digimon definitely now.
Yeah, alright.
He will be swinging.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so that is a deletion. His response.
Okay. Right.
Benjamin needs to end it this turn.
Yes, Benjamin needs to finish it. Otherwise, the Koji will go for game. Otherwise, unless Benjamin can come up with a block. Oh, even if it's a blocker also.
You can. That is the Koji that dodged the blocker.
Yeah, right. So he must.
It is a critical time for Benjamin. Let us see if he can actually make his way to victory.
He does have a lot of resources on the board.
He does. Evolving to draw, extending his options. He is looking at what he can or cannot do. I think he recognizes that, yes, I need to go for game right now. He is thinking very, very hard. What can he do? Could he? I guess he could. I mean, he has enough delays there, right? He has a Demon Castle of 9 Wolves. He can play a Lugamon. I believe he's looking at one cost. And then he has 2 trainings to use. So, like what I said, future investment, right? Is coming back.
It's all coming now.
Yes. So here we
he
go.
Has, and then I think that's 2 training.
Yes, 2 training. So he can go into his level 4 for free. I believe he is contemplating on doing that. Level 4 for free, level 5 for 1. So he would be left with 2 memory, and then he can go into his Fenrir Lugamon. That is possible to go into his 6 in this turn. The question is, does he have the components needed for his combo? I don't think I saw him. I'm not sure. I might have missed it. I don't think I saw a Kazuchimon in trash.
No, not yet.
Right? So I guess it depends on whether it is in his hand and he has the necessary cards to trash it to evolve it. So you can see he's counting. Exactly.
Yeah, currently whatever the combination he has now kinds of put him at 1 memory.
Yes, 1 memory, but you do not count the refill from Cracker Fang. So when Cracker Fang ejects himself, he does still gain 1 memory back, so he will go back to 0. So I think he has to go for it. There is no other option right now. He has to go for it. It is the Lugarmon, but he cannot attack with this Lugarmon, so he cannot discard to draw using this Lugarmon. So you need to. So 2 costs.
That was what we saw him at earlier, wasn't it?
So that's a scramble, right? With 2 costs for the Lugarmon. Well, I wonder. Well, let us see exactly what he has in mind. Maybe he's keeping the training for. There's the Kazukimon. Maybe he's keeping the training for the Fenrir Lugamon.
Yep.
So he plays 1, gains the memory from playing a Digimon, reviews the top 4. That
is the searcher.
Yes, Tyrannomon is the searcher. So that was AG's initial partner. So he's in fact on play, review the top 4 cards, add SOC to your hand. Yes. So I think that is the dispute, but resolve immediately. because they just wanted to, I believe Kok Wai just wanted to check the effect of the scramble, right? Making sure that it is a scramble. You can see Benjamin is already, thumbing over the Kazuchi both like, I think he decided to change what he wanted to trash.
Yeah.
On
So,
trash
he does,
Ukomon
so
instead.
definitely 2 Ukomon misses.
Yes. So we do see him, I think, is he missing the Fenrir Lugamon?
Looking at it.
Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Combo time. Combo wombo time. Let us go.
Yeah, there it goes.
So Fenrir Luga clears that. I think Kok Wai is just moving with an air of resignation, a little bit of an air of resignation right now. So heals one.
One heal.
Pass.
Pass.
Pass turn.
Passes at 1.
Oh, because he cannot clear the Tyrannomon. So the Tyrannomon what is going to get bounced back. He does.
Because putting Kok Wai at 1, essentially,
He doesn't have memory setter as well.
yes, he can't
Exactly.
he can't pull out the winning combo that we have seen so far.
Even then, right? Even if he could pull out the winning combo, he cannot swing into Fenrir Lugamon because he's a blocker because of Cracker Fang. I think Benjamin recognizes this. He recognizes that he should not be aggressive right now. He should try and extend the turn for one. He should try and extend one more turn. He's going to try and recover some security so that he's able to exploit Takemi Kazuchi to the fullest. Because Takemi Kazuchi, right, when he does attack, he can trash his own security to unsuspend. So I think he wants to go for that unsuspend. With Alliance, you take two checks,
Two checks, that's
and
it,
then
one more,
because
that's
he has enough. Oh, but the Kazuchi is going back. The Kazuchi goes back to hand, being played from Fenrir Luga's effect. I believe that Kok Wai just played
Memory setter and
memory
that's
setter.
it.
I think he's setting up. He's hoping that Benjamin. I think to a certain extent, he's desperately hoping that Benjamin cannot perform the combo that he needs to end the game.
Probably one of the combos we saw earlier what Kok Wai did, right? So he used the Beowulf to clear the lowest level body, and then after that he went up to the Ancient Garu.
Yes.
Yeah.
So what Benjamin is doing here, instead of using his Fenrir Luga to Alliance, okay, so that's a Rui. Second check. So he's swinging for 17,000. That's a lot. I don't think there's anything, a full moon meteor impact. He does not see the full moon meteor impact. The thing is, right now, Benjamin is going full all out. He needs to see the full moon meteor impact to actually remove.
The Rui.
Yes. I like how I'm constantly getting interrupted by their plays, but he needs to see the full moon meteor impact to actually remove. Remove the Fenrir Luga. If not, this will happen. Yes. So Fenrir Luga, at the end of the turn, they can jogress, and when they jogress, Fenrir Luga Takemi Kazuchi's mode gives him the ability to set the opponent's memory to 3. You see, that's why he's willing to hard play the Kazuchi mode, because he knows that with this progress I can set it to 3, and right now it is still Benjamin's turn.
Last hit.
That is game. Because so I really need to recap what happened there, right?
Please,
because I think that at that point of time there were shouts in the crowd, right? They were so amazed by that play, I think. And just to recap what happened, right? Takemi Kazuchi basically takes 1 life to burn one of your opponent's life. So the reset is from Solugamon. So I'm mistaken there, okay? So by taking 1 life, I can choose to trash one of my opponent's life. So it's basically eye for an eye.
Okay.
But in this case, because Kok Wai did not have a blocker, that was an eye for an eye, and I'm going for game. Right?
So it's the same when Kok Wai goes with Ancient Garu, he takes the life and then it's still swinging for game.
Exactly. So here's the thing, that whole combo very well thought out. I believe Benjamin was thinking, how do I finish the game with Takemi Kazuchi, because that is probably his current win condition right now, right? So what happened there was, using Lugarmon instead of Takemi Kazuchi to Alliance basically runs a less risk. Let's say if Kok Wai has something sitting in the security that actually can break the 70,000 DP threshold, he is relatively safe. Because if let's say I choose to deduct, let's say he hits Heaven Judgment and he chooses to deduct Takemi Kazuchi, Fenrir Lugamon instead, his Lugamon is still alive and still swinging for 70,000. So he still does take the second check. But if it were to be deducted onto the Fenrir Luga, let's say after Alliance ends, he loses the power, he immediately gets deleted. So like it is a done if you don't moment. Right? I can choose to get rid of the Fenrir Luga, but I still have the Lugar, and there is a possibility Benjamin goes into the Fenrir Lugar from that Lugarmon.
Yep.
And right now we are seeing the start of game 2, but just to finish off the combo play just now, Take Mikazuchi actually allows you to jogres from trash. Right?
Yep.
You saw him do that.
Yep.
Right? So playing Kazuchi lets him heal 1 life.
Yep.
And then gain 1 security, and from there he commits to the jogres, resets his memory back to 3, gains a memory from one of the effects. I think when Digimon is played effect, I do not remember which ESS he had in his source, but he gained a memory from that,
Putting at 4.
putting him at clockwise 2, but because Fenrir Lugamon has the ESS of if my opponent has not reached 3 memory, it is still my turn. Yes, so Fenrir Lugamon is a very greedy wolf. So he says, it is not your turn until I give you 3 memory. If it's 2 or less, it's still mine. It changes the game rules, right? So by changing the rule of the game, I'm essentially being able to extend my combo. Instead of having 10 memory at maximum, now I have 12. So he has more ways to play the game.
Oh, there goes the first one.
But that is exactly what Benjamin wants to see though. He wants to see the Fenrir Lugar in trash.
That is very, very...
So I think Benjamin had a pretty good start. I saw him look for, his pieces. He began looking for his pieces. Did you see what he added?
Unfortunately, I missed that.
So that was a level 5 or a level 6 to hand. I think at the end of the day, he does see his pieces. I think that Benjamin right now is moving with a lot of confidence. And to be very honest, having played on the opposite side of him, the way he moves, because he's very confident in his plays, is very pressuring actually. Facing a player that has full confidence in what he does, in what his deck does, it is actually very stressful and very pressuring because you know that he knows all of his outs. What can you do to answer that? There is no way you can intimidate him.
I think like you mentioned from BT14 onwards, he knows the deck in and out.
In and out, all the iterations, he's cool as ice. Nerves of steel.
Right,
So
it goes...
we are going into the Lugar. Trashing another Lugar, the BT14 Lugar.
Yep.
We are looking to see, yes, he is going to be very aggressively swinging. He's going to try and reduce, he's going to try to reduce the security as much as possible, I believe, at the same time filling up the trash using Hell Lugar's effect. So he gains a Beowulfmon, he does gain 1 memory from taking 1 security. So therefore, the deletion effect does not kick in just yet. So using Demon Castle.
I'm just going to call it Demon Castle.
Let's call it Demon Castle, right?
Yeah, let's call it Demon Castle.
Let's agree to call it Demon Castle. Revealing top 3, adding 1 SOC, that would be the Soul Lugamon. And trashing. Is there a Ghost Rare? Goodness gracious.
Oh my god.
That is truly a full-out blink deck. Right, so there we go. Using Fenrir Lugamon's skill, and then he adds cards to hand, chooses not to trash, I believe. So I think everything in his hand is a key component. He just needs to set up the right things in trash to evolve into, and I believe he already has what he wants. So right now he's just aggressively pressuring Clockwise.
From the first security check, I was like, right.
Yeah, that's what he wants, right?
Yeah,
that's what he wants.
That's pretty much
basically
the exact thing he wants.
He's just telling you, I don't need to set up my trash anymore. My trash is set up for me. Thanks for swinging in to be kind. So, that's, I would say you wouldn't even call it a blunder, right? Because you cannot control what comes out of trash.
Oh, he drops the Gotsumon here.
Yeah, I believe because Clockwise does want to deny the combination. He wants the Gotsumon out as much as possible. He wants to deny, that free play. But Benjamin has shown us that he can play around. He can just drop the he can just drop the Kazuchimon right out onto the field for his original play cost, provided he has that memory, and just do the jogres immediately. So he's not afraid to do that. You can see that he's not afraid to do that. So playing the Rui, pushing out the Gotsumon, I believe Clockwise is just he just doesn't want to see Benjamin doing it for less at this point of time.
So right.
So basically what happens here, Louis effect, because Ukomon has already searched for this turn, he cannot search again because it's once per turn effect. Louis effect, on play, he just gets to push it out immediately, and then by tapping it, he gains 1 memory. So Clockwise, I think, so yes, I think instead of aggressively going for the swings, wow.
Why?
Wow.
I feel like Clockwise just basically sets up for Benjamin.
Yes, it definitely does feel like that. The stars, it does feel like the stars are aligned in Benjamin's favor. We are looking at, it was actually potentially an uphill battle. We observed the previous game previously, Kurova was having difficulties dealing with Clockwise. But I guess really, Lugamon is a wolf, and wolves are canines. Yeah. Canines follows their master very loyally.
Or is it because Wolves, nighttime werewolves were reaching night now.
I don't think that's the case. I think it's more because Wolves are very loyal to their masters, and because Benjamin has been playing this deck since BT14, that loyalty is rewarded. It's coming to culmination here, right? I mean, it could be that all things considered, Benjamin is just very lucky. Okay, let's not look too far into it.
Initially when we first started this round, I felt like it's going to be an uphill battle for Benjamin. Now it feels like it's an uphill battle for Kok Wai.
Yes, it does. Definitely does feel like that. With all the tech, it's just giving Benjamin like all the combo pieces he needs to set up, right? I think Benjamin is definitely contemplating, can I start pushing for game here? We are looking at 2 level 3s easily cleared by all of Lugamon's effects. Lugamon at level 3 itself, it immediately can clear the Ukomon. You saw that in game 1. He cleared the Ukomon, cleared the God Symbol. That is not a problem for him to clear. The question now is, what does he want to do? Does he want to clear the field? Does he want to leave the Lugamon there? Lugamon, here we go. But do note that
the Tamer is a memory setter, isn't it?
Pardon?
The Red Tamer.
Yeah, that is the new Takuya Koji Duo Tamer. Basically what it does is that for a cost of 5, it is a memory setter. He is setting up. But anyway, for a cost of 5, he is a memory setter, and also he does allow you to slide hybrids underneath him. So basically this is actually more of a Susanomon support, but I guess people choose to play it also because it's a Koji. And also its ESS allows you to attack with a hybrid at the end of turn. If you're traded hybrid, you can attack with it at the end of your turn. So that's an additional surprise attack. But you can see Benjamin is going. He is going for it. He is going for it. He is. Yes, the stars have aligned, ladies and gentlemen. Benjamin Taver has shown us that, Lugamon is still a very viable deck. He is here to play. He is here to win. Alliance, he takes a trash, burn, reduces 1 security.
And after that, takes 2 on top of that.
1 Crimson Blaze. That is really bad. That is really bad for Benjamin. He cannot play Digimon by effects anymore. So that is 1 game. Ladies and gentlemen, seeing that, I just had a sigh of relief because it was such an underdog battle. You could not help but root for Benjamin, right?
Yeah.
And I just, wow. I just saying that, it's so amazing to see. He's so confident in his play, so confident in his moves. You can hear the crowd cheering for that. That play was just perfect. I thought Kok Wai had one more security. I thought Kok Wai had one more security. So I thought, Benjamin might have messed up there, losing that to the Crimson Blaze. But I think, but again, I need to get my glasses changed. He changed, I think.
But really, when the Crimson Blaze came out, I thought the tide was going to shift a bit, but nope, it didn't even stop.
Yeah, Benjamin just said, yeah, you can't stop me. I'm just going to trash my own security. I have enough to trash. I'm going to go eye for an eye, and that's game for me.
Ladies and gentlemen, Benjamin Tavers,
your
our winner for today, right?
Exactly. He is going to be representing us in Thailand. For all of you at home, please, even though we cannot hear, give him a round of applause. That was very masterfully executed. Game 2 went so smoothly for him. Kok Wai hit into everything that he needed from security. Man has luck of gods.
Yeah.
That is really amazing.
Really, when you're up at this certain level, you need luck.
Yeah, you do
to a
need
certain
luck.
level,
Definitely.
you do need luck.
You do need luck because you need to open the right things from security, and
No doubt, Benjamin is a fantastic player. He's a great player. His plays were flawless, right? It's just that with that additional bit of luck, his opponent helped him set up what he needed.
Exactly, right? So, you hit your first check into the Takemi. You know you're going to have a bad time, right? You know you're going to have a really, really bad time. Yes. And then after that, you check into his scramble. It's like, I'm just giving him another piece he needs to set up. And then the third check is Eiji Nagasumi. It's like, okay, yeah, I guess I'm going to lose this game, right?
Yes.
And it would not be so bad if it wasn't for the fact that Benjamin won the first game. If he had lost the first game, Kok Wai can still say, you know what, it's okay. I concede this to you. I'm going to take back the third game. But unfortunately for him, I guess
But nonetheless, both players played well.
Kok Wai played to his outs. He responded as aggressively as he could to Benjamin's aggressive play. He was aware. He was on the timer. He tried his best. But, I guess to a certain extent, Benjamin just knew the matchup slightly better. He just knew how to play it. What I said, previous game, Kurova, I think, again, he played very, very well. He just could not see the pieces he needed. And Benjamin just showed us exactly what Take Mikazuchi could do.
I think that if Kurova could have seen the pieces that he needs just now, we could have seen a
mirror match
final.
Yes, that was amazing.
But nonetheless,
hats off to both players. Both
yes.
of them played extremely well. Kok Wai showed his mettle, showed what he was capable of. Round 5 until 7, he was on stream. He just showed us that Ancient Garuru is really a strong deck. In the hands of the right player, it's a very dominating deck.
Yeah.
But Benjamin just came out and said that, yeah, I may be the underdog today, but sorry, friend. I'm just going to show you. Take Mikazuchi is still here to play.
He's here to play, he's here to stay.
He's here to stay, he's here to win.
Win, exactly. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Round 8, like 7.
Round 7, yes. Round 7, that concludes. That does conclude our Grand Asia Open for Digimon Card Game Championship 2024. But do stay around. We are going to go into the prize giving ceremony. You do not want to miss that. You definitely want to see your winners. You want to see who will be representing you at Thailand later on in this year.
So again, both players, well done. And to Benjamin, congratulations.
I still cannot get over the fact that his game 2 went so smoothly.
I know, right? It was just
wow. That was just, oh my goodness. To be honest, right, I feel like
I'm kind of like an underdog supporter. So when we started round 7, I was like, okay, I'm going to go root for Benjamin. Then after that, halfway through, I said, I think I'm going to root for Kok Wai now.
Because at game 1, right, game 1 it felt like a very even back and forth, right? Benjamin was struggling to find his pieces. He was like trying really hard to make sure that the setup was there. He had to play more meticulously, more carefully. I think to a certain extent, it's also because of the fact that Benjamin does have to think. He has to look for his outs. He cannot just play willy-nilly because he's not getting what he needs, and also because he has not won a single game, he has to be a little bit more cautious in what he does. I think at game 2, you can take more risk knowing that you have won the first game.
So right, after you win the first one, if anything does goes wrong in the second, right,
you have that.
I have that buffer third.
Exactly, right. So unfortunately, I know as what we mentioned early game, both of us are Imperial Drama fans. We did not see an Imperial Drama in the final, unfortunately, but that is fine, ladies and gentlemen. He will still have a special place in our hearts.
It's okay. I will still continue with my Imperial.
Yeah, I understand. I thought you liked Diablo.
Huh?
I thought you liked Diablo.
I do like Diablo, but
you still have a fondness for Imperial, the Diablo Slayer, the Armageddon Slayer. Alright, so again, like what I said, do stay tuned for the prize ceremony. Do not go anywhere. We will be back shortly. We are just going for a short break. We will proceed to the prize giving ceremony after this so that you can see who are your winners and who will represent Malaysia to head to Thailand for the regional final. So stay tuned, don't go anywhere. We will see you shortly.
Alright.
The only thing that I need, now that I know for sure, is not the answer, but the reason to stand belong here. Got everything in my hand, so come forward to tell me, here I go, I'm ready to jump into another day. I just can't close my eyes, I can see it clear, the dreams I had, it lays in front of me. You and I dive into the new world. I know that we can rewrite all of the rules that keep us standing in the way. You and I work in the world. And when I'm falling apart, I know you'll always be there to take my hand. Together we will on the journey, searching for the light. True light.
Digimon players, I would like to have the player on table 19 and 27 to report to the admin counter immediately.
Check, check, check.
Digimon players, I would like to have players on table 11 and table 19 to report to the admin counter immediately. Thank you.
Now that I know for sure it's not the answer, but no reason to stand being long again. Got everything in my hand, so come forward to tell me. Here I go, I'm ready to jump into another day. If I just can close my eyes, I can see it clear, dreams I had, it lays in front of me. So you and I dive into the new world. I know that we can rewrite all of the rules that keep us standing in the way. You and I work in the world. And when I'm falling apart, I know you'll always be there to take my hand. Together we will on the journey, searching for the light. Full life.
Alright. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Digimon Card Game Championship 2024 Grand Asia Open. Today we have seen exciting matches from round 1 all the way to round 7. Right, we had some heated battles all the way. Right, we have seen a numerous number of decks. We have seen some fantastic plays. End of the day, towards the end of round 7, we had our champion for the day, Benjamin Tamas. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to Benjamin Tamas. I think, like we mentioned earlier today, he will be the proud owner of the Galamon promo. It is a one-of-a-kind card. And then after that, it's from the BT12 variant. So not only it looks good, it's one of a kind, it has wonderful effects. So you can see these are some of the top players, right? They're just waiting, right? We'll be starting our prize giving ceremony shortly. So in the meantime, yep, let's have a quick recap of what we have gone through right throughout the entire day. Right, so I think starting we had stuff in the round 1, round 2, we saw some really exciting plays, and then we did see quite a number of I think today the main character, right, we see a lot of Ukomons in play, right, because Ukomon is just such a useful card. It helps you search, comes out from the breeding area, it helps you search for all your key pieces, top 3, Tamer, Digimon, yep, you name it, right, it just gets the component into it, right. Then after that, as we move down, then we join back the game in round 5 all the way to round 7. Unfortunately, well, depends, fortunately and unfortunately, I would have liked to see a round 8 because it's just so many exciting battles. I was really just so excited. Right, so yep, there's our winner on the screen, Benjamin Tamas, right, the one in the white hat. Alright, continuing where we were. So I think some of the things we mentioned earlier that on personalizing, right? Personalizing the deck, right? So as you see, while a lot of decks we do see playing the Ukomon, but when the Fenrir Luger came in round 6 and round 7, we didn't really see Ukomon until round 7 when we saw Benjamin played the Ukomon. Why was it? Because the Ukomon essentially helps him search for his, again, key pieces. Okay, the key pieces, for example, like he's Takemita Suchi and just to get things on. But again, really exciting round 7. Match of round 7, first match of round 7, really close game. Second match of round 7. Yeah, it was quite from the moment the first Ukomon hit from Kokwai when we saw him dropping that from the security. It was basically I think there's really nothing much that can be said about that already. So right, again now we are just waiting waiting for the prize ceremony shortly. Okay, we'll be having it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Right. Okay, then today, like we mentioned, there will be right. So that will be right. That will be yes. You can see. I'm not sure if you can see it well enough, but we can see the 3 promos over there. The Digimon line, right? So 3, 4, 5, level 3, level 4, level 5. So as we go on, yeah. But again, I would like to repeat myself. Again, congratulations to Benjamin Tamer. He will be up shortly, and he will be the proud owner of the Gallimon, right? Gallimon promo. Right. Yep. So next is second place, Cockwhite. Right. So that was on stream. We saw round 4, round 5, and round 6. Cockwhite has brought us through Ancient show us the devastating power of Ancient Garurumon and its combo. He did very well. Again, Cockwhite, fantastic job, well done. It was like watching a movie. Wonderful play. Flawless. Just that towards the ending there, just a tad bit. Right. Again, like we mentioned, I think in the final match, we were actually looking forward to having an uphill battle for Benjamin, but we were proven wrong. Right. Benjamin turned it over, and then it made Ancient Garuru, which was the favorite to win at that time, eventually fell down to Benjamin's Federal Luga. Right, it was like watching a maestro playing. Right, he was so confident, he was so clear, he knew what he was going to do, he knew every single step, everything he did, every play he made, confident. It's just like that. Right, so there we have it, our prize ceremony. Congratulations again to all winners, and then after that, thank you for participating to all players who have played very well. Thank you for joining in this event, and definitely we look forward to seeing you in our future events. Right, we look forward to seeing you again. I think right, do we have is it up for the champion already? Yeah, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Can we give him a round of applause? Benjamin Tamer's Federal Lugamon. It was an uphill battle. He showed us what it up inside out. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to him. Truly a maestro watching him play. Right. His record was 7-0, ladies and gentlemen. So again, 7 rounds, he won all 7, and then at every moment, alright, at every match, he would need to win at least 2 matches in each round, totaling a 14-round victory. So again, once again, to Benjamin Tamer's congratulations. Right. Alright, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Fantastic play. Alright. And he will be our representative to Japan. Let's wish him all the best, and bring back to make Malaysia great again. Alright, so ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you so much for being in this stream with us. We appreciate having you here, all your support. We can feel it over here, and now we have reached the conclusion of the event. Right? Thank you once again, and for our future events, we not only hope to see you here on our stream, we also hope to see you in our event. Right. So just further now, right, let's just see. That's your trophy over there. We're just he's just basking in victory now. You can see it there. Alright, let's give him all our support when he goes to Japan later, ladies and gentlemen. Then let's see what else today. I think overall 7 rounds, exciting, heated. We started with 180 over players, right? Again, we actually supposed to start with 128. Then after that, overwhelming response, we went to 180. Right, 180. They played it out. 7 rounds, we got our winner. So thank you very much again. I know I've been saying it so many times, ladies and gentlemen, but it's been a pleasure of being a caster for this event, right? And also, to have you here with us. Thank you so very much.
you.